Enquiries into Human Faculties and Its Development by Francis Galton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Preface to the second edition. After some years had passed subsequent to the publication of this book in 1883, its publishers, Messrs. Macmillan, informed me that the demand for it but only just warranted, a revised issue. I shrank from the great trouble of bringing it up to date because it, or rather many of my memoirs, out of which it was built up, had become starting points for elaborate investigations both in England and in America, to which it would be difficult and very laborious to do justice in a brief compass. So the question of a second edition was then entirely dropped. Since that time the book has by no means ceased to live, for it continues to be quoted from and sought for, but is obtainable only with difficulty and not much more than its original cost at sales of second-hand books. Moreover, it became the starting point of that recent movement in favour of the national eugenics, see note on page 24 in the first edition, which is recognised by the University of London and has its home in University College. Having received a proposal to republish the book in its present convenient and inexpensive form, I gladly accepted it, having first sought and received an obliging assurance from Messrs. Macmillan that they would waive all their claims to the contrary in my favour. The following small changes are made in this edition. The illustrations are for the most part reduced in size to suit the smaller form of the volume. The lettering of the Composites is rearranged, and the coloured illustration is reproduced as closely as circumstances permit. 2 chapters are omitted on theocratic intervention and on the objective efficiency of prayer. The earlier part of the latter was too much abbreviated from the original memoir in the Fortnightly Review, 1872, and gives, as I now perceive, a somewhat inexact impression of its object, which was to investigate certain views then thought orthodox, but which are growing obsolete. I could not reinsert these omissions now with advantage, unless considerable additions were made to the references, thus giving more appearance of personal controversy to the memoirs than is desirable. After all, the omission of the 2 chapters, in which I find nothing to recant, improves, as I am told, the general balance of the book. Francis Galton. End of Preface. Section 1 of Enquiry into Human Faculty and Its Development by Francis Galton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 1. Introduction. Since the publication of my work on Hereditary Genius in 1869, I have written numerous memoirs, of which a list is given in an earlier page, and which are scattered in various publications. They may have appeared desultory when read in the order in which they appeared, but as they had an underlying connection, it seems worthwhile to bring their substance together in logical sequence into a single volume. I have revised, condensed, largely rewritten, transposed old matter, and interpolated much that is new, but traces of the fragmentary origin of the work still remain, and I do not regret them. They serve to show that the book is intended to be suggestive and renounces all claim to be encyclopedic. I have indeed, with that object, avoided going into details in not a few cases where I should otherwise have written with fullness, especially in the anthropometric part. My general object has been to take note of the varied hereditary faculties of different men, and of the great differences in different families and races, to learn how far history may have shown the predictability of supplanting inefficient human stock by better strains, and to consider whether it might not be our duty to do so by such efforts as may be reasonable, thus exerting ourselves to further the ends of evolution more rapidly and with less distress than if events were left to their own course. The subject is, however, so entangled with collateral considerations that a straightforward step-by-step inquiry did not seem to be the most suitable course. I thought it safer to proceed like the surveyor of a new country, and endeavour to fix in the first instance as truly as I could the position of several cardinal points. The general outline of the results to which I finally arrived became more coherent and clear as this process went on. They are briefly summarized in the concluding chapter. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Variety of Human Nature. We must free our minds of a great deal of prejudice before we can rightly judge of the direction in which different races need to be improved. We must be on our guard against taking our own instincts of what is best and most seemly as a criterion for the rest of mankind. The instincts and faculties of different men and races differ in a variety of ways almost as profoundly as those of animals in different cages of the zoological gardens, and however diverse and antagonistic they are, each may be good of its kind. It is obviously so in brutes. The monkey may have a horror at the sight of a snake, and a repugnance to its ways, but a snake is just as perfect an animal as a monkey. The living world does not consist of a repetition of similar elements, but of an endless variety of them, that have grown, body and soul, through selective influences into close adaptation to their contemporaries, and to the physical circumstances of the localities they inhabit. The moral and intellectual wealth of a nation largely consists in the multifarious variety of the gifts of the men who compose it, and it would be the very reverse of improvement to make all its members assimilate to a common type. However, in every race of domesticated animals, and especially in the rapidly changing race of man, there are elements, some ancestral and others the result of degradation, the result of degeneration, that are of little or no value, or are positively harmful. We may of course be mistaken about some few of these, and shall find in our fuller knowledge that they subserve the public good in some indirect manner, but notwithstanding this possibility, we are justified in roundly asserting that the natural characteristics of every human race admit of large improvement in many directions easy to specify. I do not however offer a list of these, but shall confine myself to directing attention to a very few hereditary characteristics of a marked kind, some of which are most desirable and others greatly in reverse. I shall also describe new methods of appraising and defining them. Later on in the book I shall endeavour to define the place and duty of man in the furtherance of the great scheme of evolution, and I shall show that he has already not only adapted circumstances to race, but also in some degree and often unconsciously race to circumstance, and that his unused powers in the latter direction are more considerable than might have been thought. It is with the innate moral and intellectual faculties that the book is chiefly concerned, but they are so closely bound up with the physical ones that these must be considered as well. It is moreover convenient to take them the first, so I will begin with the features. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Features. The differences in human features must be reckoned great, inasmuch as they enable us to distinguish a single known face among those of thousands of strangers, though they are mostly too minute for measurement. At the same time, they are exceedingly numerous. The general expression of a face is the sum of a multitude of small details, which are viewed in such rapid succession that we seem to perceive them all at a single glance. If any one of them disagrees with the recollected traits of a known face, the eye is quick at observing it, and it dwells upon the difference. One small discordance outweighs a multitude of similarities and suggests a general unlikeness, just as a single syllable in a sentence pronounced with a foreign accent makes one cease to look upon the speaker as a countryman. If the first rough sketch of a portrait be correct so far as it goes, it may be pronounced an excellent likeness, but a rough sketch does not go far. It contains but few traits for comparison with the original. It is a suggestion, not a likeness. It must be coloured and shaded with many touches before it can really resemble the face, and whilst this is being done, the maintenance of a likeness is imperilled at every step. I had lately watched an able artist painting a portrait, and endeavoured to estimate the number of strokes with his brush, every one of which was thoughtfully and firmly given, during 15 sittings of 3 working hours each, that is to say, during 45 hours, or 2,400 minutes, he worked an average rate of 10 strokes of the brush per minute. There were, therefore, 24,000 separate traits in the completed portrait, and in his opinion some, I do not say equal, but comparably large number of units of resemblance with the original. The physiognomical difference between different men being so numerous and small, it is impossible to measure and compare them each to each, and to discover by ordinary statistical methods the true physiognomy of a race. The usual way is to select individuals who are judged to be representatives of the prevalent type, and to photograph them, but this method is not trustworthy, because the judgment itself is fallacious. It is swayed by exceptional and grotesque features more than by ordinary ones, and the portraits supposed to be typical are likely to be caricatures. One fine Sunday afternoon I sat with a friend by the walk in Kensington Gardens that leads to the bridge, and which on such occasions is thronged by promenaders. It was agreed between us that whichever first caught sight of a typical John Bull should call the attention of the other. We sat and watched keenly for many minutes, but neither of us found occasion to utter a word. The prevalent type of English face has greatly changed at different periods, for after making large allowances for the fashion in portrait painting of the day, there remains a great difference between the proportion in which certain casts of features are to be met with at different dates. I have spent some time in studying the photographs of the various portraits of English worthies that have been exhibited at successive loan collections, or which are now in the National Portrait Gallery, and have traced what appear to be the indisputable signs of one predominant type of face supplanting another. For instance, the features of the men painted by and about the time of Holbein have usually high cheekbones, long upper lips, thin eyebrows, and lank dark hair. It would be impossible, I think, for the majority of modern Englishmen so to dress themselves and clip and arrange their hair as to look like the majority of these portraits. Englishmen are now a fair and reddish race, as may be seen from the diagram taken from the report of the Anthropometric Committee to the British Association in 1880, and which gives the proportion in which the various colours of hair are found among our professional classes. The diagram is displayed on the page, with a list of albino, very fair, fair, light brown, brown, dark brown, black, red brown, dark red, red, and golden, light red. I take the professional classes because they correspond with the class of English worthies better than any of the others from which returns have been collected. The diagram, however, gives a fair representation of other classes of the community. For instance, I have analysed the official records of the very carefully selected crews of the HMS Alert and Discovery in the Arctic Expedition of 1875-6, and find the proportion of various shades of hair to be the same among them as is shown in the diagram. 7/10 of the crews have complexions described as light, fair, fresh, ruddy or freckled, and the same proportion had blue or grey eyes. They would have contrasted strongly with Cromwell's regiment of Ironsides, who were recruited from the dark-haired men of the Fen districts, and who are said to have left the impression on contemporary observers as being men of a particular breed. They would also probably have contrasted with any body of thorough-going Puritan soldiers taken at haphazard, for there is a prevalence of dark hair among men of a troublious and sour temperament. If we may believe caricaturists, the fleshiness and obesity of many English men and women in the earlier years of this century must have been prodigious. It testifies to the gross conditions of life in those days, and makes it improbable that the types best adapted to prevail then would be the best adapted to prevail now. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Composite Portraiture. As a means of getting over the difficulty of procuring really representative faces, I contrived the method of composite portraiture, which has been explained of late on many occasions, and of which a full account will be found in Appendix A. The principle on which the composites are made will best be understood by a description of my earlier and now discarded method. It was this: 1. The collected photographic portraits of different persons, all of whom had been photographed in the same aspect, say full face, and under the same conditions of light and shade, say with light coming from the right side. 2. I reduced their portraits photographically to the same size, being guided as to scale by the distance between any two convenient points of reference in the features. For example, by the vertical distance between two parallel lines, one of which passed through the middle of the pupils of the eyes and the other between the lips. 3. I superimposed the portraits like the successive leaves of a book, so that the features of each portrait lay as exactly as the case admitted, in front of those of the one behind it, eye in front of eye and mouth in front of mouth. This I did by holding them successively to the light and adjusting them, then by fastening each to the preceding one by a strip of gummed paper along one of the edges. Thus I obtained a book, each page of which contained a separate portrait, and all the portraits lay exactly in front of one another. 4. Fasten the book against the wall in such a way that I could turn over the pages in succession, leaving in turn each portrait flat and fully exposed. 5. I focused my camera on the book, fixed it firmly, and put a sensitive plate inside it. 6. I began photographing, taking one page after the other in succession without moving the camera, but putting on the cap whilst I was turning over the pages so that an image of each of the portraits in succession was thrown on the same part of the censored plate. Only a fraction of the exposure required to make a good picture was allowed to each portrait. Suppose their period was 20 seconds, and that there were 10 portraits. Then exposure of 2 seconds would be allowed for each portrait, making 20 seconds in all. This is the principle of the process. The details of that which I now use are different and complex. They are fully explained in the appendix for the use of those who may care to know about them. The effect of composite portraiture is to bring into evidence all the traits in which there is agreement, and to leave but a ghost of a trace of individual peculiarities. There are so many traits in common in all faces that the composite picture, when made from many components, is far from being a blur. It has altogether the look of an ideal composition. It may be worth mentioning that when I take any small bundle of portraits, selected by hazard, I have generally found it easy to sort them into 5 groups, 4 of which have enough resemblance among them to make as many fairly clear composites, while the 5th consists of faces that are too incongruous to be grouped in a single class. In dealing with portraits of brothers and sisters, I can generally throw most of them into a single group with success. In the small collection of composites given in the plate facing page 8, I have purposely selected many of them that I have previously published, and whose originals, on a larger scale, I have at various times exhibited together with their components in order to put the genuineness of the results beyond doubt. Those who see them for the first time can hardly believe that one dominant face has overpowered the rest, and that they are composites only in name. When, however, the details are examined, this objection disappears. It is true that with careless photography one face may be allowed to dominate, but with the care that ought to be taken, and with the pleasures described in the appendix, that does not occur. I have often been amused when showing composites and their components to friends to hear a strong expression of opinion that the predominance of one face was evidence, and then on asking which face it was to discover that they disagreed. I have even known a composite in which one portrait seemed unduly to prevail, to be remade without the component in question, and the results to be much the same as before, showing that the reason of the resemblance was that the rejected portrait had a close approximation to the ideal average picture of the rest. These small composites give a better notion of the utmost capacity of the process than the larger ones from which they are reduced. In the latter, the ghosts of individual peculiarities are more visible, and usually the equal traces left by every member of a moderately sized group can be made out by careful inspection, but it is hardly possible to do this in the pictures in the plate, except in a good light and in a very few of the cases. On the other hand, the larger pictures do not contain more detail of value than the smaller ones. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Description of the Composites. The medallion of Alexander the Great was made by combining the images of 6 different metals, with the view of obtaining the type of features that the makers of those metals concurred in desiring to ascribe to him. The originals were kindly selected for me by Mr. R. Stuart Poole from the collection in the British Museum. This composite was one of the first I ever made, and is printed together with its 6 components in the Journal of the Royal Institution in illustration of a lecture I gave there in April 1879. It seems to me that it is possible on this principle to obtain a truer likeness of a man than in any other way. Every artist makes mistakes, but by combining the conscientious work of many artists, their separate mistakes disappear, and what is common to all their works remains. So as regards different photographs of the same person, whose accidental momentary expressions are got rid of, which an ordinary photograph made by a brief exposure cannot help recording. On the other hand, any happy sudden trait of expression is lost. The composite gives the features in repose. The next pair of composites, full face and profile on a plate, has not been published before. The interest of the pair lies chiefly in their having been made from only 2 components, and they show how curiously even 2 faces that have a moderate family likeness will blend into a single one. That neither of these predominated in the present case will be learned from the following letter by the father of the ladies, who is himself a photographer. I am exceedingly obliged for the very curious and interesting composite portraits of my 2 children. Knowing the faces so well, it caused me quite a surprise when I opened your letter. I put one of the full faces on the table for the mother to pick up casually. She said, "When did you do this portrait of A? How like she's to B, or is it B? I never thought they were so like before." It has puzzled several people to say whether the profile was intended for A or B. Then I tried one of them on a friend who has not seen the girls for years. He said, "Well, it is one of the family for certain, but I don't know which." A table is displayed on the previous page, titled Specimens of Composite Portraiture, divided into 3 sections: the personal and family, health, disease, criminality, consumption, and other maladies. I have made several other family portraits, which to my eye seem great successes, but must candidly own that the persons whose portraits are blended together seldom seem to care much for the result, except as a curiosity. We are all inclined to assert our individuality, and to stand on our own basis, and to object to being mixed up indiscriminately with others. The same feeling finds expressions when the resident in a suburban street insists on calling his house a villa with some fantastic name, and refuses so long as he can to call it simply number so and so in the street. The last picture in the upper row shows the easy way in which young and old, male and female, combine to form an effective picture. The components consist in this case of the father and mother, 2 sons and 2 daughters. I exhibited the original of this, together with the portraits from which it was taken, at the Lone Photographic Exhibition at the Society of Arts in February 1882. I also sent copies of the original of this same composite to several amateur photographers with a circular letter asking them to get from me family groups for the purpose of experiments, and to see how far the process was suitable for family portraiture. The middle row of portraits illustrates health, disease, and criminality. For health, I have obtained the portraits of 12 officers of the Royal Engineers, with about an equal number of privates, which were taken for me by Lieutenant Darwin, R.E. The individuals from whom this composite was made, which has not come out as clearly as I should have liked, differed considerably in feature, and they came from various parts of England. The points they had in common were the bodily and mental qualifications required for admission into select corps, and their generally British descent. The result is a composite having an expression of considerable vigour, resolution, intelligence, and frankness. I have exhibited both this and others that were made respectively from the officers, from the whole collection of privates, 36 in number, and from that selected portion of them that is utilised in the present instance. This face and the qualities it connotes probably gives a clue to the direction in which the stock of the English race might most easily be improved. It is the essential notion of a race that there should be some ideal typical form from which the individuals may deviate in all directions, but about which they chiefly cluster, and towards which their descendants will continue to cluster. The easiest direction in which a race can be improved is towards that central type, because nothing new has to be sought out. It is only necessary to encourage, as far as practical, the breed of those who conform most nearly to the central type, and to restrain as far as may be the breed of those who deviate widely from it. Now there can hardly be a more appropriate method of discovering the central physiognomical type of any race or group than that of composite portraiture. As a contrast to the composite of the Royal Engineers, I give those of 2 of the coarse and low types of face found among the criminal cases. The photographs on which they were made are taken from 2 large groups. One of those of men undergoing severe sentences for murder and other crimes connected with violence, the other of thieves. They were reprints from those taken by order of the prison authorities for purposes of identification. I was allowed to obtain copies for use in my inquiries by the kind permission of Sir Edmund Duquesne, H.M. Director of Prisons. The originals of these and their components have frequently been exhibited. It is unhappily a fact that fairly distinct types of criminals breeding true to their kind have been established, and are one of the saddest disfigurements of modern civilization. To this subject I shall recur. I have made numerous composites of various groups of convicts, which are interesting, negatively rather than positively. They produce faces of a mean description, with no villainy written on them. The individual faces are villainous enough, but they are villainous in different ways, and when they are combined, the individual peculiarities disappear, and the common humanity of a low type is all that is left. The remaining portraits are illustrations of the application of the process to the study of the physiognomy of disease. They were published a year ago, with many others, together with several of the portraits from which they were derived. in a joint memoir by Dr. Mahood and myself in volume 25 of the Guy's Hospital Reports. The originals and all the components have been exhibited on several occasions. In the lower division of the plate will be found 3 composites, each made from a large number of faces, unselected except on the ground of the disease under which they were suffering. When only few portraits are used, there must be some moderate resemblance between them, or the result will be blurred. But here, dealing with as many as 56, 150 cases respectively, the combination of any medley group results in an ideal expression. It will be observed that the composite of 56 female faces is made by the blending of 2 other composites, both of which are given. The history was this. I took the 56 portraits and sorted them into 2 groups. In the first of these were 20 portraits that showed a tendency to thin features. In the other group there were 36 that showed a tendency to thickened features. I made the composites of each of them as shown in the plate. Now it will be remarked that notwithstanding the attempt to make 2 contrasting groups, the number of mediocre cases was so great that the composites of the 2 groups are much alike. If I had divided 56 into 2 haphazard groups, the results would have been closely alike, as I know from abundant experience of the kind. The co-composite of the 2 will be observed to have an intermediate expression. The test and measure of statistical truth lies in the degree of accordance between results obtained from different batches of instances of the same generic class. It will be gathered from these instances that composite portraiture may attain statistical constancy, within limits not easily distinguished by the eye, after some 30 haphazard portraits of the same class have been combined. This at least has been my experience thus far. The 2 faces illustrative of the same type of tubercular disease are very striking. The uppermost is photographically interesting as a case of predominance of one peculiarity, happily of no harm to the effect of the ideal wan face. It is that one of the patients had a sharply checked black and white scarf, whose pattern has asserted itself unduly in the composite. In such cases I ought to throw the 2 clearly defined picture a little out of focus. The way in which the varying brightness of different pictures is reduced to a uniform standard of illumination is described in the appendix. It must be clearly understood that these portraits do not profess to give the whole story of the physiognomy of phthisis. I have not room to give illustrations of other types, namely that with coarse and blunted features, or the strumous one, nor any of the intermediates. These have been discussed chiefly by Dr. Mahound in the memoir alluded to above. In the large experience I have had of sorting photographs, literally by the 1,000, while making experiments with composites, I have been struck by certain general impressions. The consumptive patients consisted of many hundred cases, including a considerable proportion of very ignoble specimens of humanity. Some were scrofulous and misshapen, or suffered from various loathsome forms of inherited disease. Most were ill-nourished. Nevertheless, in studying their portraits, the pathetic interest prevailed, and I returned day after day to my tedious work of classification with a liking for my materials. It was quite otherwise with the criminals. I did not adequately appreciate the degradation of their expressions for some time. At last the sense of it took firm hold of me, and I cannot now handle the portraits without overcoming by an effort to the aversion they suggest. I am sure that the method of composite portraiture opens a fertile field of research to ethnologists, but I find it very difficult to do much single-handed on account of the difficulty of obtaining the necessary materials. As a rule, the individuals must be specially photographed. The portraits made by artists are taken in every conceivable aspect and variety of light and shade, but for the purpose in question, the aspect and the shade must be the same throughout. Group portraits would do the work from, were it not for the strong out-of-door light under which they are necessarily taken, which gives an unwonted effect to the expression of the faces. Their scale also is too small to give a sufficiently clear picture when enlarged. I may say that the scale of the portraits need to be uniform, as my apparatus enlarges or reduces as required, at the same time that it superposes the images, but the portraits of the heads should never be less than twice the size of that of the Queen on a halfpenny piece. I heartily wish that amateur photographers would seriously take up the subject of composite portraiture as applied to different subtypes of the varying races of men. I have already given more time to perfecting the process and experimenting with it than I can well spare. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Bodily Qualities. The differences in the bodily qualities that are the usual subjects of anthropometry are easily dealt with and are becoming widely registered in many countries. We are unfortunately destitute of trustworthy measurements of Englishmen of past generations to enable us to compare class with class, and to learn how far the several sections of the English nation may be improving or deteriorating. We shall, however, hand useful information concerning our own times to our successors, thanks principally to the exertions of the Anthropometric Committee established 5 years ago by the British Association, who have collected and partially classified and published a large amount of facts, besides having induced several institutions, such as Marlborough College, to undertake a regular system of anthropometric record. I am not, however, concerned here with the labours of this committee, nor with the separate valuable publications of some of its members, otherwise than in one small particular which appears to show that the English population as a whole, or perhaps I should say the urban portion of it, is in some sense deteriorating. It is that the average stature of the older persons measured by or for the committee have not been found to decrease steadily with their age, but sometimes in reverse. This contradicts observations made on the heights of the same men at different periods, whose stature after middle age is invariably reduced by the shrinking of the cartilages. The explanation offered was that the statistical increase of stature with age should be ascribed to the survival of the more stalwart. On reconsideration, I am inclined to doubt the adequacy of the explanation, and partially to account for the fact by a steady, slight deterioration of stature in successive years in the urban population owing to the conditions of their lives, and in the rural population owing to continual draining away of the more stalwart of them to the towns. It cannot be doubted that town life is harmful to the town population. I have myself investigated its effect on fertility, see Appendix B, and found that taking on the one hand a number of rural parishes, and on the other hand the inhabitants of a medium town, the former reared nearly twice as many adult grandchildren as the latter. The vital functions are so closely related that an inferiority in the production of healthy children very probably implies a loss of vigour generally, one sign of which is a diminution of stature. Though the bulk of the population may deteriorate, there are many signs that the better housed and fed portion of it improves. In the earlier years of this century, the so-called manly sports of boxing and other feats of strength ranked high among the national amusements. A man who was successful in these became the hero of a large and demonstrative circle of admirers, and it is to be presumed that the best boxer, the best pedestrian, and so forth, was the best adapted to succeed through his natural physical gifts. If he was not the most gifted man in those respects in the whole kingdom, he was certainly one of the most gifted of them. It therefore does no injustice to the men of that generation to compare the feats of their foremost athletes with those of ours who occupy themselves in the same way. The comparison would probably err in their favour, because the interest in the particular feats in which our grandfathers and great-grandfathers delighted are not these that chiefly interest the present generation, and notwithstanding our increased population, there are fewer men now who attempt them. In the beginning of this century, there were many famous walking matches, and incomparably the best walker was Captain Barclay of Uri. His paramount feat, which was once very familiar to the elderly men of the present time, was that of walking 1,000 miles in 1,000 hours, but of late years that feat has been frequently equalled and overpassed. I am willing to allow much influence to the modern conditions of walking under shelter and subject to improved methods of training. Captain Barclay himself originated the first method, which has been greatly improved since his time. Still, the fact remains that in executing this particular feat, the athletes of the present day are more successful than those who lived some 80 years ago. I may be permitted to give an example bearing on the increased stature of the better housed and fed portion of the nation, in a recollection of my own as to the difference in height between myself and my fellow collegians at Trinity College, Cambridge, in 1840-4. My height is 5 feet 91 inches, and I recollect perfectly that among the crowd of undergraduates I stood somewhat taller than the majority. I generally looked a little downward when I met their eyes. In later years, whenever I have visited Cambridge, I have lingered in the antechapel and repeated the comparison. Now I find myself decidedly shorter than the average of the students. I have precisely the same kind of recollection, and the same present experience of the height of crowds of well-dressed persons. I used always to get a fair view of what was going on over or between their heads. I rarely can do so now. The athletic achievements at school and college are much superior to what they used to be. Part is no doubt due to the skillful methods of execution, but not all. I cannot doubt that the more wholesome and abundant food, the moderation in drink, the better cooking, the warmer wearing apparel, the airier sleeping rooms, the greater cleanliness, the more complete change in holidays, and the healthier lives led by the women in their girlhood who become mothers afterwards, have a great influence for good on the favoured portion of our race. The proportion of weakly and misshapen individuals is not to be estimated by those whom we meet in the streets. The worst cases are out of sight. We should parade before our mind's eye the inmates of the lunatic, idiot and pauper asylums, the prisoners, the patients in hospitals, the sufferers at home, the crippled and the congenitally blind, and a large class of more or less wealthy persons who flee to the sunnier coasts of England or expatriate themselves for the chance of life. There can hardly be a sadder sight than the crowd of delicate English men and women with narrow chests and weak chins, scrofulous and otherwise gravely affected, who are to be found in some of these places. Even this does not tell the whole of the story. If there were a conscription in England, we should find, as in other countries, that a large fraction of the men who earn their living by sedentary occupations are unfit for military service. Our human civilized stock is far more weakly through congenital imperfection than that of any other species of animals, whether wild or domestic. It is, however, by no means the most shapely or our biggest personages who endure hardship the best. Some very shabby-looking men have extraordinary stamina. Sickly-looking and puny residents in towns may have a more suitable constitution for the special conditions of their lives, and may, in some sense, be better knit to do more work and live longer than much older men imported to the same locality from elsewhere. A wheel and barrel system to have the flimsiest possible constitutions. They consist of numerous separate pieces all oddly shaped, which, when lying in a heap, look hopelessly unfitted for union, but put them properly together, compress them with a tire in one case and with hoops in the other, and a remarkably enduring organization will result. A wheel with a ton on the top of it in the wagons of South Africa will jolt for thousands of miles over stony, roadless country without suffering harm. A keg of water may be strapped on the back of a pack ox or a mule, and be kicked off and trampled on, and be otherwise misused for years without giving way. I do not propose to enter further into the anthropometric differences of race, for the subject is a very large one, and this book does not profess to go into detail. Its intention is to touch on various topics more or less connected with that of the cultivation of race, or as we might call it, with eugenic questions, and to present the results of several of my own separate investigations. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Energy. Energy is a capacity for labor. It is consistent with all the robust virtues and makes a large practice of them possible. It is a measure of fullness of life. The more energy, the more abundance of it. No energy at all is death. Idiots are feeble and listless. In the inquiries I made on the antecedents of men of science, no points came out more strongly than that the leaders of scientific thought were generally gifted with remarkable energy, and that they had inherited the gift of it from their parents and grandparents. I have since found the same to be the case in other careers. Energy is an attribute of the higher races, being favoured beyond all other qualities by natural selection. We are goaded into activity by the conditions and struggles of life. They afford stimuli that oppress and worry the weakly, who complain and bewail, and it may be succumb to them, but which the energetic man welcomes the good-humoured shrug, and is the better for it in the end. The stimuli may be of any description. The only important matter is that all the faculties should be kept working to prevent their perishing by disuse. If the faculties are few, very simple stimuli will suffice. Even that of fleas will go a long way. A dog is continually scratching himself, and a bird pluming himself, whenever they are not occupied with food, hunting, fighting, or love. In those blank times there is very little for them to attend to besides their varied cutaneous irritations. It is a matter of observation that well-washed and combed domestic pets grow dull. They miss the stimulus of fleas. If animals did not prosper through the agency of their insect plagues, it seems probable that their races would long since have been so modified that their bodies should have ceased to afford a pasture ground for parasites. It does not seem to follow that because men are capable of doing hard work, they like it. Some indeed fidget and fret if they cannot otherwise work off their superfluous steam, but on the other hand there are many big lazy fellows who will not get up their steam to full pressure except under compulsion. Again, the character of the stimulus that induces hard work differs greatly in different persons. There may be wealth, ambition, or other objects of passion. The solitary hard workers, under no encouragement or compulsion except their sense of duty to their generation, are unfortunately still rare among us. It may be objected that if the race were too healthy and energetic, there would be insufficient call for the exercise of the pitying and self-denying virtues, and the character of men would grow harder in consequence. But it does not seem reasonable to preserve sickly breeds for the sole purpose of tending them, as the breed of foxes is preserved solely for sport and its attendant advantages. There is little fear that misery will ever cease from the land, or that the compassionate will fail to find objects for their compassion. But at present the supply vastly exceeds demand. The land is overstocked and overburdened with the listless and the incapable. In any scheme of eugenics, energy is the most important quality to favour. It is, as we have seen, the basis of living action, and it is eminently transmissible by descent. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Sensitivity. The only information that reaches us concerning outward events appears to pass through the avenue of our senses, and the more perceptive the senses are of difference, the larger is the field upon which our judgment and intelligence can act. Sensation mounts through a series of grades of just perceptible differences. It starts from the zero of consciousness, and it becomes more intense as the stimulus increases, though at a slower rate, up to the point when the stimulus is so strong as to begin to damage the nerve apparatus. It then yields place to pain, which is another form of sensation, and which continues until the nerve apparatus is destroyed. Two persons may be equally able just to hear the same faint sound, and they may equally begin to be pained by the same loud sound, and yet they may differ as to the number of intermediate grades of sensation. The grades will be less numerous as the organization is of a lower order, and the keenest sensation possible to it will in consequence be less intense. An artist who is incapable of discriminating more differences of tint than another man is not necessarily more capable of seeing clearly in twilight, or more or less intolerant of sunshine. A musician is not necessarily able to hear very faint sounds, nor to be more startled by loud sounds than others are. A mechanic who works hard with heavy tools and has rough and grimy thumbs, insensible to very slight pressures, may yet have a singularly discriminating power of touch in respect to the pressures that he can feel. The discriminative faculty of idiots is curiously low. They hardly distinguish between heat and cold, and their sense of pain is so obtuse that some of the more idiotic seem hardly to know what it is. In their dull lives, such pain as can be excited in them may literally be acceptable with a welcome surprise. During a visit to Earlswood Asylum, I saw two boys whose toenails had grown into the flesh and had been excised by the surgeon. This is a horrible torture to ordinary persons, but the idiot lads were said to have shown no distress during the operation. It was not necessary to hold them, and they looked rather interested at what was being done. I also saw a boy with the scar of a severe wound on his wrist, the story being that he had first burned himself slightly by accident, and, liking the keenness of the new sensation, he took the next opportunity of repeating the exercise, but idiot-like, he overdid it. The trials I have as yet made on the sensitivity of different persons confirms the reasonable expectation that it would on the whole be highest among the intellectually ablest. At first, owing to my confusion, the quality of which I am speaking, with that of nervous irritability, I fancied that women of delicate nerves who are distressed by noise, sunshine, etc., would have acute powers of discrimination, but this I found not to be the case. In morbidly sensitive persons, both pain and sensation are induced by lower stimuli than in the healthy, but the number of just perceptible grades of sensation between them is not necessarily different. I found as a rule that men have more delicate powers of discrimination than women, and the business experience of life seems to confirm this view. The tuners of pianofortes are men, and so I understand are the tasters of tea and wine, the sorters of wool and the like. These latter occupations are well salaried, because it is of the first moment to the merchant that he should be rightly advised on the real value of what he is about to purchase or to sell. If the sensitivity of women were superior to that of men, the self-interest of merchants would lead to their being always employed, but as the reverse is the case, the opposite supposition is likely to be the true one. Ladies rarely distinguish the merits of wine at the dinner table, and though custom allows them to preside at the breakfast table, men think them on the whole to be far from successful makers of tea and coffee. Blind persons are reputed to have acquired in compensation for the loss of their eyesight an increased acuteness in their other senses. I was therefore curious to make some trials with my test apparatus, which I will describe in the next chapter. I was permitted to do so on a number of boys at a large educational blind asylum, but found that, although they were anxious to do their best, their performances were by no means superior to those of other boys. It so happened that the blind lads who showed the most delicacy of touch and won the little prizes I offered to excite emulation barely reached the mediocrity of the various sighted lads of the same age whom I had previously tested. I have made not a few observations and inquiries, and find that the guidance of the blind depends mainly on the multitude of collateral indications to which they give much heed, and not to their superior sensitivity to any one of them. Those who see do not care for so many of these collateral indications, and habitually overlook and neglect several of them. I am convinced, also, that a little of the popular belief concerning the sensitivity of the blind is due to exaggerated claims on their part that have not been verified. 2 instances of this have fallen within my own experience, in both of which the blind persons claimed to have the power of judging by the echo of their voice and by certain other feelings. The one when they were approaching objects, even though the feelings were so small as a handrail, and the other to tell how far the door of the room in which he was standing was open. I used all the persuasion I could to induce each of these persons to allow me to put their assertions to the test, but it was of no use. The one made excuses, the other positively refused. They had probably the same tendency that others would have who happened to be defective in any faculty that their comrades possessed, to fight bravely against their disadvantage, and at the same time to be betrayed into some over-vaunting of their capacities in other directions. They would be a little conscious of this, and would therefore shirk from being tested. The power of reading by touch is not so very wonderful. A former Lord Chancellor of England, the late Lord Hatherley, when he was advanced in years, lost his eyesight for some time owing to a cataract, which was not ripe to be operated on. He assured me that he had then learned and practiced reading by touch very rapidly. This fact may perhaps also serve as additional evidence of the sensitivity of able men. Notwithstanding many travellers' tales, I have thus far been unsuccessful in obtaining satisfactory evidence of any general large superiority of the senses of savages over those of civilized men. My own experience, so far as it goes, of Hottentots, Damaras, and some other wild races, went to show that their sense discrimination was not superior to those of white men, even as regards keenness of eyesight. An off-hand observer is apt to err by assigning to a single cause what is partially due to others as well. Thus, as regards eyesight, a savage who is accustomed to watch oxen grazing at a distance becomes so familiar with their appearance and habits that he can identify particular animals and draw conclusions as to what they are doing with an accuracy that may seem to strangers to be wholly dependent on exceptional acuteness of vision. A sailor has the reputation of keen sight because he sees a distant coast when a landsman cannot make it out. The fact being that a landsman usually expects a different appearance to what he is really to look for, such as a very minute and sharp outline instead of a large, faint blur. In a short time, a landsman becomes quite as quick as a sailor, and in some test experiments he was found on the average to be distinctly the superior. It is not surprising that this should be so, as sailors in vessels of moderate size have hardly ever the practice of focusing their eyes sharply upon objects farther off than the length of the vessel or the top of the mast, say at a distance of 50 paces. The horizon itself, as seen from the deck, and under the most favourable circumstances, is barely 4 miles off, and there is no sharpness of outline in the intervening waves. Besides this, the life of a sailor is very unhealthy, as shown by his growing old prematurely, and his eyes must be much tried by foul weather and salt spray. We inherit our language from barbarous ancestors, and it shows traces of its origin in the imperfect ways by which grades of difference admit of being expressed. Suppose a pedestrian is asked whether the knapsack on his back feels heavy. He cannot find a reply in 2 words that cover more varieties than 1. Very heavy, 2. Rather heavy, 3. Moderate, 4. Rather light, 5. Very light. I once took considerable pains in the attempt to draw up verbal scales of more than 5 orders of magnitude, using those expressions, only that every cultivated person would understand in the same sense, but I did not succeed. A series that satisfied one person was not interpreted in the same sense by another. The general intention of this chapter has been to show that a delicate power of sense discrimination is an attribute of our high race, and that has not the drawback of being necessarily associated with nervous irritability. End of chapter 8 and end of section 1. Section 2 of Inquiry into Human Faculty and Its Development by Francis Galton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 9. Sequence of Test Weights. Chapter 9. Sequence of Test Weights. I will now describe an apparatus I have constructed to test the delicacy with which weights may be discriminated by handling them. I do so because the principle on which it is based may be adopted in apparatus for testing other senses, and its description and the conditions of its use will illustrate the desiderata and difficulties of such investigations. A series of test weights is a simple enough idea. The difficulty lies in determining the particular sequence of weights that should be employed. Mine form a geometric series, for the reason that when stimuli of all kinds increase by geometric grades, the sensations they give to will increase by arithmetic grades, so long as the stimulus is neither so weak as to be barely felt, nor is so strong as to excite fatigue. My apparatus, which is explained more fully in the appendix, consists of a number of common gun cartridge cases, filled with alternate layers of shot, wool, and wadding, and then closed in the usual way. They are all identical in appearance, and may be said to differ only in their specific gravities. They are marked in numerical sequence, which the register numbers 1, 2, 3, etc., but their weights are proportioned to the numbers of which 1, 2, 3, etc. are the logarithms, and consequently run in a geometric series. Hence the numbers of the weights form a scale of equal degrees of sensitivity. If a person can just distinguish between the weights numbered 1 and 3, he can also just distinguish between 2, 4, 3, and 5, and any other part of weights of which the register number of the one exceeds that of the other by 2. Again, his coarseness of discrimination is exactly double of that of another person who can just distinguish pairs of weights differently only by 1, such as 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 3 and 4, and so on. The testing is performed by handling pairs of weights to the operatee until his power of discrimination is approximately made out, and then to proceed more carefully. It is best now, for reasons stated in the appendix, to hand to the operatee sequences of 3 weights at a time after shuffling them. These he has to arrange in their proper order with his eyes shut, and by the sense of their weight alone. The operator finally records the scale interval that the operatee can just appreciate as being the true measure of the coarseness, or the inverse measure of the delicacy of the sensitivity of the operatee. It is somewhat tedious to test many persons in succession, but any one can test his own powers at odd and end times with ease and nicety, if he happens to have ready access to suitable apparatus. The use of tests, which objectively speaking run in a geometric series and subjectively in an arithmetic one, may be applied to touch, by the use of wire work of various degrees of fineness, to taste, by stock bottles of solutions of salt, etc., of various strengths, to smell by bottles of attar of rose, etc., in various degrees of dilution. The tests show the sensitivity at the time they are made and give an approximate measure of the discrimination with which the operatee habitually employs his senses. It does not measure his capacity for discrimination because the discriminative faculty admits of much education, and the test results always show increased delicacy after a little practice. However, the requirements of everyday life educate all our faculties in some degree. I have not found the performance with test weights to improve much after a little familiarity with their use. The weights have, as it were, to be played with at first, then they must be tried carefully on 3 or 4 separate occasions. I did not at first find it at all an easy matter to make test weights so alike as to differ in no other appreciable respect than in their specific gravity. And if they differ and become known apart, the knowledge so acquired will vitiate further judgments in various indirect ways. Similarly, in outward shape and touch was ensured by the use of mechanically made cartridge cases. Dissimilarly, though an external strain was rendered of no hindrance to the experiment by making the operatee handle them in a bag or with his eyes shut. Two bodies may, however, be alike in weight and outward appearance, and yet behave differently when otherwise mechanically tested, and consequently when they are handled. For example, take two eggs, one raw and the other hard-boiled, and spin them on the table. Press the fingers for a moment upon each of them whilst it is still spinning. If it to be the hard-boiled egg, it will stop as dead as if it were stone. If it be the raw egg, after a little apparent hesitation, it will begin again to rotate. The motion of its shell has alone been stopped. The internal part was still rotating, and this compelled the shell to follow it. Owing to this cause, when we handle the two eggs, the one feels quick and the other does not. Similarly, when the cartridges, when one is rather more loosely packed than the others, the difference is perceiving on handling them, or it may have one end heavier and the other, or else its weight may not be equally distributed round its axis, causing it to rest on the table with the same part always lowermost. Differences due to these causes are also easily perceived when handling the cartridges. Again, one of two similar cartridges may balance perfectly in all directions, but the weight of one of them may be disposed too much towards the ends, as in a dumbbell, or gathered too much towards the center. The period of oscillation will differ widely in the two cases, as may be shown by suspending the cartridges by strands around the middle so as they shall hang horizontally, and then by a slight tap making them spin to and fro around the string as an axis. The touch is very keen in distinguishing all these peculiarities. I have mentioned them and might have added more to show that experiments on sensitivity have to be made in the midst of pitfalls warily to be avoided. Our apparently simplest perceptions are very complex. We hardly ever act on the information given by only one element of one sense, and our sensitivity in any desired direction cannot be rightly determined except by carefully devised apparatus judiciously used. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Whistles for audibility of shrill notes. I contrived a small whistle for conveniently asserting the upper limits of audible sound in different persons, which Dr. Wollaston had shown to vary considerably. He used small pipes, and found much difficulty in making them. I made a very small whistle from a brass tube whose internal diameter was less than 1/10 of an inch in diameter. A plug was fitted into the lower end of the tube, which could be pulled out or pushed in as much as desired, thereby causing the length of the bore of the whistle to be varied at will. When the bore is long, the note is low. When short, it is high. The plug was graduated, so that the precise note produced by the whistle could be determined by reading off the graduations and referring to a table. See Appendix. On testing different persons, I found there was a remarkable falling off in the power of hearing high notes as age advanced. The persons themselves were quite unconscious of their deficiency, so long as their sense of hearing low notes remained unimpaired. It is an only too amusing experiment to test a party of persons of various ages, including some rather elderly and self-satisfied personages. They are indignant at being thought deficient in the power of hearing, yet the experiment quickly shows that they are absolutely deaf to shrill notes, which the younger persons hear acutely, and they commonly betray much dislike to their discovery. Every one has a limit, and the limit at which sounds become too shrill to be audible to any particular person can be rapidly determined by this little instrument. Lord Rayleigh and others have found that sensitive flames are powerfully affected by the vibrations of whistles that are too rapid to be audible to ordinary ears. I have tried experiments with all kinds of animals on the powers of hearing shrill notes. I have gone through the whole of the zoological gardens, using an apparatus arranged for the purpose. It consists of one of my little whistles at the end of a walking stick. That is, in reality, a long tube. It has a bit of India rubber pipe under the handle, a sudden squeeze upon which forces a little air into the whistle and causes it to sound. I hold it as near as is safe to the ears of the animals, and when they are quite accustomed to its presence and heedless of it, I make it sound. Then if they prick their ears, it shows that they hear the whistle. If they do not, it is probably inaudible to them. Still, it is possible that in some cases they hear but do not heed the sound. Of all creatures, I have found none superior to cats in the power of hearing shrill sounds. It is perfectly remarkable what a faculty they have in this way. Cats, of course, have to deal in the dark with mice, and to find them out by their squealing. Many people cannot hear the shrill squeal of a mouse. Some time ago, singing mice were exhibited in London, and of the people who went to hear them, some could hear nothing, whilst others could hear a little, and others again could hear much. Cats are differentiated by natural selection until they have a power of hearing all the high notes made by mice and other little creatures that they have to catch. A cat that is at a very considerable distance can be made to turn its ear round by sounding a note that is too shrill to be audible by almost any human ear. Small dogs also hear very shrill notes, but large ones do not. I have walked through the streets of a town with instruments like that which are used in the zoological gardens, and made nearly all the little dogs turn round, but not the large ones. At Bern, where there appear to be more large dogs lying idly about in the streets than in any other town in Europe, I have tried to whistle for hours together. On a great many large dogs I could not find one that heard it. Ponies are sometimes able to hear very high notes. I once frightened a pony with one of these whistles in the middle of a large field. My attempts on insect hearing have been failures. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Anthropometric Registers. When shall we have anthropometric laboratories where a man may, when he pleases, get himself and his children weighed, measured, and rightly photographed, and have their bodily faculties tested by the best methods known to modern science? The records of growth of numerous persons from childhood to age are required before it can be possible to rightly appraise the effect of external conditions upon development, and records of this kind are at present non-existent. The various measurements should be accompanied by photographic studies of the features in full face and in profile and on the same scale for convenience of comparison. We are all lazy in recording facts bearing on ourselves, but parents are glad enough to do so in respect to their children, and they would probably be inclined to avail themselves of a laboratory where all that is required could be done easily and at small cost. These domestic records would hereafter become of considerable biographical interest. Every one of us in his mature age would be glad of a series of pictures of himself from childhood onwards, accompanied by physical records, and arranged consecutively with notes of current events by their sides. Much more would he be glad of similar collections referring to his father, mother, grandparents, and other near relatives. It would be peculiarly grateful to the young to possess likenesses of their parents, as those whom they look upon as heroes, taken when they were of the same age as themselves. Boys are too apt to think of their parents as having always been elderly men, because they have insufficient data to construct imaginary pictures of them as they were in their youth. The cost of taking photographs in batches is so small, and the time occupied is so brief, when the necessary preparations have been made and the sitters are ready at hand, that a practice of methodically photographing schoolboys and members of other large institutions might easily be established. I, for one, should dearly prize the opportunity of visiting the places where I have been educated, and of turning over pages showing myself and my companions as we were in those days. But no such records exist. The institutions last and flourish. The individuals who pass through them are dispersed and leave few or no memorials behind. It seems a cruel waste of opportunity not to make and keep these brief personal records in a methodical manner. The fading of ordinary photographic prints is no real objection to keeping a register, because they can now be reproduced at small charge in permanent printer's ink, by the autotype and other processes. I have seen with admiration, and have had an opportunity of availing myself of the newly established library of well-ordered folios at the Admiralty, each containing 1,000 pages, and each page containing a brief summary of references to the life of a particular seaman. There are already 80,000 pages, and owing to the excellent organization of the office, it is a matter of perfect ease to follow out any one of these references, and to learn every detail of the service of any seaman. A brief register of measurements and events in the histories of a large number of persons, previous to their entering any institution and during their residence in it, need not therefore be a difficult matter to those who may take it in hand seriously and methodically. The recommendation I would venture to make to my readers is to obtain photographs and ordinary measurements periodically of themselves and their children, making it a family custom to do so, because, unless driven by some custom, the act will be postponed until the opportunity is lost. Let those periodical photographs be full and side views of the face on an adequate scale, adding any others that may be wished, but not omitting these. As the portraits accumulate, have collections of them autotyped, keep the prints methodically in a family register, writing by their side careful chronicles of illness, and all such events as used to find a place on the fly-leaf of the Bible of former generations, and inserting other interesting personal facts and whatever anthropometric data can be collected. Those who care to initiate and carry on a family chronicle illustrated by abundant photographic portraiture will produce a work that they and their children and their descendants in more remote generations will assuredly be grateful for. The family tie has a real as well as a traditional significance. The world is beginning to awaken to the fact that the life of the individual is in some real sense a prolongation of those of his ancestry. His vigor, his character, and his diseases are principally derived from theirs. Sometimes his faculties are blends of ancestral qualities, but more frequently they are mosaics, patches of resemblance of one or other of them showing now here and now there. The life histories of our relatives are prophetic of our own futures. They are far more instructive to us than those of strangers, far more fitted to encourage and to forewarn us. If there be such a thing as a natural birthright, I can conceive of none superior to the right of the child to be informed, at first by proxy through his guardians, and afterwards personally, of the life history, medical and other, of his ancestry. The child is thrust into existence without his having any voice at all in the matter, and the smallest amend and those who brought him here can make, is to furnish him with all the guidance they can, including the complete life histories of his near progenitors. The investigation of human eugenics, that is, of conditions under which men of a high type are produced, is at present extremely hampered by the want of full family histories, both medical and general, extending over 3 or 4 generations. There is no such difficulty in investigating animal eugenics, because the generations of horses, cattle, dogs, etc., are brief, and the breeder of any such stock lives long enough to acquire a large amount of experience from his own personal observation. A man, however, can rarely be familiar with more than 2 or 3 generations of his contemporaries before age has begun to check his powers. His working experience must therefore be chiefly based upon records. Believing, as I do, that human eugenics will become recognized before long as a study of the highest practical importance, it seems to me that no time ought to be lost in encouraging and directing a habit of compiling personal and family histories. If the necessary materials be brought into existence, it will require no more than zeal and persuasiveness on the part of the future investigator to collect as large a store of them as he may require. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Unconsciousness of Peculiarities. The importance of submitting our faculties to measurement lies in the curious unconsciousness in which we are apt to live of our personal peculiarities, and which our intimate friends often fail to remark. I have spoken of the ignorance of elderly persons by their deafness to high notes, but even the existence of such a peculiarity as colour blindness was not suspected until the memoir of Dalton in 1794. That one person out of 29 or thereabouts should be unable to distinguish a red from a green without knowing that he had any deficiency of colour sense, and without betraying his deficiency to his friends, seems perfectly incredible to the other 28, yet as a matter of fact he rarely does either the one or the other. It is hard to convince the colourblind of their own infirmity. I have seen curious instances of this. One was that of a person by no means unpractised in physical research, who had been himself tested in matching colours. He gave me his own version of the result, to the effect that, though he might perhaps have fallen a little short of perfection as judged by over-refined tests, his colour sense was for all practical purposes quite good. On the other hand, the operator assured me that when he had toned the intensities of a pure red and a pure green in a certain proportion, the person ceased to be able to distinguish between them. Colour blindness is often very difficult to detect, because the test hues and tints may be discriminated by other means than by the normal colour sense. Ordinary pigments are never pure, and the test colours may be distinguished by those of their adventitious hues to which the partially colour-blind man may be sensitive. We do not suspect ourselves to be yellow-blind by candlelight, because we enjoy pictures in the evening nearly or perhaps quite as much as in the daytime. Yet we may observe that a yellow primrose laid on a white tablecloth wholly loses its colour by candlelight, and becomes as white as a snowdrop. The inquiries I made on the hereditary transmission of capacity, I was often amused by the naive remark of men who would easily distance their competitors that they ascribed their success to their own exertions. They little recognized how much they owed to their natural gifts of exceptional capacity and energy on the one hand, and of exceptional love for their special work on the other. In future chapters I shall give accounts of persons who have unusual mental characteristics as regards imagery, visual numerals, colours connected with sounds, and special associations of ideas, being unconscious of their peculiarities, but I cannot anticipate these subjects here as they all require explanation. It will be seen in the end how greatly metaphysicians and psychologists may err, who assume their own mental operations, instincts, and axioms to be identical with those of the rest of mankind, instead of being special to themselves. The differences between men are profound, and we can only be saved from living in blind unconsciousness of our own mental peculiarities by the habit of informing ourselves as well as we can of those of others. Examples of the success with which this can be done will be found further in the book. I may take this opportunity of remarking on the well-known hereditary character of colour blindness in connection with the fact that it is nearly twice as prevalent among the Quakers as among the rest of the community, in proportions being as 5.9 to 3.5%. We might have expected an even larger ratio. Nearly every Quaker is descended on both sides solely from members of a group of men and women who segregated themselves from the rest of the world 5 or 6 generations ago. One of their strongest opinions being that the fine arts were worldly snares, and their most conspicuous practice being to dress in drabs. A born artist could never have consented to separate himself from his fellows on such grounds. He would have felt the profession of those opinions and their accompanying practices to be a treason to his aesthetic nature. Consequently, few of the original stock of Quakers are likely to have had the temperament that is associated with a love of colour, and it is, in consequence, most reasonable to believe that a larger proportion of colour-blind men would have been found among them than among the rest of the population. Again, Quakerism is a decreasing sect, weakened by yearly desertions and losses, especially in the act of marriage with a person who is not a member of the society is necessarily followed by exclusion from it. It is most probable that a large proportion of the deserters would be those who, through reversion by some bygone ancestor, had sufficient artistic taste to make a continuance of Quaker practices too irksome to be endured. Hence the existing members of the Society of Friends are a race who probably contained in the first instance an unduly large proportion of colour-blind men, and from whose descendants many of those who were not born colour-blind have year by year been drafted that way. Both causes must have combined with the already well-known tendency of colour-blindness to hereditary transmission to cause it to become a characteristic of their race. Dalton, who first discovered its existence as a personal peculiarity of his own, was a Quaker to his death. Young, the discoverer of the undulatory theory of light, and who wrote specially on colours, was a Quaker by birth, but he married outside the body and so ceased to belong to it. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Statistical Methods. The object of statistical science is to discover methods of condensing information concerning large groups of allied facts into brief and compendious expressions suitable for discussion. The possibility of doing this is based on the constancy and continuity with which objects of the same species are found to vary. That is to say, we always find, after sorting any large number of such objects in the order of 4, let us suppose, of their lengths, beginning with the shortest and ending with the tallest, and setting them side by side like a long row of park palings between the same limits, their upper outline will be identical. Moreover, it will run smoothly and not in irregular steps. The theoretical interpretation of the smoothness of outlines is that the individual differences in the objects are caused by different combinations of a large number of minute influences, and as the difference between any two adjacent objects in a long row must depend on the absence in one of them of some single influence, or of only a few such that were present in the other, the amount of difference will be insensible. Whenever we find on trial that the outline of a row is not a flowing curve, the presumption is that the objects are not all of the same species, but that part are affected by some large influence from which the others are free. Consequently, there is a confusion of curves. This presumption is never found to be belied. It is unfortunate for the peace of mind of the statistician that the influence by which the magnitudes, etc., of the objects are determined can seldom, if ever, be roundly classed into large and small without intermediates. He is tantalized by the hope of getting hold of subgroups of sufficient size that shall contain no individuals except those belonging strictly to the same species, and he is almost constantly baffled. In the end he is obliged to exercise his judgment as to the limit at which he should cease to subdivide. If he subdivides very frequently, the groups become too small to have statistical value. If less frequently, the groups will be less truly specific. A species may be defined as a group of objects whose individual differences are wholly due to different combinations of the same set of minute causes, no one of which is so powerful as to be able by itself to make any sensible difference in the result. A well-known mathematical consequence flows from this, which is also universally observed as a fact, namely, that in all species the number of individuals who differ from the average value to any given amount is much greater than the number who differ more than that amount, and up to the double of it. In short, if an assorted series be represented by the upright lines arranged side by side along a horizontal base at equal distances apart, and of lengths proportionate to the magnitude of equality in the corresponding objects, then the shape will always resemble that shown in Figure 1. The form of the bounding curve resembles that which is called in architectural language an ogive, from ogive in Old French word for a cup, the figure being not unlike the upper half of a cup lying sideways with its axis horizontal. In consequence of the multitude of mediocre values, we always find that on either side of the middlemost ordinate, CC, which is a median value and may be accepted as the average, there is a much less rapid change of height than elsewhere. If the figure were pulled out sideways to make it accord with such physical conceptions as that of a row of men standing side by side, the middle part of the curve would be apparently horizontal. Figure 1 and Figure 2 are displayed on the page. The mathematical conception of the curve is best expressed in Figure 2, where PQ represents any given deviation from the average value, and the ratio of PO to AB represents the relative probability of its occurrence. The equation to the curve and a discussion of its properties will be found in the Proceedings of the Royal Society, No. 198, 1879, by Dr. M. Alister. The title of the paper is The Law of the Geometric Mean, and it follows one by myself on the geometric mean in vital and social statistics. We can lay down the ogive of any quality, physical or mental, whenever we are capable of judging which of any two members of the group we are engaged upon has a larger amount of that quality. I have called this the method of statistics by intercomparison. There is no bodily or mental attribute in any race of individuals that can be so dealt with, whether our judgment in comparing them be guided by common sense observation or by actual measurement, which cannot be gripped and consolidated into an ogive with a smooth outline, and thenceforward be treated in discussion as a single object. It is easy to describe any given ogive which has been based upon measurements, so that it may be drawn from the description with approximate truth. Divide AB in a convenient number of fractional parts, and record the height of the ordinates at those parts. In reproducing the ogive from these data, draw a baseline of any convenient length, divide it in the same number of fractional parts, erect ordinates of the stated lengths at those parts, connect their tops with a flowing line, and the thing is done. The most convenient fractional parts are the middle, giving the median, the outside quarters, giving the upper and lower quartiles, and similarly the upper and lower octiles or deciles. This is sufficient for most purposes. It leaves only the outer eighths or tenths of the cases undescribed and undetermined, except so far as may be guessed by the run of the intermediate portion of the curve, and defines all of the intermediate portion with as close an approximation as is needed for the ordinary or statistical purposes. Thus, the heights of all but the outer tenths of the whole body of adult males of the English profession classes may be derived from the 5 following ordinates, measured in inches, of which the outer pair are deciles: 67.2, 67.5, 68.8, 70.3, 71.4. Many other instances will be found in the report of the Anthropometric Committee of the British Association in 1881, page 245 to 257. When we desire to compare any two large statistical groups, we may compare median and median, quartiles and quartiles, and octiles with octiles, or we may proceed on the method to be described in the next paragraph but one. We are often called upon to define the position of an individual in his own series, in which case it is most comfortable to usage to give his centesimal grade, that is, his place on the base line AB, supposing it to be graduated from 0 degrees to 100 degrees. In reckoning this, a confusion ought to be avoided between graduation and rank, though it leads to no sensible error in practice. The first of the Park palings does not stand at A, which is 0 degrees, nor does 100 stand at B, which is 100 degrees, for that would make 101 of them, but they stand at 0 degrees, 0.5, and 99 degrees, 0.5, respectively. Similarly, all intermediate ranks stand half a degree short of the graduation bearing the same number. When the class is large, the value of half a place becomes extremely small, and the rank and graduation may be treated as identical. Examples of method of calculating a centesimal position. 1. A child A is classed out of examination as number 5 in a class of 27 children. What is his centesimal graduation? Answer. If AB be divided into 27 graduations, his rank of number will correspond to the graduation 40.5. Therefore, if AB be graduated afresh into 100 graduations, his centesimal grade T will be found by the rule of 3. Thus, X to 4 degrees 0.5 to 100 to 27, X equals 459 divided by 27 degrees equals 16 degrees 0.6. 2. Another child B is class number 13 in a class of 25. Answer. If AB be divided into 25 graduations, the rank of number 13 will correspond to graduation 12 degree 0.5, whence as before, X to 12.5 degrees, 125, X equals 1250 divided by 25 degrees equals 50 degrees, i.e. B is the median. The second method of comparing two statistical groups, to which I alluded in the last paragraph but one, consists in stating the centesimal grade in the one group that corresponds with the median or any other fractional grade in the other. This, it will be remarked, is a very simple method of comparison, absolutely independent of any theory and applicable to any statistical groups whatever, whether of physical or of mental qualities. Wherever we can sort an order, there we can apply this method. Thus, in the above examples, suppose A and B had been seated because they were equal when compared together, that we can consciously express the relative merits of the two classes to which they respectively belong by saying that 160.6 in the one is equal to 500, the median, in the other. I frequently make statistical records of form and feature in the streets or in company without exciting attention, by means of a fine pricker and a piece of paper. The pricker is a converted silver pencil case, with the usual sliding piece. It is a very small one, and is attached to my watch chain. The pencil part has been taken out and replaced by a fine short needle. The open mouth of the case is covered with a hemispherical cap having a hole in the center, and the adjustments are such that when the slide is pushed forward as far as it can go, the needle projects no more than 1/10 of an inch. If I then press it upon a piece of paper held against the ball of my thumb, the paper is indelibly perforated with a fine hole, and the thumb is not wounded. The perforations will not be found to run into one another unless they are very numerous, and if they happen to do so now and then, it is of little consequence in a statistical inquiry. The holes are easily counted at leisure, by holding the paper against the light, and any scrap of paper will serve the purpose. It will be found that the majority of inquiries into the form of more, equal to, or less. So I arranged the paper in a way to present 3 distinct compartments to the pricker, and to permit of it being held in the correct position and used by the sense of touch alone. I do so by tearing the paper into the form of a cross, that is maimed in one of its arms, and hold it by the maimed part between the thumb and finger, the head of the cross pointing upward. The head of the cross receives the pricks referring to more, the solitary arm that is not maimed, those meaning the same, and the long foot of the cross, those meaning less. It is well to write the subject of the measurement on the paper before beginning to use it, then more than one of set of records can be kept in the pocket at the same time and be severally added to as occasion serves, without fear of mistaking one for the other. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Character. The fundamental and intrinsic differences of character that exist in individuals are well illustrated by those that distinguish the two sexes, and which begin to assert themselves even in the nursery, where all the children are treated alike. One notable peculiarity in the character of the woman is that she is capricious and coy, and has less straightforwardness than the man. It is the same in the female of every sex about the time of pairing, and there can be little doubt as to the origin of the peculiarity. If any race of animals existed in whom the sexual passions of the female were as quickly and as directly stirred as those of the male, each would mate with the first who approached her, and one essential condition of sexual selection would be absent. There would be no more call for competition among the males for the favour of each female, no more fighting for love in which the strongest male conquers, no more rival display of personal charms in which the best-looking or best-mannered prevails. The drama of courtship, with its prolonged strivings and doubtful success, will be cut quite short, and the race would degenerate through the absence of that sexual selection for which the protracted preliminaries of love-making give opportunity. The willy-nilly disposition of the female in matters of love is as apparent in the butterfly as in the man, and must have been continuously favoured from the earliest stages of animal evolution down to the present time. It is the factor in the great theory of sexual selection that corresponds to the insistence and directness of the male. Coyness and caprice have in consequence become a heritage of the sex, together with a cohort of allied weaknesses and petty deceits, that men have come to think venal, and even amiable in women, but which they would not tolerate amongst themselves. Various forms of natural character and temperament would no doubt be found to occur in constant proportions amongst any large group of persons of the same race, but what those proportions may be has never yet been investigated. It is extremely difficult to estimate it by observations of adults, owing to their habit of restraining natural ill tendencies, and to their long practiced concealment of those they do not restrain but desire to hide. The necessary observations ought, however, to be easily made of young children in schools, whose manifestations of character are conspicuous, who are simultaneously for months and years under the eye of the same master or mistress, and who are daily classed according to their various merits. I have occasionally asked the opinion of persons well qualified to form them, and who have had experience of teaching, as to the most obvious divisions of character to be found among school children. The replies have differed, but those on which most stress was laid were connected with energy, sociability, desire to attract notice, truthfulness, thoroughness, and refinement. The varieties of the emotional constitution and of likings and antipathies are very numerous and wide. I may give two instances which I have not seen elsewhere alluded to, merely as examples of variation. One of them was often brought to my notice by the time when the public were admitted to see the snakes fed at the zoological gardens. Rabbits, birds, and other small animals were dropped in different cages, which the snakes, after more or less serpentine action, finally struck with their poisoned fangs or crushed in their folds. I found it horrible, but a fascinating scene. We lead for the most part such an easy and carpeted existence, screened from the stern realities of life and death, that many of us are impelled to draw aside the curtain now and then, and gaze for a while behind it. This exhibition of the snakes at their feeding time, which gave to me, as it doubtless did to several others, a sense of curdling of the blood, had no such effect on many of the visitors. I have often seen people, nurses for instance, and children of all ages, looking unconcernedly and amusedly at the scene. Their indifference was perhaps the most painful element of the whole transaction. Their sympathies were absolutely unawakened. I quoted this instance partially because it leads to another very curious fact that I have noticed as regards to the way with which different persons and races regard snakes. I myself have a horror of them, and can only by great self-control and under a sense of real agitation force myself to touch one. A considerable proportion of the English race would feel much as I do, but the remainder do not. I have questioned numbers of persons of both sexes, and have been astonished at the frequency with which I have been assured that they had no shrinking whatever from the sight of the wriggling, mysterious reptile. Some persons, as it is well known, make pets of them. Moreover, I am told that there is no passage in Greek or Latin authors expressive of that form of horror which I feel myself, and which may be compared to what is said to be felt by hydrophobic sufferers at the undulating movements of water. There are numerous allusions in the classics to the venom, fang, or the crushing power of snakes, but not to the aversion inspired by its form and movement. It was the Greek symbol of Hippocrates and of healing. There is nothing of the kind in Hebrew literature, where the snake is figured as an attractive temper. In Hindu fables, the cobra is an ingenious and intelligent animal, corresponding to the fox in ours. Serpent worship was very widely spread. I therefore doubt whether the antipathy to the snake is very common among mankind, notwithstanding the instinctive terror that their sight inspires in monkeys. The other instance I may adduce is that of the horror of blood, which is curiously different in animals of the same species and in the same animals at different times. I have had a good deal of experience of the behaviour of oxen at the sight of blood, and found it by no means uniform. In my South African travels I relied chiefly on half-wild slaughter oxen to feed my large party, and occasionally had to shoot one on every second day. Usually the rest of the drove paid no particular heed to the place of blood, but at other rare times they seemed maddened, and performed a curious sort of war dance on the spot, making buck leaps, brandishing their horns, and goring at the ground. It was a grotesque proceeding, utterly unlike the usual behaviour of cattle. I only witnessed it once elsewhere, and that was in the Pyrenees, where I came on a herd that was being driven homewards. Each cow in turn, as it passed a particular spot, performed the well-remembered antics. I asked and learned that a cow had been killed there by a bear a few days previously. The natural horror at blood, and it may be the consequent dislike of red, is common among mankind, but I have seen a well-dressed child of about 4 years old poking its finger with a pleased innocent look into the bleeding carcass of a sheep hung in a butcher's shop while its nurse was inside. The subject of character deserves more statistical investigation than it has yet received, and none have a better chance of doing it well than schoolmasters. Their opportunities are indeed most enviable. It would be necessary to approach the subject wholly without prejudice, as a pure matter of observation, just as if the children were the fauna and flora of hitherto undescribed species in an entirely new land. End of Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Criminals and the Insane. Criminality, though not very various in its development, is extremely complex in its origin. Nevertheless, certain general conclusions are arrived at by the best writers on the subject, among whom Prosper Despine is one of the most instructive. The ideal criminal has marked peculiarities of character. His conscience is almost deficient, his instincts are vicious, his power of self-control is very weak, and he usually detests continuous labour. The absence of self-control is due to ungovernable temper, to passion, or to mere imbecility, and the conditions that determine the particular description of crime are the character of the instincts and of the temptation. The deficiency of conscience in criminals, as shown by the absence of genuine remorse for their guilt, astonishes all who first become familiar with the details of prison life. Scenes of heartrending despair are hardly ever witnessed among prisoners. Their sleep is broken by no uneasy dreams. On the contrary, it is easy and sound. They have also excellent appetites. But hypocrisy is a very common vice, and all my information agrees as to the utter untruthfulness of criminals, however plausible their statements may be. We must guard ourselves against looking upon vicious instincts as perversions, inasmuch as they may be strictly in accordance with the healthy nature of the man, and, being transmissible by inheritance, may become the normal characteristics of a healthy race, just as the sheepdog, the retriever, the pointer, and the bulldog have their several instincts. There can be no greater popular error than the supposition that natural instinct is a perfectly trustworthy guide, for there are striking contradictions to such an opinion in individuals of every description of animal. The most that we are entitled to say in any case is, that the prevalent instincts of each race are trustworthy, not those of every individual. But even this is saying too much, because when the conditions under which the race is living have recently been changed, some instincts which were adapted to the old state of things are sure to be felicitous guides to conduct in the new one. A man who is counted as an atrocious criminal in England, and is punished as such by English law and social self-defence, may nevertheless have acted in strict accordance with the instincts that are laudable in less civilized societies. The ideal criminal is, unhappily for him, deficient in qualities that are capable of restraining his unkindly or inconvenient instincts. He has neither sympathy for others nor the sense of duty, both of which lie at the base of conscience, nor has he sufficient self-control to accommodate himself to the society in which he has to live, and so to promote his own selfish interests in the long run. He cannot be preserved from criminal misadventure either by altruistic sentiments or by intelligently egoistic ones. The perpetuation of the criminal class by heredity is a question difficult to grapple with on many accounts. The vagrant habits, their illegitimate unions, their extreme untruthfulness are among the difficulties of the investigation. It is, however, easy to show that the criminal nature tends to be inherited, while on the other hand, it is impossible that women who spend a large portion of the best years of their life in prison can contribute many children to the population. The true state of the cause appears to be that the criminal population receives steady assertions from those who, without having strongly marked criminal natures, do nevertheless belong to a type of humanity that is exceedingly ill-suited to play a respectable part in our modern civilization, though it is well suited to flourish under half-savage conditions, being naturally both healthy and prolific. These persons are apt to go to the bad, their daughters consort with criminals, and become the parents of criminals. An extraordinary example of this is afforded by the history of the infamous Duke's family of America, whose pedigree has been made out with extraordinary care during no less than 7 generations, and is the subject of an elaborate memoir printed in the 31st Annual Report of the Prison Association of New York, 1876. It includes no less than 540 individuals of Duke's blood, of whom a frightful number degraded into criminality, pauperism, or disease. It is difficult to summarize the results in a few plain figures, but I will state those respecting the 5th generation through the eldest of the 5 prolific daughters of the man who is the common ancestor of the race. The total number of these was 123, of whom 38 came through an illegitimate granddaughter, and 85 through legitimate grandchildren. Out of the 38, 16 have been in jail, 6 of them for heinous offences. One of these having been committed no less than 9 times. 11 others led openly disrespectful lives or were paupers. 4 were notoriously intemperate. The history of 3 had not been traced, and only 4 are known to have done well. The great majority of the women consorted with criminals. As for the 85 legitimate descendants, they were less flagrantly bad, for only 5 out of them have been in jail, and only 13 others have been paupers. Now the ancestor of all this mischief, who was born about the year 1730, 15 described as having been a jolly, companionable man, a hunter, and a fisher, averse to steady labour, but working hard and idling by turns, and who had numerous illegitimate children, whose issue had not been traced. He was in fact a somewhat good specimen of a half-savage, without any serious criminal instincts. The girls were apparently attractive, marrying early and sometimes not badly, but the gypsy-like character of the race was unsuited to success in a civilized country. So the descendants went to the bad, and such hereditary moral weakness as they may have had rose to the surface and worked their mischief without check. Cohabiting with criminals and being extremely prolific, the result was a production of a stock exceeding 500 in number, of the prevalent criminal type. Through disease and intemperance, the breed is now rapidly diminishing. The infant mortality has of late been horrible, but fortunately the women of the present generation bear usually but few children, and many of them are altogether childless. The criminal classes contain a considerable portion of epileptics and other persons of unstable emotional temperament, subject to nervous explosions that burst out at intervals and relieve the system. The mad outbreaks of women in convict prisons is a most curious phenomenon. Some of them are apt from time to time to have gradually increased desire that at last becomes irresistible to break out, as it is technically called, that is, to smash and tear everything they can within reach, and to shriek, curse, and bawl. At length the fit expends itself, the devil, as it were, leaves them, and they begin to behave again in their ordinary way. The highest form of emotional instability exists in confirmed epilepsy, where its manifestations have often been studied. It is found in a high but somewhat less extraordinary degree in the hysterical and allied affections. In the confirmed epileptic constitution, the signs of general instability of nervous action are muscular convulsions, irregularities of bodily temperature, mobile intellectual activity, and extraordinary oscillations between opposed emotional states. I am assured by excellent authority that instable manifestations of extreme purity and extreme vice are almost invariably shown by epileptics, and should be regarded as a prominent feature of their peculiar constitution. These unfortunate beings see no incongruity between the various phrases that they pour out at one moment and the vile obscene language in the next. Neither do they show repentance for past misconduct when they are convicted of crimes, however abominable they may be. They are creatures of the moment, possessing no inhibitory check upon their desires and emotions, which drive them headlong hither and thither. Madness is often associated with epilepsy. In all cases it is a frightful and hereditary disfigurement of humanity, which appears, from the upshot of various conflicting accounts, to be on the increase. The neurotic constitution from which it springs is, however, not without its merits, as have been well pointed out, since a large proportion of the enthusiastic men and women to whose labour the world is largely indebted have had their constitution, judging from the fact that insanity existed in their families. The phases of extreme piety and extreme vice, which so rapidly succeed one another in the same individual among the epileptics, are more widely separated among those who are simply insane. It has been noticed that among the morbid organic conditions which accompany the show of excessive piety and religious rapture in the insane, none are so frequent as disorders of the sexual organization. Conversely, the frenzies of religious revivals have not unfrequently ended in gross profligacy. The encouragement of celibacy by the fervent leaders of most creeds utilizes in an unconscious way the morbid connection between an over-restraint of the sexual desires and impulses towards extreme devotion. Another remarkable phase among the insane consists in strange views about their individuality. They think that their body is made of glass, or that their brains have literally disappeared, or that there are different persons inside them, or that they are somebody else, and so forth. It is said that this phase is most commonly associated with morbid disturbance of the alimentary organs. So in many religions, fasting has been used as an agent for detaching the thoughts from the body and for inducing ecstasy. There is yet a third peculiarity of the insane which is almost universal, that of gloomy segregation. Passengers nearing London by the Great Western Railway must have frequently remarked the unusual appearance of the crowd of lunatics when taking their exercise in a large green enclosure in front of Hanwell Asylum. They are almost without exception walk apart in moody isolation, each in his own way, buried in his own thoughts. It is a scene like that fabled in Vathek's Hall of Eblis. I am assured that whenever two are seen in company, it is either because their attacks of madness are of an intermittent and epileptic character, and they are temporarily sane, or otherwise that they are near recovery. Conversely, the curative influence of social habits is fully recognized, and they are promoted by festivities in the asylums. On the other hand, the great teachers of all creeds have made seclusion a prominent religious exercise. In short, by enforcing celibacy, fasting and solitude, they have done their best towards making men mad, and they have always largely succeeded in inducing morbid mental conditions among their followers. Floods of light are thrown upon various incidents of devotee life, and also upon the disgusting and not otherwise intelligible character of the sanctimonious scoundrel, by the everyday experiences of the madhouse. No professor of metaphysics, psychology, or religion can claim to know the elements of what he teaches, unless he is acquainted with the ordinary phenomena of idiocy, madness, and epilepsy. He must study the manifestations of disease and congenital folly, as well as those of sanity and high intellect. End of chapter 15. End of section 2. Section 3 of Inquiries into Human Faculty and Its Development by Francis Galton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 16. Gregarious and Slavish Instincts. I propose in this chapter to discuss a curious and apparently anomalous group of base moral instincts and intellectual deficiencies that are innate rather than acquired, by tracing their analogies in the world of brutes and examining the conditions through which they have been evolved. They are the slavish aptitudes from which the leaders of men are exempt, but which are characteristic elements in the disposition of ordinary persons. The vast majority of persons of our race have a natural tendency to shirk from the responsibility of standing and acting alone. They exalt the vox populi, even when they know it to be the utterance of a mob of nobodies, into the vox dei, and they are willing slaves to tradition, authority, and custom. The intellectual deficiencies corresponding to these moral flaws are shown by the rareness of free and original thought as compared with the frequency and readiness with which men accept the opinions of those in authority as binding on their judgment. I shall endeavour to prove that the Slavish aptitudes in man are a direct consequence of his gregarious nature, which itself is a result of the conditions both in his primeval barbarism and of the forms of his subsequent civilization. My argument will be that gregarious brute animals possess a want of self-reliance in a marked degree, that the conditions of the lives of these animals have made a want of self-reliance a necessity to them, and that by the law of natural selection, the gregarious instincts and their accompanying Slavish aptitudes have gradually become evolved. Then I shall argue that our remote ancestors have lived under parallel conditions, and that other causes peculiar to human society have acted up to the present day in the same direction, and that we have inherited the gregarious instincts and Slavish aptitudes which have been needed under past circumstances, although in our advancing civilization they are becoming of more harm than good to our race. It was my fortune in earlier life to gain an intimate knowledge of certain classes of gregarious animals. The urgent need of the camel for the close companionship of his fellows was a never-exhausted topic of curious admiration to me during tedious days of travel across many North African deserts. I also happened to hear and read a great deal about the still more marked gregarious instincts of the llama, but the social animal into whose psychology I am conscious of having penetrated most thoroughly is the ox of the wild parts of western South Africa. It is necessary to insist upon the epithet wild, because an ox of tame parentage has different natural instincts. For instance, an English ox is far less gregarious than those I am about to describe, and affords a proportionally less valuable illustration to my argument. The oxen of which I speak belonged to the Damaras, and none of the ancestry of these cattle had ever been broken to harness. They were watched from a distance during the day, as they roamed about the open country, and at night they were driven with cries to enclosures, into which they rushed much like a body of terrified wild animals driven by huntsmen into a trap. Their scared temper was such as to make it impossible to lay hold of them by other means than by driving the whole herd into a clump, and lassoing the leg of the animal it was desired to seize, and throwing him to the ground with dexterous force. With the oxen and cows of this description, whose nature is no doubt shared by the bulls, I spent more than a year in the closest companionship. I had nearly 100 of the beasts broken in for the wagon, for packs, and for the saddle. I travelled an entire journey of exploration on the back of one of them, with others by my side, either labouring at their tasks or walking at leisure, and while others again who were wholly unbroken, and who served the purpose of an itinerant larder. At night, when there had been no time to erect an enclosure to hold them, I lay down in their midst, and it was interesting to observe how readily they then availed themselves of the neighbourhood of the campfire and of men, conscious of the protection they afforded from prowling carnivora, whose cries and roars, now distant, now near, continually broke upon the stillness. These opportunities of studying the disposition of such peculiar cattle were not wasted upon me. I had only too much leisure to think about them, and the habits of the animals strongly attracted my curiosity. The better I understood them, the more complex and worthy of study did their minds appear to be. But I am now concerned only with their blind gregarious instincts, which are conspicuously distant from the ordinary social desires. In the latter they are deficient. Thus they are not amiable to one another, but show on the whole more expressions of spite and disgust than of forbearance or fondness. They do not suffer from an ennui which society can remove, because their coarse feeding and their ruminant habits make them somewhat stolid. Neither can they love society as monkeys do, for the opportunities it affords of a fuller and more varied life, because they remain self-absorbed in the middle of their herd, while the monkeys revel together in frolics, scrambles, fights, loves, and chatterings. Yet although the ox has so little affection for, or individual interest in, his fellows, he cannot endure even a momentary severance from his herd. If he is separated from it by a stratagem or force, he exhibits every sign of mental agony. He strives with all his might to get back again, and when he succeeds, he plunges into the middle to bathe his whole body with the comfort of closest companionship. This passionate terror at segregation is a convenience to the herdsman, who may rest assured in the darkness or in the mist that the whole herd is safe whenever he can get a glimpse of a single ox. It is also cause of great inconvenience to the traveller in ox wagons, who constantly feels himself in a position towards his oxen like that of a host to a company of bashful gentlemen at the time when he is trying to get them to move from the drawing-room to the dinner table, and no one will go first, but everyone backs and gives place to his neighbour. The traveller finds great difficulty in procuring animals capable of acting the part of 4 oxen to his team, the ordinary members of the wild herd being wholly unfitted by nature to move so improminent and isolated a position, even though, as is the custom, a boy is always in front to persuade or pull them onwards. Therefore, a good 4 ox is an animal of an exceptionally independent disposition. Men who break in wild cattle for harness watch assiduously for those who show a self-reliant nature, by grazing apart or ahead of the rest, and these they break in for 4 oxen. The other cattle may be indifferently devoted to ordinary harvest purposes, or to slaughter, but the born leaders are far too rare to be used for any less distinguished service than that which they alone are capable of fulfilling. But a still more exceptional degree of merit may sometimes be met with among the many thousands of Damara cattle. It is possible to find an ox who may be ridden, not indeed as freely as a horse, for I have never heard of a feat like that, but all other events wholly apart from the companionship of others, and an accomplished rider will even succeed in urging him out at a trot from the very middle of his fellows. With respect to the negative side of the scale, I do not recollect definite instances. I can recall general impressions of oxen showing a deficiency from the average ox standard of self-reliance, about equal to the excess of that quality found in ordinary 4 oxen. Thus I recollect there were some cattle of a peculiarly centripetal instinct, who ran more madly than the rest into the middle of the herd when they were frightened, and I have no reason to doubt from general recollections that the law of deviation from an average would be as applicable to independence of character among cattle as one might expect it theoretically to be. The conclusion to which we are driven is that few of the Damara cattle have enough originality and independence of disposition to pass unaided through their daily risks in a tolerably comfortable manner. They are essentially slavish, and seek no better lot than to be led by any one of their number who has enough self-reliance to accept that position. No ox ever dares to act contrary to the rest of the herd, but he accepts their common determination as an authority binding on his conscience. An incapacity of relying on oneself and a faith in others are precisely the conditions that compel brutes to congregate and live in herds, and again, it is essential to their safety in a country infested by large carnivora that they should keep closely together in herds. No ox grazing alone could live for many days unless he was protected far more assiduously and closely than is possible to barbarians. The Damara owners confide perhaps 200 cattle to a couple of half-starved youths who pass their time in dozing or in grubbing up roots to eat. The owners know that it is hopeless to protect the herd from lions, so they leave it to take its chance. And as regards human marauders, they equally know that the largest number of cattle watchers they could spare could make no adequate resistance to an attack. They therefore do not send more than 2, who are enough to run home and give the alarm to the whole male population of the tribe to run in arms on the tracks of their plundered property. Consequently, as I began by saying, the cattle have to take care of themselves against the wild beasts, and they would infallibly be destroyed by them if they had not safeguards of their own, which are not easily to be appreciated at first sight at their full value. We shall understand them better by considering the precise nature of the danger that an ox runs. When he is alone, it is not simply that he is too defenceless, but that lies easily surprised. A crouching lion fears cattle who turn boldly upon him, and he does so with reason. The horns of an ox or antelope are able to make an ugly wound in the paw or chest of a springing beast when he receives its thrust, in the same way that an over-eager pugilist meets his adversary's counter-hit. Hence it is that a cow who has calved by the wayside and has been temporarily abandoned by the caravan is never seized by lions. The incident frequently occurs, and as frequently are the cow and calf eventually brought safe to the camp, and yet there is usually evidence in footprints of her having sustained a regular siege from the wild beasts, but she is so restless and eager for the safety of her young that no beast of prey can approach her unawares. This state of exaltation is of course exceptional. Cattle are obliged in the ordinary course of life to spend a considerable part of the day with their herds buried in the grass, where they can neither see nor smell what is about them. A still larger part of their time must be spent in placid rumination, during which they cannot possibly be on the alert. But a herd of such animals, when considered as a whole, is always on the alert. At almost every moment some eyes, ears, and noses will command all approaches. At the start or cry of alarm of a single beast is a signal to all his companions. To live gregariously is to become a fibre in a vast sentient web, overspreading many acres. It is to become the possessor of faculties always awake, of eyes that see in all directions, of ears and nostrils that explore a broad belt of air. It is also to become the occupier of every bit of vantage ground whence the approach of a wild beast might be overlooked. The protective sense of each individual who chooses to live in companionship are multiplied by a large factor, and he thereby receives a maximum of security at a minimal cost of restlessness. When we isolate an animal who has been accustomed to a gregarious life, we take away his sense of protection, for he feels himself exposed to danger from every part of the circle around him, except the one point at which his attention is momentarily fixed, and he knows that disaster may easily creep up to him from behind. Consequently, his glance is restless and anxious, and is turned in succession to different quarters. His movements are hurried and agitated, and he becomes a prey to the extremest terror. There can be no room for doubt that it is suitable to the well-being of cattle in a country infested with beasts of prey to live in close companionship, and being suitable, it follows from the law of natural selection that the development of gregarious and therefore slavish instincts must be favoured in such cattle. It also follows from the same law that the degree in which those instincts are developed is on the whole the most conducive to their safety. If they were more gregarious, they would crowd so closely as to interfere with each other when grazing the scattered pasture of demurrage land. If less gregarious, they would be too widely scattered to keep a sufficient watch against the wild beasts. I now proceed to consider more particularly why the range of deviation from the average is such that we find about 1 ox out of 50 to possess sufficient independence of character to serve as a pretty good 4 ox. Why is it not 1 in 5 or 1 in 500? The reason undoubtedly is that natural selection tends to give but one leader to each suitably sized herd, and to repress superabundant leaders. There is a certain size of herd most suitable to the geographical and other conditions of the country. It must not be too large, or the scattered puddles, which form their only watering places, for a great part of the year will not suffice, and there are similar drawbacks in respect to pasture. It must not be too small, or it would be comparatively insecure. Thus a troop of 5 animals is far more easily to be approached by a stalking huntsman than 1 of 20, and the latter than 1 of 100. We have seen that it is the oxen who graze apart, as well as those who lead the herd, who are recognized by the trainers of cattle as gifted with enough independence of character to become 4 oxen. They are even preferred to the actual leaders of the herd. They dare to move more alone, and therefore their independence is undoubted. The leaders are safe enough from lions because their flanks and rear are guarded by their followers, but each of those who graze apart and who represent the superabundant supply of self-reliant animals have one flank and the rear exposed. And it is precisely these whom the lions take. Looking at the matter in a broad way, we must justly assert that wild beasts trim and prune every herd into compactness, and tend to reduce it into a closely united body with a single well-protected leader. That the development of independence of character in cattle is thus suppressed below its otherwise natural standard by the influence of wild beasts is shown by the greater display of self-reliance among cattle whose ancestry for some generations have not been exposed to such danger. What has been said about cattle in relation to wild beasts applies with more or less obvious modifications to barbarians in relation to their neighbours, but I insist on a close resemblance in the particular circumstance that many savages are so unamiable and morose as to have hardly any object in associating together besides that of mutual support. If we look at the inhabitants of the very same country as the oxen I have described, we shall find them congregate into multitudes of tribes, all more or less at war with one another. We shall find that few of these tribes are very small, and few very large, and that it is precisely those that are exceptionally large or small whose condition is the least stable. A very small tribe is sure to be overthrown, slaughtered, or driven into slavery by its more powerful neighbour. A very large tribe falls to pieces through its own unwieldiness, because, by the nature of things, it must be either deficient in centralization or straitened in food, or both. A barbarian population is obliged to live dispensedly, since a square mile of land will support only a few hunters or shepherds. On the other hand, a barbarian government cannot be long maintained unless its chief is brought into frequent contact with his dependents. And this is geographically impossible when his tribe is so scattered as to cover a great extent of territory. The law of selection must discourage every race of barbarians which supplies self-reliant individuals in such large numbers as to cause tribes of moderate size to lose their blind desire of aggregation. It must equally discourage a breed that is incompetent to supply such men in sufficient abundant ratio that the rest of the population to ensure the existence of tribes of not too large a size. It must not be supposed that gregarious instincts are equally important for all forms of savage life. But I hold, from what we know of the clannish fighting habits of our forefathers, that they were every whit as applicable to the earlier ancestors of our European stock as they are still to a large part of the black population of Africa. There is, moreover, an extraordinary power of tyranny invested in the chiefs of tribes and nations of men, that so vastly outweighs the analogous power possessed by the leaders of animal herds as to rank as a special attribute of human society, eminently conducive to slavishness. If any brute in a herd makes itself obnoxious to the leader attacks him, and there is a free fight between the two, the other animals looking on the while. But if a man makes himself obnoxious to his chief, he is attacked, not by the chief single-handed, but by the overpowering force of his executive. The rebellious individual has to brave a disciplined host. There are spies who will report his doings, a local authority who will send a detachment of soldiers to drag him to trial. There are prisons ready built to hold him, civil authorities wielding legal powers of stripping him of all his possessions, and official executioners prepared to torture or kill him. The tyrannies under which men have lived, whether under rude barbarian chiefs, under the great despotisms of half-civilized oriental cultures, or under some of the more polished but little less severe governments of modern days, must have had a frightful influence in eliminating independence of character from the human race. Think of Austria, of Naples, and even of France under Napoleon III. It was stated in 1870 that according to papers found at the Tuileries, 26,642 persons had been arrested in France for political offences since the 2nd of December 1851, and that 14,118 had been transported, exiled, or detained in prison. I have already spoken in Hereditary Genius of the large effects of religious persecution in comparatively recent years on the natural character of races. I shall not say more about it here, but it must not be omitted from the list of steady influences continuing through ancient historical times down in some degree to the present day in destroying the self-reliant and therefore the nobler races of men. I hold that the blind instincts evolved under these long-continued conditions have been ingrained into our breed, and that they are a bar to our enjoying the freedom which the forms of modern civilization are otherwise capable of giving us. A really intelligent nation might be held together by far stronger forces than are derived from the purely gregarious instincts. A nation need not be a mob of slaves, clinging to one another through fear, and for the most part incapable of self-government and begging to be led, but it might consist of vigorous self-reliant men, knit to one another by innumerable ties, into a strong, tense, and elastic organization. The character of the corporate action of a nation, in which each man judges for himself, might be expressed to possess statistical constancy. It would be the expression of the dominant character of a large number of separate members of the same race, and ought therefore to be remarkably uniform. Vocalness of national character is principally due to the several members of the nation exercising no independent judgment, but allowing themselves to be led hither and thither by the successive journalists, orators, and sentimentalists who happen for the time to have the chance of directing them. Our present natural dispositions make it possible for us to attain the ideal standard of a nation of men all judging soberly for themselves, and therefore the slavishness of the mass of our countrymen, in morals and intellect, must be admitted fact in all schemes of regenerative policy. The hereditary taint due to the primeval barbarism of our race, and maintained by latter influences, will have to be bred out of it before our descendants can rise to the position of free members of an intelligent society. And I may add that the most likely nest at the present time for self-reliant natures is to be found in states founded and maintained by emigrants. Servility has its romantic side, in the utter devotion of a slave to the lightest wishes and the smallest comforts of his master, and in that of a loyal subject to those of his sovereign, but such devotion cannot be called a reasonable self-sacrifice. It is rather abnegation of the trust imposed on man to use his best judgment and to act in the way he thinks the wisest. Trust in authority is a trait of the character of children, of weakly women, and of the sick and infirm, but it is out of place among members of a thriving, resolute community during the 50 more years of their middle life. Those who have been born in a free country feel the atmosphere of paternal government very oppressive. The hearty and earnest political and individual life which is found when every man has a continued sense of public responsibility and knows that success depends on his own right judgment and exertion is replaced under despotism by an indolent reliance upon what its master may direct, and by a demoralizing conviction that personal advancement is best secured by solicitations and favour. End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Intellectual Differences. It is needless for me to speak here about the differences in intellectual power between the different men and different races, or about the convertibility of genius as shown by different members of the same gifted family achieving eminence in varied ways, as I have already written at length on these subjects in Hereditary Genius and in Antecedents of English Men of Science. It is, however, well to remark that during the 14 years that have elapsed since the former book was published, numerous fresh instances have arisen of distinction been attained by members of the gifted families, whom I quote as instances of hereditary, thus strengthening my arguments. End of Chapter 17. Chapter 18. Mental Imagery. Anecdotes find their way into print from time to time of persons whose visual memory is so clear and sharp as to present mental pictures that may be scrutinized with nearly as much ease as prolonged attention, as if they were real objects. I became interested in the subject and made a rather extensive inquiry into the mode of visual presentation in different persons, so far as could be gathered from their respective statements. It seemed to me that the results might illustrate the essential differences between the mental operations of different men, that they might give some clue to the origin of visions, and that the course of the inquiry might reveal some previously unnoticed facts. It has done all this more or less, and I will explain the results in the present and in the 3 following chapters. It is not necessary to trouble the reader with my earlier tentative steps to find out what I desired to learn. After inquiry had been fairly stated, it took the form of submitting a certain number of printed questions to a large number of persons. See Appendix E. There is hardly any more difficult task than that of framing questions which are not likely to be misunderstood, which admit of easy reply, and which cover the ground of inquiry. I did my best in these respects, without forgetting the most important part of all, namely, to tempt my correspondents to write freely in fuller explanation of their replies, and on cognate topics as well. These separate letters have proved more instructive and interesting by far than the replies to the set questions. The first group of a rather long series of queries related to the illumination, definition, and colouring of the mental image, and were framed thus. Before addressing yourself to any of the questions on the opposite page, think of some definite object. Suppose it is your breakfast table as you sat down to it this morning, and consider carefully the picture that rises before your mind's eye. 1. Illumination. Is the image dim or fairly clear? Is its brightness comparable to that of the actual scene? 2. Definition. Are all the objects pretty well defined at the same time, or is the place of sharpest definition at any one moment more contracted than it is in a real scene? 3. Colouring. Are the colours of the china, the toast, bread crust, mustard, peat, parsley, or whatever may have been on the table quite distinct and natural? The earliest results of my inquiry amazed me. I had begun by questioning friends in the scientific world, as they were the most likely class of men to give accurate answers concerning this faculty of visualizing to which novelists and poets continually allude, which has left an abiding mark on the vocabularies of every language, and which supplies the material out of which dreams and the well-known hallucinations of sick people are built. To my astonishment, I found that the great majority of the men of science to whom I first applied protested that mental imagery was unknown to them, and they looked on me as fanciful and fantastic in supposing that the words mental imagery really expressed what I believed everybody supposed them to mean. They had no more notion of its true nature than a colour-blind man, who has not discerned his defect, has the nature of colour. They had a mental deficiency of which they were unaware, and naturally enough supposed that those who affirmed they possessed it were romancing. To illustrate their mental attitude, it will be sufficient to quote a few lines from the letter of one of my correspondents who writes, "These questions presuppose assent to some sort of proposition regarding the mind's eye and the images which it sees. This points to some initial fallacy. It is only by a figure of speech that I can describe my recollection of a scene as a mental image which I can see with my mind's eye. I do not see it, any more than a man sees the 1,000 lines of Sophocles, which, under due pressure, he is ready to repeat. The memory possesses it, etc. Much of the same result followed inquiries made for me by a friend among members of the French Institute. On the other hand, when I spoke to persons whom I met in general society, I found an entirely different disposition to prevail. Many men, and a yet larger number of women, and many boys and girls, declared that they habitually saw mental imagery, and that it was perfectly distinct to them and full of colour. The more I pressed and cross-questioned them, professing myself to be incredulous, the more obvious was the truth of their first assertions. They described their imagery in minute detail, and they spoke in a tone of surprise at my apparent hesitation in accepting what they said. I felt that I myself should have spoken exactly as they did. If I had been describing a scene that lay before my eyes in broad daylight to a blind man who persisted in doubting the reality of vision. Reassured by this happier experience, I recommended to inquire among scientific men, and soon found scattered instances of what I sought, though in by no means the same abundance as elsewhere. I then circulated my questions more generally among my friends and through their hands, and obtained the replies that are the main subject of this and of the 3 next chapters. They were from persons of both sexes, and of various ages, and in the end, from occasional correspondence in nearly every civilized country. I have also received batches of answers from various educational establishments, both in England and America, which were made after the masters had fully explained the meaning of the questions, and interested the boys in them. These have the merit of returns derived from a general census, which my other data lack, because I cannot for a moment suppose that the writers of the latter are a haphazard proportion of those to whom they were sent. Indeed, I know some who, disavowing all possession of the power, and of many others who, possessing it in too faint a degree to enable them to express what their experiences really were, in a manner satisfactory to themselves, sent no returns at all. Consequently, statistical similarity was, however, observed between the sets of returns furnished by the schoolboys and those sent by my separate correspondents. And I may add that they accord in this respect with the oral information I have elsewhere obtained. The conformity of replies from so many different sources which was clear from the first, the fact of their apparent trustworthiness, being on the whole much interested by cross-examination, though I could give 1 or 2 amusing instances of breakdown, and the evident effort made to give accurate answers, have convinced me that it is a much easier matter than I had anticipated to obtain trustworthy replies to psychological questions. Many persons, especially women and intelligent children, take pleasure in introspection, and strive their very best to explain their mental processes. I think that a delight in self-dissection must be a strong ingredient in the pleasure that many are said to take in confessing themselves to priests. Here, then, are 2 rather notable results. The one is the proved facility of obtaining statistical insight into the processes of other persons' minds, whatever a priori objection may have been made as to its possibility, and the other is that scientific men, as a class, have feeble powers of visual representation. There is no doubt whatever on the latter point, however it may be accounted for. My own conclusion is that an over-ready perception of sharp mental pictures is antagonistic to the acquirement of habits of highly generalized and abstract thought, especially when the steps of reasoning are carried on by words as symbols, and that if the faculty of seeing the pictures was ever possessed by men who think hard, it is very apt to be lost by disuse. The highest minds are probably those in which it is not lost, but subordinated, and is ready for use on suitable occasions. I am, however, bound to say that the missing faculty seems to be replaced so serviceably by other modes of conception, chiefly, I believe, connected with the incipient motor sense, not of the eyeballs only, but of the muscles generally, that men who declare themselves entirely deficient in the power of seeing mental pictures can nevertheless give lifelike descriptions of what they have seen, and can otherwise express themselves as if they were gifted with a vivid visual imagination. They can also become painters of the rank of Royal Academicians. The facts I am now about to relate are obtained from the returns of 100 adult men, of whom 19 are Fellows of the Royal Society, mostly of very high repute, and at least twice, and I think I may say 3 times, as many more are persons of distinction in various kinds of intellectual work. As already remarked, these returns taken by themselves do not profess to be of service in a general statistical sense, but they are of much importance in showing how men of exceptional accuracy express themselves when they are speaking of mental imagery. They also testify to the variety of experiences to be met with in a moderately large circle. I will begin by giving a few cases of the highest, of the medium, and of the lowest order of the faculty of visualizing. The 100 returns were first classified according to the order of the faculty, as judged by the best of my ability from the whole of what was said in them, and of what I know from other sources of the writers, and the number prefixed to each quotation shows its place in the class list. End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Vividness of Mental Imagery. From returns furnished by 100 men, at least half of whom are distinguished in science or in other fields of intellectual work. Cases where the faculty is high. 1. Brilliant, distinct, never blotchy. 2. Quite comparable to the real object. I feel as though I was dazzled, e.g., when recalling the sun to my mental vision. 3. In some instances, quite as bright as an actual scene. 4. Brightness, as in the actual scene. 5. Thinking of the breakfast table this morning. All the objects in my mental picture are as bright as the actual scene. 6. The image once seen is perfectly clear and bright. 7. Brightness at first quite comparable to actual scene. 8. The mental image appears to correspond in all respects with reality. I think it is as clear as the actual scene. 9. The brightness is perfectly comparable to that of the real scene. 10. I think the illumination of the imaginary image is nearly equal to that of the real one. 11. All clear and bright. All the objects seem to me well defined at the same time. 12. I can see my breakfast table or any equally familiar thing with my mind's eye, quite as well in all particulars as I can do if the reality is before me. Cases where the faculty is mediocre. 46. Fairly clear and not incomparable in illumination with that of the real scene, especially when I first catch it. Apt to come fainter when more particular attention to. 47. Fairly clear, not quite comparable to that of the actual scene. Some objects are more sharply defined than others, the more familiar objects coming more distinctly in my mind. 8. Fairly clear as a general image. Details rather misty. 49. Fairly clear but not equal to the scene. Defined but not sharply. Not all seen with equal clearness. 50. Fairly clear. Brightness probably at least 1/2 to 2/3 of original. The writer is a physiologist. Definition varies very much, one or two objects being much more distinct than the others, but the latter comes out clearly if attention be paid to them. 51. Image of my breakfast table fairly clear, but not quite as bright as the reality. Altogether it is pretty well defined. The part where I sit and its surroundings are pretty well so. 52. Fairly clear, but brightness not comparable to that of the actual scene. The objects are sharply defined. Some of them are salient and others insignificant and dim. But by separate efforts I can take a visualized inventory of the whole table. 53. Details of breakfast table when the scene is reflected on are fairly defined and complete, but I have had a familiarity of many years with my own breakfast table, and the above would not be the case with the table seen casually unless there was some striking peculiarity in it. 54. I can recall any single object or group of objects, but not the whole table at once. The things recalled are generally clearly defined. Our table is a long one. I can in my mind pass my eyes all down the table and see the different things distinctly, but not the whole table at once. Cases where the faculty is at the lowest. 89. Dim and indistinct. Yet I can give an account of this morning's breakfast table. Split herrings, broiled chickens, bacon, rolls, rather light-coloured marmalade, faint green plates with stiff pink flowers, the girls' dresses, etc., etc. I can also tell where all the dishes were, and where the people sat. I was on a visit. But my imagination is seldom pictorial except when sleeping and waking, when I sometimes see rather vivid forms. 90. Dim and not comparable in brightness to the real scene. Badly defined with blotches of light, very incomplete. 91. Dim, poor definition. Could not sketch from it. I have a difficulty in seeing two images together. 92. Usually very dim. I cannot speak of its brightness, but only of its faintness. Not well defined and very incomplete. 93. Dim, imperfect. 94. I am very rarely able to recall any object whatever with any sort of distinctness. Very occasionally an object or image will recall itself, but even then it is more like a generalized image than an individual image. I seem to be almost destitute of visualizing power, as under control. 95. No power of visualizing. Between sleeping and waking, illness and in health, with eyes closed, some remarkable scenes have occasionally presented themselves, but cannot recall them when awake with eyes open, and by daylight or under any circumstances whatever when a copy could be made of them on paper. I have drawn both men and places many days or weeks after seeing them, but it was by an effort of memory acting on study at the time, and assisted by trial and error on the paper or canvas, whether in black, yellow, or colour afterwards. 96. It is only a figure of speech that I can describe my recollection of a scene as a mental image, which I can see my mind's eye. The memory possesses it, and the mind can at will roam over the whole, or study minutely any part. 97. No individual objects, only a general idea of a very uncertain kind. 98. No. My memory is not the nature of a spontaneous vision, though I remember well where a word occurs in a page, how furniture looks in a room, etc. The idea is not felt to be mental pictures, but rather the symbols of facts. 99. Extremely dim. The impressions are in all respects so dim, vague, and transient that I doubt whether they can reasonably be called images. They are incomparably less than those of dreams. 100. My powers are 0. To my consciousness, there is almost no association in memory with objective visual impressions. I recollect the breakfast table, but do not see it. These quotations clearly show the great variety of natural powers of visual representation, and though the returns from which they are taken have, as I said, no claim to be those of 100 Englishmen taken at haphazard, nevertheless, to the best of my judgment, they happen to differ among themselves in much the same way as such returns would have done. I cannot procure a strictly haphazard series for comparison, because in any group of persons whom I may question, there are always many too indolent to reply, or incapable of expressing themselves, or whom from some fancy of their own are unwilling to reply. Still, as already mentioned, I have got together several groups that approximate to what is wanted, usually from schools, and I have analysed them as well as I could, and the general result is that the above returns may be accepted as a fair representation of the visualizing powers of Englishmen. Treating these according to the method described in the chapter Statistics, we have the following results, in which, as a matter of interest, I have also recorded the highest and the lowest of the series. Highest, brilliant, distinct, never blotchy. First suboctile, the image once seen is perfectly clear and bright. First octile, I can see my breakfast table or any equally familiar thing with my mind's eye quite as well in all particulars as I can do if the reality is before me. First quartile, fairly clear, illumination of actual scene is fairly represented. Well defined, parts do not obtrude themselves, but attention has to be directed to different points in succession to call up the whole. Middlemost, fairly clear, brightness probably at least from 1/2 to 2/3 of the original. Definition varies very much, one or two objects being much more distinct than the others, but the latter come out clearly if attention be paid to them. Last quartile, dim, solely not comparable to the actual scene. I have to think separately of the several things on the table to bring them clearly before the mind's eye, and when I think of some things the others fade away in confusion. Last octile, dim and not comparable in brightness to the real scene, barely defined with blotches of light, very incomplete, very little of one object is seen at one time. Last suboctile, I am very rarely able to recall any object whatever with any sort of distinctness. Very occasionally an object or image will recall itself, but even then it is more like a generalized image than an individual one. I seem to be almost destitute of visualizing power, as under control. Lowest, my powers are 0. To my consciousness there is almost no association in memory with objective visual impressions. I recollect the table, but do not see it. I next proceed to colour, as specified in the third of my questions, and annex a selection from the returns classified on the same principle as in the preceding paragraph. End of chapter 19. End of section 3. Section 4 of Inquiries into Human Faculty and Its Development by Francis Galton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 20. Color representation. Highest, perfectly distinct, bright and natural. First sub-octile, white cloth, blue china, argand coffee pot, buff stand with sienna drawing, toast, all clear. First octile, all details seen perfectly. First quartile, colors distinct and natural till I begin to puzzle over them. Middlemost, fairly distinct, though not certain that they are accurately recalled. Last quartile, natural but very indistinct. Last octile, faint, can only recall colors by a specific effort for each. Last sub-octile, power is nil. Lowest, power is nil. It may seem surprising that 1 out of every 16 persons who are accustomed to use accurate representations should speak of their mental imagery as perfectly clear and bright. But it is so, and many details are added in various returns emphasizing the assertion. One of the commonest of these is to the effect, if I could draw, I am sure I could draw perfectly from my mental image. That some artists, such as Blake, have really done so is beyond dispute, but I have little doubt that there is an unconscious exaggeration in these returns. My reasons for saying so is that I have also returns from artists who say as follows: my imagery is so clear that if I had been unable to draw, I should have unhesitatingly said that I could draw from it. A foremost painter of the present day has used that expression. He finds deficiencies and gaps when he tries to draw from his mental vision. There is perhaps some analogy between these images and those of faces in the fire. One may often fancy an exceedingly well-marked face or other object in the burning coals, but probably everybody will find, as I have done, that it is impossible to draw it, for as soon as its outlines are seriously studied, the fancy flies away. Mr. Flinders Petrie, a contributor of interesting experiments on kindred subjects to nature, informs me that he habitually works out sums by aid of an imaginary sliding rule, which he sets in the desired way and reads off mentally. He does not usually visualize the whole rule, but only that part of it which he is at the moment concerned. See Plate 2, Figure 34, where, however, the artist has put in the divisions very correctly. I think this is one of the most striking cases of accurate visualizing power it is possible to imagine. I have a few returns from chess players who play games blindfolded, but the powers of such men to visualize the separate boards with different sets of men on the different boards, some ivory, some wood, and so forth, are well known, and I need not repeat them. I will rather give the following extract from an article in the Pall Mall Gazette, 27th June 1882, on the recent chess tournament at Vienna. The modern feats of blindfolded play, without sight of board, really surpassed those of 20 years ago. Poor Morphy, the American, was the first who made an essential study of this kind of display, playing some 7 or 8 games blindfolded and simultaneously against various inferior opponents, and making lucrative exhibitions in this way. His abilities in this line created a scare among other rivals who had not practiced this test of memory. Since this day, many chess players who are gifted with strong and clear memory and power of picturing to the mind the ideal board and men have carried this branch of exhibition play far beyond Morphy's pitch, and contemporaneously with its development, it has become acknowledged that skill in blindfold play is not an absolute test of similarly relative powers over the board, e.g. Blackburn and Zukertort can play as many as 16 or even 20 blindfold games at a time, and win about 80% of them at least. Steinitz, who beats them both in match play, does not essay more than 6 blindfold at a time. Mason does not, to our knowledge, make any specialite at all of this sport. I have many cases of persons mentally reading off scores when playing the pianoforte, or manuscript when they are making speeches. One statesman has assured me that a certain hesitation in utterance which he has at times is due to his being played by the image of his manuscript speech with its original erasures and corrections. He cannot lay the ghost, and he puzzles in trying to decipher it. Some few persons see mentally in print every word that is uttered. They attend to the visual equivalent and not to the sound of the words, and they read them off usually as from a long imaginary strip of paper, such as is unwound from telegraphic instruments. The experiences differ in detail as to size and kind of type, colour of paper, and so forth, but are always the same in the same person. A well-known frequenter of the Royal Institution tells me that he often craves for an absence of visual perceptions. They are so brilliant and persistent. The Reverend George Henslow speaks of their extreme restlessness. They oscillate, rotate, and change. It is a mistake to suppose that sharp sight is accompanied by clear visual memory. I have not a few instances in which the independence of the two faculties is emphatically commented on, and I have at least one clear case where great interest in outlines and accurate appreciation of straightness, squareness, and the like is unaccompanied by the power of visualizing. Neither does a faculty go without dreaming. I have cases where it is powerful, and at the same time where dreams are rare and faint or altogether absent. One friend tells me these dreams have not the 100th part of the vigour of his waking fancies. The visualizing and identifying powers are by no means necessarily combined. A distinguished writer on metaphysical topics assures me that he is exceptionally quick at recognizing a face that he has seen before, but that he cannot call up a mental image of any face with clearness. Some persons have the power of combining in a single perception more than can be seen at any one moment by the two eyes. It is needless to insist on the fact that all who have two eyes see stereoscopically and therefore somewhat round a corner. Children who can focus their eyes on very near objects must be able to comprise in a single mental image much more than a half of any small object they are examining. Animals such as hares, whose eyes are set more on the side of the head than ours, must be able to perceive at one and the same instant more of a panorama than we can. I find that a few persons can, by what they often describe as a kind of touch sight, visualize at the same moment all round the image of a solid body. Many can do so nearly, but not altogether round that of a terrestrial globe. An eminent mineralogist assures me that he is able to imagine simultaneously all the sides of a crystal with which he is familiar. I may be allowed to quote a curious faculty of my own in respect to this. It is exercised only occasionally and in dreams, or rather in nightmares, but under those circumstances I am perfectly conscious of embracing an entire sphere in a single perception. It appears to lie within my mental eyeball and to be viewed centripetally. This power of comprehension is practically attained in many cases by indirect methods. It is a common feat to take in the whole surroundings of an imagined room with such a rapid mental sweep as to leave some doubt whether it has not been viewed simultaneously. Some people have the habit of viewing objects as though they were partly transparent. Thus, if they so dispose a globe in their imagination as to see both its north and south poles at the same time, they will not be able to see its equatorial parts. They can also perceive all the rooms of an imaginary house by a single mental glance, the walls and floors being as if made of glass. A fourth class of persons have the habit of recalling scenes, not from the point of view whence they were observed, but from a distance, and they visualize their own selves as actors on the mental stage. By one or other of these ways, the power of seeing the whole of an object and not merely one aspect of it is possessed by many persons. The place where the image appears to lie differs much. Most persons see it in an indefinable sort of way. Others see it in front of the eye, others at a distance corresponding to reality. There exists a power which is rare naturally, but can, I believe, be acquired with much difficulty, of projecting a mental picture upon a piece of paper, and of holding it fast there so that it can be outlined with a pencil. To this I shall recur. Images usually do not become stronger by dwelling on them. The first idea is commonly the most vigorous, but this is not always the case. Sometimes the mental view of a locality is inseparably connected with the sense of a position as regards the points of the compass, real or imaginary. I have received full and curious descriptions from very different sources of this strong geographical tendency, and in one or two cases I have reason to think it allied to a considerable faculty of geographical comprehension. The power of visualizing is higher in the female sex than in the male, and is somewhat, but not much, higher in public schoolboys than in men. After maturity is reached, and further advance of age does not seem to dim the faculty, but rather the reverse, judging from numerous statements to that effect, but advancing years are somewhat accompanied by a growing habit of hard abstract thinking, and in these cases, not uncommon among those whom I have questioned, the faculty undoubtedly becomes impaired. There is reason to believe that it is very high in some young children, who seem to spend years of difficulty in distinguishing between the subjective and objective world. Language and book learning certainly tend to dull it. The visualizing faculty is a natural gift, and, like all natural gifts, has a tendency to be inherited. In this faculty, the tendency to inheritance is exceptionally strong, as I have abundant evidence to prove, especially in respect to certain rather rare peculiarities, of which I shall speak in the next chapter, and which, when they exist at all, are usually found among 2, 3, or more brothers and sisters, parents, children, uncles and aunts, and cousins. Since families differ so much in respect to this gift, we may suppose that races would also differ, and there can be no doubt that such is the case. I hardly like to refer to civilized nations because their natural faculties are too much modified by education to allow of their being appraised in an offhand fashion. I may, however, speak of the French, who appear to possess the visualizing faculty in a high degree. The peculiar ability to show in prearranging ceremonials and feats of all kinds, and their undoubted genius for tactics and strategy, show that they are able to foresee events with unusual clearness. Their ingenuity in all technical contrivances is an additional testimony in the same direction, and so is their singular clearness of expression. Their phrase, figurez-vous, or picture to yourself, seems to express their dominant mode of perception. Our equivalent of imagine is ambiguous. It is among uncivilized races that natural differences in the visualizing faculty are most conspicuous. Many of them make carvings and rude illustrations, but only a few have the gift of carrying a picture in their mind's eye, judging by the completeness and firmness of their designs, which show no trace of having been elaborated in that step-by-step manner which is characteristic of draftsmen who are not natural artists. Among the races who are thus gifted are the commonly despised, but, as I confidently maintain from personal knowledge of them, the much underrated Bushmen of South Africa. They are no doubt deficient in the natural instincts necessary to civilization, for they detest a regular life. They are inveterate thieves, and are incapable of withstanding the temptation of strong drink. On the other hand, they have few superiors among barbarians in the ingenious methods by which they supply the wants of a difficult existence, and in the effectiveness and nattiness of their accoutrements. One of their habits is to draw pictures on the walls of caves of men and animals, and to colour them with ochre. These drawings were once numerous, but they have been sadly destroyed by advancing colonization, and few of them, and indeed few wild bushmen, now exist. Fortunately, a large and valuable collection of facsimiles of Bushman art was made before it became too late by Mr. Stowe, of the Cape Colony, who has very lately sent some specimens of them to this country, in the hope that means might be found for the publication of the entire series. Among the many pictures of animals in each of the large sheets full of them, I was particularly struck with one of an eland, as giving a just idea of the precision and purity of their best work. Others again were exhibited last summer at the Anthropological Institute by Mr. Hutchinson. The method by which the Bushmen draw is described in the following extract from a letter written to me by Dr. Mann, the well-known authority on South African matters of science. The boy to whom he refers belonged to a wild tribe living in caves in the Drakensberg, who plundered outlying farms and were pursued by the neighbouring colonists. He was wounded and captured, then sent to hospital and subsequently taken into service. He was under Dr. Mann's observation in the year 1860, and has recently died, to the great regret of his employer, Mr. Proudfoot, to whom he became a valuable servant. Dr. Mann writes as follows. This lad was very skilful in the proverbial Bushman art of drawing animal figures, and upon several occasions I introduced him to show me how this was managed among his people. He invariably began by jotting down upon paper or on a slate a number of isolated dots, which presented no connection or trace of outline of any kind to the uninitiated eye, but looked like the stars scattered promiscuously in the sky. Having, with much deliberation, satisfied himself of the sufficiency of these dots, he forthwith began to run a free bold line from one to the other, and as he did so the form of an animal, horse, buffalo, elephant, or some kind of antelope, gradually developed itself. This was invariably done with a free hand, and with such unerring accuracy of touch that no correction of a line was at any time attempted. I understood from the lad that this was the plan which was invariably pursued by his kindred in making their clever pictures. It is impossible, I think, for a drawing to be made on this method unless the artist had a clear image in his mind's eye of what he was about to draw, and was able in some degree to project it upon the paper or slate. Other living races have the gift of drawing, but none more so than the Eskimo. I will therefore speak of these and not of the Australian and Tasmanian pictures, nor of the still ruder performances of the old inhabitants of Guyana, nor of those of some North American tribes, as the Iroquois. The Eskimos are geographers by instinct, and appear to see vast tracts of country mapped out in their heads. From the multitude of illustrations of their map-drawing powers, I may mention one of those included in the journals of Captain Hall at page 224, which were published in 1879 by the United States Government, under the editorship of Professor J. E. Nouse. It is a facsimile of a chart drawn by an Eskimo who was a thorough barbarian in the accepted sense of the word. That is to say, he spoke no language besides his own uncouth tongue. He was wholly uneducated according to our modern ideas, and he lived in what we should call a savage fashion. The man drew from memory a chart of the region over which he had at one time or another gone in his canoe. It extended from Pond's Bay at latitude 73 degrees to Fort Churchill at latitude 58:44, over a distance of a straight line of more than 960 nautical or 1,100 English miles, the coast being so indented by arms of the sea that its length is 6 times as great. On comparing this rough Eskimo outline with the Admiralty chart of 1870, their accordance is remarkable. I have seen many MS wrote maps made by travellers a few years since, when the scientific exploration of the world was much less advanced than it is now, and I can confidently say that I have never known of any traveller, white or brown, civilized or uncivilized in Africa, Asia, or Australia, who, being unprovided with surveying instruments and trusted to his memory alone, has produced a chart comparable in extent and accuracy to that of this barbarous Eskimo. The aptitude of the Eskimos to draw is abundantly shown by the numerous illustrations in Rink's work, all of which were made by self-taught men and are thoroughly realistic. So much for the wild races of the present day, but even the Eskimo are equalled in their power of drawing by the men of old times, in ages so far gone by that the interval that separates them from our own may be measured in perhaps hundreds of thousands of years, when Europe was mostly icebound, a race who, in the opinion of all anthropologists, was closely allied to the modern Eskimo, lived in caves in the more habitable places. Many broken relics of that race have been found. Some few of these are of bone engraved with flints or carved into figures, and among these are representations of the mammoth, elk, and reindeer, which, if made by an English labourer with the much better implements at his command, would certainly attract local attention and lead to his being properly educated, and in much likelihood to his becoming a considerable artist if he had intellectual powers to match. It is not at all improbable that these prehistoric men had the same geographical instincts as the modern Eskimo, whom they closely resemble in every known respect. If so, it is perfectly possible that scraps of charts scratched on bone or stone of prehistoric Europe, when the distribution of land, sea and ice was very different to what it is now, may still exist, buried underground, and may reward the zeal of some future cave explorer. There is abundant evidence that the visualizing faculty admits of being developed by education. The testimony on which I would lay especial stress is derived from the published experiences of M. Lecoq de Boisbaudin, late director of the École Nationale de Dessin in Paris, which are related in his Education des Mémoires Pittoresques. He trained his pupils with extraordinary success, beginning with the simplest figures. They were made to study the models thoroughly before they tried to draw them from memory. One favourite expedient was to associate the sight memory with the muscular memory, by making his pupils follow at the distance the outlines of the figures with a pencil held in their hands. After 3 or 4 months' practice, their visual memory became greatly strengthened. They had no difficulty in summoning images at will, in holding them steady, and in drawing them. Their copies were executed with marvellous fidelity, as attested by a commission of the Institute appointed in 1852 to inquire into the matter, of which the eminent painter Horace Vernet was a member. The present Slade Professor of Fine Arts at the University College, M. Legros, was a pupil of M. de Boisbaudin. He had expressed to me his indebtedness to the system, and he has assured me of his own success in teaching others in a somewhat similar way. Colonel Moncrief informs me that when wintering in 1877 near Fort Garry in North America, young Indians occasionally came to his quarters, and that he found them much interested in any pictures or prints that were put before them. On one of these occasions he saw an Indian tracing the outline of a print from the Illustrated News very carefully with the point of his knife. The reason he gave for this odd manoeuvre was that he would remember the better how to carve it when he returned home. I could mention instances within my own experience in which the visualizing faculty has become strengthened by practice, notably one of an eminent electrical engineer who had the power of recalling form with unusual precision but not color. A few weeks after he had replied to my questions, he told me that my inquiries had induced him to practice his color memory, and that he had done so with such success that he was become quite an adept at it, and that the newly acquired power was a source of much pleasure to him. A useful faculty, easily developed by practice, is that of retaining a retinal picture. A scene is flashed upon the eye. The memory of it persists, and details which escaped observation during the brief time when it was actually seen may be analysed and studied at leisure in the subsequent vision. The memories we should aim at acquiring are, however, such as are based on a thorough understanding of the objects observed. In no case is this more surely effected than in the process of mechanical drawing, where the intended structure has to be portrayed so exactly in plan, elevation, side view, and sections that the workman has simply to copy the drawing in metal, wood or stone, as the case may be, is undoubtedly the fact that mechanicians, engineers, and architects usually possess the faculty of seeing mental images with remarkable clearness and precision. A few dots like those used by the Bushmen give great assistance in creating an imaginary picture, as proved by a general habit of working out ideas by the help of marks and rude lines. The use of dolls by children also testifies to the value of an object support in the construction of mental images. The doll serves as a kind of skeleton for the child to clothe with fantastic attributes, and the less individuality the doll has, the more it is appreciated by the child, who can the better utilize it as a lay figure in many different characters. The chief art of strengthening visual as well as every other form of memory lies in multiplying associations, the healthiest memory being that in which all the associations are logical, and toward which all the senses occur in their due proportions. It is wonderful how much the vividness of a recollection is increased when two or more lines of association are simultaneously excited. Thus the inside of a known house is much better visualized when we are looking at its outside than when we are away from it, and some chess players have told me that it is easier for them to play a game from memory when they have a blank board before them than when they have not. There is an absence of flexibility in the mental imagery of most persons. They find the first image they have acquired of any sense is apt to hold its place tenaciously in spite of subsequent need of correction. They find a difficulty in shifting their mental view of an object and examining it at pleasure in different positions. If they see an object equally often in many positions, their memories combine and confuse one another, forming a composite blur which they cannot dissect into its components. They are less able to visualize the features of intimate friends than those of persons of whom they have caught only a single glance. Many such persons have expressed to me their grief at finding themselves powerless to recall the looks of their dear relations whom they had lost, while they had no difficulty in recollecting faces that were uninteresting to them. Others have a complete mastery over their mental images. They can call up the figure of a friend and make it sit on a chair or stand up at will. They can make it turn around and attitudinize in any way, as by mounting it on a bicycle or compelling it to perform gymnastic feats on a trapeze. They are able to build up elaborate geometric structures bit by bit in their mind's eye, and subtract or alter at will and at leisure. This free action of a vivid visualizing faculty is of much importance in the connection with the higher processes of generalizing thought, though it is commonly put to no such purpose, as may be easily explained by an example. Suppose a person suddenly to accost another with the following words: "I want to tell you about a boat." What is the idea that the word boat would be likely to call up? I tried the experiment with this result. One person, a young lady, said that she immediately saw the image of a rather large boat pushing off from the shore, and that it was full of ladies and gentlemen, the ladies being dressed in white and blue. It is obvious that a tendency to give so specific an interpretation to a general word is absolutely opposed to philosophic thought. Another person, who was accustomed to philosophize, said that the word boat had aroused no definite image because he had purposely held his mind in suspense. He had exerted himself not to lapse into any one of the special ideas that he felt the word boat was ready to call up, such as skiff, wherry, barge, launch, punt, or dinghy. Much more did he refuse to think of any one of these with any particular freight or form any particular point of view. A habit of suppressing mental imagery must therefore characterize men who deal much with abstract ideas, and as a power of dealing easily and firmly with these ideas in the surest criterion of a highest order of intellect, we should expect that the visualizing faculty would be starved by disuse among philosophers, and this is precisely what I found on inquiry to be the case. But there is no reason why it should be so. If the faculty is free in its action, and not tried to reproduce hard and persistent forms, it may then produce generalized pictures out of its past experiences quite automatically. It has no difficulty in reducing images to the same scale, owing to our constant practice in watching objects as they approach or recede, and consequently grow or diminish in apparent size. It readily shifts images to any desired point of the field of view, owing to our habit of looking at bodies in motion to the right or left, upward or downward. It selects images that present the same aspect, either by a simple act of memory or by a feat of imagination that forces them into the desired position, and it has little or no difficulty in reversing them from right to left, as if seen in a looking-glass. In illustration of these generalized mental images, let us recur to the boat, and suppose the speaker to continue as follows. The boat was a four-oared racing boat. It was passing quickly to the left just in front of me, and the men were bending forward to take a fresh stroke. Now at this point of the story, the listener ought to have a picture well before his eye. It ought to have the distinctness of a real four-oar going to the left at the moment when many of its details still remain unheeded, such as the dresses of the men and their individual features. It would be the generic image of a four-oar formed by the combination to a single picture of a great many sight memories of those boats. In the highest minds, a descriptive word is sufficient to evoke crowds of shadowy associations, each striving to manifest itself. When they differ so much from one another as to be unfitted for combination into a single idea, there will be a conflict, each being prevented by the rest from the obtaining sole possession of the field of consciousness. There could therefore be no definite imagery so long as the aggregate of all the pictures that the words suggested of objects presenting similar aspects reduced to the same size and accurately superposed result in a blur. But a picture would gradually evolve as qualifications were added to the word, and it would attain to the distinctness and vividness of a generic image long before the word had been so restricted as to be individualized. If the intellect be slow, though correct in its operations, the associations will be few, and the generalized image based on insufficient data. If the visualizing power be faint, the generalized image will be indistinct. I cannot discover any close relation between high visualizing power and the intellectual faculties than between verbal memory and those same faculties. That it must afford immense help in some professions stand to reason, but in ordinary social life the possession of a high visualizing power as of a high verbal memory may pass quite unobserved. I have to the last failed in anticipating the character of the answers that my friends would give to my inquiries, judging from my previous knowledge of them, though I am bound to say that having received their answers, I could usually persuade myself that they were justified by my recollections of their previous sayings and conduct generally. The faculty is undoubtedly useful in a high degree to inventive mechanicians, and the great majority of those whom I have questioned have spoken of their powers as very considerable. They invent the machines as they walk, and see them in height, breadth, and depth as real objects, and they can also see them in action. In fact, a periodic action of any kind appears to be easily recalled, but the powers of other men are considerably less. Thus an engineer officer, who has himself great power of visual memory, and who has superintended the mathematical education of cadets, doubts if 1 in 10 can visualize an object in 3 dimensions. I should have thought the faculty would be common among geometricians, but many of the highest seem able somehow to get on without much of it. There is a curious dictum of Napoleon I quoted in Hume's Preface of Modern Tactics, page 15, of which I can neither find the original authority nor do I fully understand the meaning. He is reported to have said that there are some who, from some physical or moral peculiarity of character, form a picture, tableau, of everything. No matter what knowledge, intellect, courage, or good qualities they may have, these men are unfit to command. It is possible that tableau should be construed rather in the sense of pictorial composition, which, like an epigrammatic sentence, may be very complete and effective, but not altogether true. There can, however, be no doubt as to the utility of the visualizing faculty when it is duly subordinated to the higher intellectual operations. A visual image is a most perfect form of mental representation wherever the shape, position, and relations of objects in space are concerned. It is of importance in every handicraft and profession where design is required. The best workmen are those who visualize the whole of what they purpose to do before they take a tool in their hands. The village smith and the carpenter who are employed in odd jobs employ it no less for their work than the mechanician, the engineer, and the architect. The lady's maid who arranges a new dress requires it for the same reason as a decorator employed on a palace, or the agent who lays out great estates. Strategists, artists of all denominations, physicists who contrive new experiments, and in short all who do not follow routine have need of it. The pleasure its use can afford is immense. I have many correspondents who say that the delight of recalling beautiful scenery and great works of art is the highest that they know. They carry whole picture galleries in their minds. Our bookish and wordy education tends to repress this valuable gift of nature, a faculty that is of importance in all technical and artistic occupations, that gives accuracy to our perceptions and justness to our generalizations, is starved by lazy disuse, instead of being cultivated judiciously in such a way as will, on the whole, bring the best return. I believe that a serious study of the best method of developing and utilizing this faculty, without prejudice to the practice of abstract thought in symbols, is one of the many pressing desiderata in the yet unformed science of education. End of chapter 20. End of section 4. Section 5 of Human Faculty and Its Development by Francis Galton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 21. Number Forms. Persons who are imaginative almost invariably think of numerals in some form of visual imagery. The idea of 6 occurs to them. The word 6 does not sound in their mental ear, but the figure 6 in original printed form rises before their mental eye. The clearness of the images of numerals and the number of them that can be mentally viewed at the same time differs greatly in different persons. The most common case is to see only 2 or 3 figures at once, and then a position too vague to admit of definition. There are a few persons in whom the visualizing faculty is so low that they can mentally see neither numerals nor anything else, and again there are a few to whom it is so high as to give rise to hallucinations. Those who are able to visualize a numeral with a distinctness comparable to reality, and to behold it as if it were before their eyes, and not in some sort of dreamland, will define the direction in which it seems to lie, and the distance at which it appears to be. If they were looking at a ship on the horizon at the moment that the figure 6 happened to present itself to their minds, they could say whether the image lay to the left or right of the ship, and whether it was above or below the line of the horizon. They could always point to a definite spot in space, and say with more or less precision that that was the direction in which the image of the figure they were thinking of first appeared. Now, the strange psychological fact to which I desire to draw attention is that among persons who visualize figures clearly, there are many who notice that the image of the same figure invariably makes its first appearance in the same direction and at the same distance. Such a person would always see the figure when it first appeared to him at, we may suppose, one point of the compass to the left of the line between his eye and the ship, at the level of the horizon and at 20 feet distance. Again, we may suppose that he would see the figure 7 invariably half a point to the left of the ship, at an altitude equal to the sun's diameter above the horizon, and at 30 feet distance. Similarly, for all the other figures. Consequently, when he thinks of the series of numerals 1, 2, 3, 4, etc., they show themselves in a definite pattern that always occupies an identical position in his field of view with respect to the direction in which he is looking. Those who do not see figures with the same objectivity use nevertheless the same expressions with reference to their mental field of view. They can draw what they see in a manner fairly satisfactory to themselves, but they do not locate it so strictly in reference to their axis of sight and to the horizontal plane that passes through it. It is with them, as in dreams, the imagery is before and around, but the eyes during sleep are turned inwards and upwards. The pattern or form in which the numerals are seen is by no means the same in different persons, but assumes the most grotesque variety of shapes, which run in all sorts of angles, bends, curves, and zigzags, as represented in the various illustrations to this chapter. The drawings, however, fail in giving the idea of their apparent size to those who see them. They usually occupy a wider range than the mental eye can take in at a single glance, and compel it to wonder. Sometimes they are nearly panoramic. These forms have for the most part certain characteristics in common. They all stated in all cases to have been in existence, so far as the earlier numbers in the forms are concerned, as long back as the memory extends. They come into view quite independently of the will, and their shape and position, at all events in the mental field of view, is nearly invariable. They have other points in common to which I shall shortly draw attention, but first I will endeavour to remove all doubt as to the authenticity and trustworthiness of these statements. I see no form myself, and first ascertained that such a thing existed through a letter from Mr. G. Bitter, Q.C., in which he described his own case as a very curious peculiarity. I was at the time making inquiries about the strength of the visualizing faculty in different persons, and among the numerous replies that reached me, I soon collected 10 or 12 other cases in which the writers spoke of their seeing numerals in definite forms. Though the information came from independent sources, the expressions used were so closely alike that they strongly corroborated one another. Of course, I eagerly followed up the inquiry, and when I collected enough material to justify publication, I wrote an account which appeared in Nature on 15th January 1880, with several illustrations. This has led to a wide correspondence and to a much increased store of information, which enables me to arrive at the following conclusions. The answers I received whenever I have pushed my questions have been straightforward and precise. I have not unfrequently procured a second sketch of the form even after more than 2 years' interval, and found it to agree closely with the first one. I have also questioned many of my own friends in general terms as to whether they visualize numbers in any particular way. The large majority are unable to do so, but every now and then I meet with persons who possess the faculty, and I have become familiar with the quick look of intelligence with which they receive my question. It is as though some chord had been struck which had not been struck before, and the verbal answers they give me are precisely of the same type as those written ones of which I have now so many. I cannot doubt of the authenticity of independent statements which closely confirm one another, nor of the general accuracy of the accompanying sketches, because I find now that my collection is large enough for classification, that they might be arranged in an approximately continuous series. I am often told that the peculiarity is common to the speaker and to some near relative, and they have found such to be the case by accident. I have the strongest evidence of its hereditary character after allowing, and over-allowing, for all conceivable influences of education and family tradition. Last of all, I took advantage of the opportunity afforded by a meeting of the Anthropological Institute to read a memoir there on the subject, and to bring with me many gentlemen well known in the scientific world, who have this habit of seeing numerals in forms, and whose diagrams were suspended on the walls. Amongst them are Mr. G. Bitter, Q.C., the Reverend Mr. G. Henslow, the botanist, Professor Schuster, F.R.S., the physicist, Mr. Roget, Mr. Wood-Smith, and Colonel Ewell, C.B., the geographer. These diagrams are given on Plate 1, figures 20 to 24. I wish that some of my foreign correspondents could also have been present, such as Mr. M. Antoine Diabary, the well-known French traveller and member de l'Institut, and Baron V. Osten-Sacken, the Russian diplomatist and entomologist, for they had given and procured me much information. I feel sure that I have now said enough to remove doubts as to the authenticity of my data. Their trustworthiness will, I trust, be still more apparent as I proceed. It has been abundantly manifest to myself from the internal evidences in a large mass of correspondence, to which I can unfortunately do no adequate justice in a brief memoir. It remains to treat the data in the same way as any other scientific fact, and to extract as much meaning from them as possible. The peculiarity in question is found, speaking very roughly, in about 1 out of every 30 adult males or 15 females. It consists in the sudden and automatic appearance of a vivid and invariable form in the mental field of view whenever a numeral is thought of, in which each numeral has its own definite place. This form may consist of a mere line of any shape, of a peculiarly arranged row or rows of figures, or of a shaded space. I give woodcuts of representative specimens of these forms, and very brief descriptions of them extracted from the letters of my correspondence. 63 other diagrams on a smaller scale will be found in plates 1, 2, and 3, and 2 more which are coloured are given on plate 4. An engraving is displayed on the page with footnote text. The engraver took much pains to interpret the meaning of the rather faint but carefully made drawing by strengthening some of the shades. The result was very, very satisfactory, judging from the author's own view of it, which is as follows. Certainly, if the engraver has been as successful with all the other representations as with that of my shape and its accompaniments, your article must be entirely correct. D.A. From the very first I have seen numerals up to nearly 200 range themselves always in a particular manner, and in thinking of a number it always takes its place in the figure. The more attention I give to the properties of numerals and their interpretations, the less I am troubled with the clumsy framework for them. But it is indelible in my mind's eye, even when for a long time less consciously so. The higher numbers are to me quite abstract and unconnected with the shape. This rough and untidy production is the best I can do towards representing what I see. There was a little difficulty in the performance, because it is only by catching oneself at unawares, so to speak, that one is quite sure that what one sees is not affected by temporary imagination. But it does not seem much like, chiefly because the mental picture never seems on the flat, but in a thick, dark grey atmosphere, deepening in certain parts, especially where 1 emerges, and about 20. How I get from 100 to 120 I hardly know, though if I could require these figures a few times without thinking of them on purpose, I should soon notice. About 200 I lose all framework. I do not see the actual figures very distinctly, but what there is of them is distinguished from the dark by a thin whitish tracing. It is the place they take and the shape they make collectively which is infiable. Nothing more definitely takes its place than a person's age. The person is usually there so long as his age is in mind. Another image is displayed on the page with footnote text, TM. The representation I carry in my mind of the numerical series is quite distinct to me, so much that I cannot think of any number, but I at once see it, as it were, in a peculiar place in the diagram. My remembrance of dates is also nearly entirely dependent on a clear mental vision of their loci in the diagram. This, as nearly as I can draw it, is the following. It is only approximately correct, if the term correct be at all applicable. The numbers seem to approach more closely as I ascend from 10 to 20, 30, 40, etc. The lines embracing 100 numbers also seem to approach as I go on to 400, 500, to 1000. Beyond 1000, I have only the sense of an infinite line in the direction of the arrow, losing itself in darkness towards the millions. Any special number of thousands returns in my mind to its position in the parallel lines from 1 to 1000. The diagram was present in my mind from early childhood. I remember that I learnt the multiplication table by reference to it at the age of 7 or 8. I need hardly say that the impression is not that of perfectly straight lines. I therefore used no ruler in drawing it. Image is displayed on the page of footnote text, JS. The figures are about 1/4 inch in length, and in ordinary type. They are black on a white ground. The numeral 200 generally takes the place of 100 and obliterates it. There is no light or shade, and the picture is invariable. In some cases, the mental eye has to travel along the faintly marked and blank paths of a form, to the place where the numeral that is wanted is known to reside, and then the figure starts into sight. In other cases, all the numerals as far as 100 or more are faintly seen at once, but the figure that is wanted grows more vivid than its neighbours. In one of the cases there is, as it were, a chain, and the particular link rises as if an unseen hand had lifted it. The forms are sometimes variously coloured, occasionally very brilliantly. See Plate 4. In all of these, the definition and illumination vary much in different parts. Usually the forms fade away into indistinctness after 100. Sometimes they come to a dead stop. The higher numbers very rarely fill so large a space in the forms as the lower ones, and the diminution of space occupied by them is so increasingly rapid that I thought it not possible they might diminish according to some geometrical law, such as that which governs sensitivity. I took many careful measurements and averaged them, but the result did not justify the supposition. It is beyond dispute that these forms originate at an early age. They are subsequently often developed in boyhood and youth so as to include the higher numbers, and among mathematical students the negative values. Nearly all of my correspondents speak with confidence of their forms having been in existence as far back as they recollect. One states that he knows he possessed it at the age of 4, another that he learnt his multiplication table by the aid of the elaborate mental diagram he still uses. Not 1 in 10 is able to suggest any clue as to their origin. They cannot be due to anything written or printed, because they do not stimulate what is found in ordinary writings or books. About 1/3 of the figures are carved to the left, 2/3 to the right. They run more often upward than downward. They do not commonly lie in a single plane. Sometimes a form has twists as well as bends. Sometimes it is turned upside down. Sometimes it plunges into an abyss of immeasurable depth, or it rises and disappears in the sky. My correspondents are often in difficulties when trying to draw them in perspective. One sent me a stereoscopic picture photographed from a wire that had been bent into the proper shape. In one case the form proceeds at first straight forward, then it makes a backward sweep high above head, and finally recurves into the pocket, of all places. It is often sloped upwards, at a slight inclination from a little below the level of the eye, just as objects on a table would appear to a child whose chin was barely above it. It may seem strange that children should have such bold conceptions as of curves sweeping loftily upward or downward to immeasurable depths, but I think it may be accounted for by a much larger personal experience of the vertical dimensions of space than adults. They are uplifted, tossing and swung, but adults pass their lives very much on a level, and only judge of heights by inference, from the picture on their retina. Whenever a man first ventures up in a balloon, or is let, like a gatherer of seabirds' eggs, over the face of a precipice, he is conscious of having acquired a much extended experience of the third dimension of space. The character of the forms under which historical dates are visualized contrasts strongly with the ordinary number forms. They are sometimes copied from the numerical ones, but they are more commonly based both clearly and consciously on the diagrams used in the schoolroom or on some recollected fancy. The months of the year are usually perceived as ovals, and they as often follow one another in inverse direction to those of the figures on the clock, as in the same direction. It is a common peculiarity that the months do not occupy equal spaces, but those that are most important to the child extend more widely than the rest. There are many varieties as to the topmost month. It is by no means always January. The forms of the letters of the alphabet, when imagined as they sometimes are in that way very equally easy to be accounted for. Therefore the ordinary number form is the oldest of all, and consequently the most interesting. I suppose that it first came into existence when the child was learning to count, and was used by him as a natural mnemonic diagram, to which he referred the spoken words 1, 2, 3, etc. Also that as soon as he began to read, the visual symbol figures supplanted their verbal sounds, and permanently established themselves on the form. It therefore existed at an earlier date than that at which the child began to learn to read. It represents his mental process at a time at which no other record remains. It persists in vigorous activity and offers itself freely to our examination. The teachers of many schools and colleges, some in America, have kindly questioned their pupils for me. The results are given in the two first columns of Plate 1. It appears that the proportion of young people who see numerals in forms is greater than that of adults, but for the most part their forms are neither well defined nor complicated. I conclude that when they are too faint to be of service, they are gradually neglected, and become wholly forgotten, while if they are vivid and useful, they increase in vividness and definition by the effect of habitual use. Hence in adults, the two classes of seers and non-seers are rather sharply defined, the connecting link of intermediate cases, which is observable in childhood, having disappeared. These forms are the most remarkable existing instances of what is called topical memory, the existence of which appears to lie in the establishment of a more exact system of division of labour in the different parts of the brain than is usually carried on. Topical aids to memory are of the greatest service to many persons, and teachers of mnemonics make large use of them, as by advising a speaker to mentally associate the corners, etc., of a room with the chief divisions of the speech he is about to deliver. Those who feel the advantage of these aids most strongly are the most likely to cultivate the use of numerical forms. I have read many books on mnemonics, and cannot doubt their utility to some persons. To myself the system is of no avail whatever, but simply a stumbling block. Nevertheless, I am well aware that many of my early associations are fanciful and silly. The question remains, why do the lines of the forms run in such strange and peculiar ways? The reply is that different persons have natural fancies for different lines and curves. Their handwriting shows this, for handwriting is by no means solely dependent on the balance of the muscles of the hand, causing such and such strokes to be made with greater facility than others. Handwriting is greatly modified by the fashion of the time. It is in reality a compromise between what the writer most likes to produce and what he can produce with the greatest ease to himself. I am sure, too, that I can trace a connection between the general look of the handwritings of my various correspondents and the lines of their forms. If a spider were to visualize numerals, we might expect he would do so in some well-shaped fashion, and to be in hexagons. The definite domestic architecture of all animals, as seen in their nests, arid holes, show the universal tendency of each species to pursue their work according to certain definite lines and shapes, which are to them instinctive and in no way, we may presume, logical. The same is seen in the groups and formations of flocks of gregarious animals and the flights of gregarious birds, among which the wedge-shaped phalanx of wild ducks and the huge globe of soaring storks are as remarkable as any. I used to be much amused during past travels in watching the different lines of search that were pursued by different persons and looking for objects lost on the ground. When the encampment was being broken up, different persons had decided idiosyncrasies, so much that if their travelling line of sight could have scored a mark on the ground, I think the system of each person would have been as characteristic of his number form. Children learn their figures to some extent by those on the clock. I cannot, however, trace the influence of the clock on the forms in more than a few cases. In 2 of them the clock face actually appears, in others it has evidently had a strong influence, and the rest its influence is indicated, but nothing more. I suppose that the complex Roman numerals in the clock do not fit in sufficiently well with the simpler ideas based upon the Arabic ones. The other traces of the origin of the forms that appear here and there are dominoes, cards, counters, an abacus, the fingers, counting by coins, feet and inches. A yellow carpenter's rule appears in one case with 56 enlarged figures upon it. The country surrounding the child's home, with hills and dales, objects in the garden. One scientific man sees the old garden walk and the numeral 7 at a tub sunk in the ground where his father filled his watering pot. Some associations seem connected with the objects spoken of in the doggerel verses by which children are often taught their numbers. But the paramount influence proceeds from the names of the numerals. Our nomenclature is perfectly barbarous, and that of other civilized nations is not better than ours, and frequently worse, as the French quatre-vingt dix-huit, or 80, 10 and 8, instead of 88, we speak of 10, 11, 12, 13, etc., in defiance of the beautiful system of decimal notation in which we write those numbers. What we see is 10, 11, 12, etc., and we should pronounce that on principle with this proviso that the word for the 1, having to show both the place and the value, should have a sound suggestive of 1, but not identical with it. Let us suppose it to be the letter O pronounced short as in on. Then instead of 10, 11, 12, 13, etc., we might say on 0, on 1, on 2, on 3, etc. The conflict between the two systems creates a perplexity to which conclusive testimony is borne by these numerical forms. In most of them there is a marked hitch at the 12, and this repeats itself at the 120. The run of the lines between 1 and 20 is rarely analogous to that between 20 and 100, where it usually first becomes regular. The teens frequently occupy a larger space than their due. It is not easy to define in words the variety of traces of the difficulty and annoyance caused by our unscientific nomenclature that are portrayed vividly and, so to speak, painfully in these pictures. They are indelible scars that testify to the effort and ingenuity to which sort of compromise was struggled for and has finally been effected between the verbal and decimal systems. I am sure that this difficulty is more serious and abiding than has been suspected, not only from the persistency of these twists, which would have long since been smoothed away if they did not continue to subserve some useful purpose, but also from experiments on my own mind. I find I can deal mentally with simple sums with less strain if I audibly conceive the figures as on 0, on 1, etc. I can both dictate and write from dictation with much less trouble than that system or some similar one is adopted. I have little doubt that our nomenclature is a serious though unsuspected hindrance to the ready adoption by the public of a decimal system of weights and measures. 3/4 of the forms bear a duodecimal impress. I will now give brief explanations of the number forms drawn in plates 1, 2, and 3, and in the 2 front figures on plate 4. Figure 1 is by Mr. Walter Larden, Science Master of Cheltenham College, who sent me a very interesting elaborate account of his own case, which by itself would make a memoir, and he has collected other information for me. The number forms of one of his colleagues and of that gentleman's sister are given in figures 53, 54, plate 3. I extract the following from Mr. Larden's letter. It is all for which I can find space. All numbers are to me as images of figures in general. I see them in ordinary Arabic type, except in some special cases. They have definite positions in space, as shown in the figure. Beyond 100, I am conscious of coming down a dotted line to the position of 1 again, and of going over the same cycle exactly as before, e.g. with 120 in place of 20, and so on up to 140 or 150. With higher numbers the imagery is less definite. Thus for 1140 I can only say that there are no new positions. I do not see the entire number in the place of 40, but if I think of it as 1140, I see 40 in its place, 11 in its place, and 100 in its place. The picture is not single, though the ideas combine. I seem to stand near 1. I have to turn somewhat to see from 30 to 40, and more to see from 40 to 100. 100 lies up to my right and behind me. I see no shading nor colour in the figures. Figures 2 to 6 are from returns collected for me by the Reverend A.D. Hill, Science Master of Winchester College, who sent me replies for 135 boys of the average age of 14-15. He says, speaking of their replies to my numerous questions on visualizing generally, that they represent fairly those who could answer anything. The boys certainly seemed interested in the subject. The others, who had no such faculty either attempting and failing, or not finding any response in their minds, took no interest in the inquiry. A very remarkable case of hereditary colour association was sent to me by Mr. Hill, to which I shall refer later. The only 5 good cases of number forms among the 135 boys are those shown in the figures. I need only describe figure 2. The boys says, numbers, except the first 20, appear in waves. The 2 crossing lines, 60 to 70, 140 to 150, never appear at the same time. The first 12 are the image of a clock, and 13 to 20 a continuation of them. Figures 7, 8 are sent to me by Mr. Henry F. Osborne of Princeton in the United States, who has given cordial assistance in obtaining information as regards visualizing and generally. These 2 are the only forms included in 60 returns that he sent, 34 of which were from Princeton College, and the remaining 26 from Vassar Female College. Figures 9 to 19 and figures 28 are from returns communicated by Mr. W. H. Poole, Science Master of Charterhouse College, which are very valuable to me as regards visualizing power generally. He read my questions before a meeting of about 60 boys, who all consented to reply, and he had several subsequent volunteers. All the answers were short, straightforward, and often amusing. Subsequently, the inquiry extended. I have 168 returns from him in all, containing 12 good number forms, shown in figures 9 to 19 and in figures 28. The first figure is that of Mr. Poole himself. He says, the line only represents position. It does not exist in my mind. After 100, I return to my old starting place, e.g., 140 occupies the same position as 40. The gross statistical result from the schoolboys is as follows. Total returns, 337 viz. Winchester, 135, Princeton, 34, Charterhouse, 168. The number of these that contain well-defined number forms are 5, 1, and 12 respectively, or total 18. That is, 1 in 20. It may justly be said that the masters should not be counted, because it was owing to the accident of their seeing the number forms themselves that they became interested in the inquiry. If this objection be allowed, the proportion would become 16 in 337, or 1 in 21. Again, some boys who had no visualizing faculty at all could make no sense out of the questions, and wholly refrained from answering. This would again diminish the proportion. The shyness in some would help in a statistical return to neutralize the tendency to exaggeration in others, but I do not think there is much room for correction on either head. Neither do I think it requisite to make much allowance for inaccurate answers, as the tone of the replies is simple and straightforward. Those from Princeton, where the students are older and had been specially warned, are remarkable for indications of self-restraint. The results of personal inquiries among adults, quite independent and of prior to these, gave me the proportion of 1 in 30 as a provisional result for adults. This is as well confirmed by the present returns of 1 in 21 among boys and youths as I could have expected. I have not a sufficient number of returns from girls for useful comparison with the above, though I am much indebted to Miss Lewis for 33 reports, to Miss Cooper of Edgbaston for 10 reports from the female teachers at her school, and to a few other school mistresses, such as Miss Stones of Carmarthen, whose returns I have utilized in other ways. The tendency to see number forms is certainly higher in girls than in boys. Figure 20 is the form of Mr. George Bitter, Q.C. It is of most interest to myself because it was, as I have already mentioned, through the receipt of it and an accompanying explanation that my attention was first drawn to the subject. Mr. G. Bitter is son of the late well-known engineer, the famous calculating boy of the bygone generation, whose marvellous feats in mental arithmetic were a standing wonder. The faculty is hereditary. Mr. G. Bitter himself has multiplied mentally 15 figures by another 15 figures, but with less facility than his father. It has been again transmitted, though in an again reduced degree, to the third generation. He says, one of the most curious peculiarities in my own case is the arrangement of the arithmetical numerals. I have sketched this to the best of my ability. Every number, at least within the first 1,000, and afterwards thousands take the place of units, is always thought of by me in its own definite place in the series, where it has, if I may say so, a home and an individuality. I should, however, qualify this by saying that when I am multiplying together two large numbers, my mind is engrossed in the operation, and the idea of locality in the series for the moment sinks out of prominence. Figure 21 is that of Professor Schuster, FRS, whose visualizing powers are of a very high order, and who has given me valuable information, but want of space compels me to extract very briefly. He says to the effect, "The diagram in numerals which I usually see has roughly the shape of a horseshoe, lying on a slightly inclined plane, with the opening towards me. It always comes into view in front of me, a little to the left, so that the right-hand branch of the horseshoe, at the bottom of which I place 0, is in front of my left eye. When I move my eyes without moving my head, the diagram remains fixed in space, and does not follow the movement of my eye. When I move the head, the diagram unconsciously follows the movement, but I can, by an effort, keep it fixed in space as before. I can also shift it from one part of the field to the other, and even turn it upside down. I use the diagram as a resting place for my memory, placing a number in it and finding it again when wanted. A remarkable property of the diagram is a sort of elasticity which enables me to join the two ends of the horseshoe together when I want to connect 100 with 0. The same elasticity causes me to see that part of the diagram which I fix my attention larger than the rest." Mr. Schuster makes occasional use of a simpler form of diagram, which is little more than a straight line variously divided, and which I need not describe in detail. Figure 22 is by Colonel Ewell, C.B. It is simpler than the others, and is found to become sensibly weaker in later years. It is now faint and hard to fix. Figure 23, Mr. Wood Smith. Above 200, the form becomes vague and is soon lost, except that 999 is always in a corner like 99. My own position in regard to it is generally nearly opposite my own age, which is 50 now, at which point I can face either towards 7 to 12, or towards 12 to 20, or 20 to 7, but never, I think, with my back to 12 to 20. Figure 24, Mr. Roget. He writes to the effect that the first 12 are clearly divided from the spots in dominoes. After 100, there is nothing clear but 108. The form is so deeply engraven in his mind that a strong effort of the will was required to substitute any artificial arrangement in its place. His father, the late Dr. Roget, well known for many years as Secretary of the Royal Society, had trained him in his childhood to the use of the Memoria Technica of Finagle, in which each year has its special place in the walls of a particular room, and the rooms of a house represent successive centuries, but he never could locate them in that way. They would go to what seemed their natural homes in the arrangement shown in the figure, which had come to him from some unknown source. The remaining figures 25 to 28 in Plate 1 sufficiently express themselves. The last belongs to one of the Charterhouse boys, the others respectively to a musical critic, to a clergyman, and to a gentleman who is, I believe, now a barrister. Description of Plate 2. Plate 2 contains examples of more complicated forms, which severely require so much minuteness of description that I am in despair of being able to do justice to them separately, and must leave most of them to tell their own story. Figure 34 is that of Mr. Flinders Petrie, to which I have already referred, page 66. Figure 37 is by Professor Herbert M. Leod, FRS. I will quote his letter almost in full, as it is a very good example. When your first article on visualized numerals appeared in Nature, I thought of writing to tell you of my own case, of which I had never previously spoken to anyone, and which I never contemplated putting on paper. It becomes now a duty to me to do so, for it is a fourth case of the influence of the clock face. In my article I had spoken of only 3 cases known to me, FG. The enclosed paper will give you a rough notion of the apparent positions of numbers in my mind that is due to learning the clock is, I think, proved by my being able to tell the clock certainly before I was 4, and probably when little more than 3, but my mother cannot tell me the exact date. I had a habit of arranging my spoon and fork on my plate to indicate the positions of the hands, and I will remember being astonished at seeing an old watch of my grandmother's which had ordinary numerals in place of Roman ones. All this happened before I could read, and I have no recollection of learning the numbers unless it was by seeing numbers stenciled on the barrels in my father's brewery. When learning the numbers from 12 to 20, they appeared to be vertically above the 12 of the clock, and you will see from the enclosed sketch the most prominent numbers which I have underlined all occur in the multiplication table. Those doubly underlined are the most prominent. The lithographer has not rendered these correctly, FG. And just now I caught myself doing what I did not anticipate. After doubly underlining some of the numbers, I found that all the multiples of 12 except 84 are so marked. In the sketch I have written in all the numbers up to 30, the others are not added merely for want of space. They appear in their corresponding positions. You will see that 21 is curiously placed, probably to get a fresh start for the next 10. The loops gradually diminish in size as the numbers rise, and it seems rather curious that the numbers from 100 to 120 resemble in form those from 1 to 20. Beyond 144, the arrangement is less marked, and beyond 200, they entirely vanish. Although there is some hazy recollection of a futile attempt to learn the multiplication table up to 20 times 20. On the preceding page, Plate 2, examples of number forms, is displayed. Neither my mother nor my sister is conscious of any mental arrangement of numerals. I have not found any idea of this kind among any of my colleagues to whom I have spoken on the subject, and several of them have ridiculed the notion, and possibly think me a lunatic for having any such feeling. I was showing the scheme to G shortly after your first article appeared on the piece of paper I enclose, and he arranged the diagram to a separate, most amusingly and grotesque form, FG, with the remark, "If you were a rich man, I knew I was mentioned in your will, I should destroy that piece of paper, in case it be brought forward as an evidence of insanity." I mentioned this in connection with a paragraph in your article. Figure 40 is, I think, the most complicated form I possess. It was communicated to me by Mr. Woodsmith as that of Miss L.K., a lady who was governess in a family, whom she had closely questioned both with inquiries of his own and by submitting others, subsequently sent by myself. It is impossible to convey its full meaning briefly, and I am not sure that I understand much of the principle of it myself. It shows part only, I have not room for more, of the series 2, 3, 5, 7, 10, 11, 13, 14, 17, 18, 19. Each has two sides of a square, that is, larger or smaller according to the magnitude of the number. One does not appear anywhere. C similarly shows part of the series, or divisible by 3, of 6, 9, 15, 21, 27, 30, 33, 39, 60, 63, 66, 69, 90, 93, 96. B shows the way in which most numbers divisible by 4 appear. D shows the form of the numbers 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, 27, 29, 41, 42 to 49, 81 to 83, 85 to 87, 89, 101 to 103, 105 to 107, and 109. E shows that 31, 33 to 35, 37 to 39. The other numbers are not clear, viz. 50, 51, 53 to 55, 57 to 59. Beyond 100, the arrangement becomes hazy, except that the hundreds and thousands go on again in complete consecutive and proportional squares indefinitely. The groups of figures are not seen together, but one or other starts up as the number is thought of. The form has no background, and is always seen in front. No Arabic or other figures are seen with it. Experiments were made as to the time required to get these images well in the mental view, by reading to the lady a series of numbers as fast as she could visualize them. The first series consisted of 20 numbers of 2 figures each, thus 17, 28, 13, 52, etc. These were gone through in the first trial in 22 seconds, on the second in 16, and on the third in 26. The second series is more varied, containing numbers of 1, 2, and 3 figures, thus 121, 117, 345, 187, 13, 6, 25, etc. And these were gone through in 3 trials in 25, 25, and 22 seconds respectively, forming a general result of 23 seconds for 20 numbers, or 4 seconds per number. A noticeable feature in this case is the strong accordance of the scale of the image with the magnitude of the number, and the geometric regularity of the figures. Some that I drew and sent for the lady to see did not at all satisfy her eye as to their correctness. I should say that not a few mental calculators work by bolts rather than by numerals. They arrange concrete magnitudes symmetrically in rank and file like battalions and march these about. I have one case where each number in a form seems to bear its own weight. Figure 45, 15, a curious instance of a French member of the Institute communicated to me by M. Antoine d'Abadie, whose own number form is shown in figure 44. He was asked why he puts 4 in so conspicuous a place. He replied, "You see that such a part of my name, which he wishes to withhold, means 4 in the south of France, which is the cradle of my family. Consequently, quae est ma raison d'être?" Subsequently in 1880, M.D. Abadi wrote, I mention the case of a philosopher whose 4, 14, 24, etc. all steps out of the rank in his mind's eye. He has a haze in his mind from 60, I believe it was 50 of G, up to 80, but literally 80 has sprung out, not like the surgeon's 4, 14, 24, but like a captain. Farther out still, and 5 or 6 times as large as the privates. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, etc. Were I superstitious, said he, I shall conclude that my death would occur in the 80th year of the century. The growth of 80 was sudden and has remained constant ever since. This is the only case known to me of a new stage in the development of a number form being suddenly attained. Description of Plate 3. Plate 3 is intended to exhibit some instances of hereditary. I have no less than 22 families in which this curious tendency is hereditary, and there may be many more of which I am still ignorant. I have found it to extend in at least 8 of these beyond the near degrees of parent and child and brother and sister, considering that the occurrence is so rare as to exist in only about 1 in every 25 or 30 males. These results are very remarkable, and their trustworthiness is increased by the fact that the hereditary tendency is on the whole the strongest in those cases where the number forms are the most defined and elaborate. I give 4 instances in which the hereditary tendency is found, not only in having a form at all, but also in some degree in the shape of the form. Figures 46 to 49 are those of various members of the Henslow family, where the brothers, sisters, and some children of a sister have the peculiarity. Figures 53 to 54 are those of a master of Cheltenham College and his sister. Figures 55 to 56 are those of a father and son. 57 and 58 belong to the same family. Figures 59 to 60 are those of a brother and sister. The lower half of the plate explains itself. The last figure of all, figure 65, is of interest because it was drawn for an intelligent little girl of only 11 years old, and she has been closely questioned by her father, and it was accompanied by elaborate colourful illustrations of months and days of the week. I thought this would be a good test case, so I let the matter drop for 2 years, and then begged the father to question the child casually, and to send me a fresh account. I asked at the same time if any notes had been kept of the previous letter. Nothing could have come out more satisfactorily. No notes have been kept. The subject has passed out of mind, but the imagery remained the same, with some trifling and very interesting metamorphoses of details. On the previous page, Plate 3, examples of an hereditary tendency to see number forms, is displayed. Description of Plate 4. I can find room in Plate 4 for only 2 instances of coloured number forms, though others are described in Plate 3, Figure 64, is by Miss Rose G. Kingsley, daughter of the late eminent writer, the Reverend Charles Kingsley, and herself an authoress. She says, Up to 30 I see the numbers in clear white, to 40 in grey, 40 to 50 in flaming orange, 50 to 60 in green, 60 to 70 in dark blue, 70 I am not sure about, 80 is reddish, I think, and 90 is yellow, but these later divisions are very indistinct in my mind's eye. She subsequently writes, I now enclose my diagram. It is very roughly done. I am afraid not nearly as well as I should have liked to have done it. My great fear has been that in thinking it over I might be led to write down something more than what I actually see, but I hope to have avoided this. Figure 65 is an attempt at reproducing the forms sent by Mr. George F. Smythe of Ohio, an American correspondent who has contributed much of interest. He says, To me the numbers from 1 to 20 lie on a level plane, but from 20 they slope up to 100 at an angle of about 25 degrees. Beyond 100 they are generally all on a level, but if for any reason I have to think of the numbers from 100 to 200, or from 200 to 300, etc., then the numbers between these 200s are arranged just as those from 1 to 100 are. I do not, when thinking of a number, picture to myself the figures which represent it, but I do think instantly of the place which it occupies along the line. Moreover, in the case of numbers from 1 to 20, and indistinctly from 20 up to 28 or 30, I always picture the number, not the figures, as occupying a right-angled parallelogram about twice as long as it is broad. The numbers all lie down flat and extend in a straight line from 1 to 12 over an unpleasant, arid, sandy plain. At 12, the line turns abruptly to the right, passes into a pleasanter region where grass grows, and so continues up to 20. At 20 the line turns to the left, and passes up the before described incline to 100. This figure will help you in understanding my ridiculous notions. The asterisk marks the place where I commonly seem to myself to stand and view the line. At times I take other positions, but never any position to the left of the asterisk, nor to the right of the line from 20 upwards. I do not associate colours with numbers. There is a great difference in the illumination which different numbers receive. If a traveller should start at 1 and walk to 100, he would be in an intolerable glare of light until near 9 or 10. But at 11 he would go into a land of darkness and would have to feel his way. At 12 light breaks in again, a pleasanter sunshine which continues up to 19 or 20, where there is a sort of twilight. From here to 40 the illumination is feeble, but still there is considerable light. At 40 things light up, and until one reaches 56 or 57 there is broad daylight. Indeed, the track from 48 to 50 is almost as bad as that from 1 to 9. Beyond 60 there is a fair amount of light up to about 97. From this point to 100 it is rather cloudy. In a subsequent letter he adds, I enclose a picture in perspective and colour of my form. I have taken great pains with this, and am far from satisfied with it. I know nothing about drawing, and consequently am unable to put upon the paper just what I see. The faults which I find with the picture are these. The rectangles stand out too distinctly, as something lying on the plane instead of being, as they ought, a part of the plane. The view is taken of necessity from an unnatural standpoint, and some other way or other the region 1 to 12 does not look right. The landscape is altogether too distinct in its features. I rather know that there is grass, and that there are trees in the distance and see them, but the grass within a few feet of the line I see distinctly. I cannot make the hill at the right slope down the plane as it ought. It is too steep. I have had my poor success in indicating my notion of the darkness which overhangs the region of 11. In reality, it is not a cloud at all, but a darkness. My sister, a married lady, 38 years of age, sees numerals much as I do, but very distinctly. She cannot draw a figure which is not by far too distinct. Most of those who associate colours with numerals do so in a vague way, impossible to convey with truth in a painting. But the few who see them with more objectivity, many are unable to paint, or are unwilling to take the trouble required to match the precise colours of their fancies. A slight error in hue or tint always dissatisfies them with their work. Before dismissing the subject of numerals, I recall attention to a few other associations connected with them. They are often personified by children, and characters are associated to them. It may be on account of the part they play in the multiplication table, or owing to some fanciful association with their appearance or the sound. To the minds of some persons the multiplication table appears dramatized, and any chance group of figures may afford a plot for a tale. I have collated 6 full and trustworthy accounts, and find a curious dissimilarity in the personifications and preferences. Thus the number 315 described as 1. Disliked, 2. A treacherous sneak, 3. A good old friend, 4. Delightful and amusing, 5. A female companion, to 2. 6. A feeble addition of 9. In one point alone do I find any approach to unanimity, and that is in the respect paid to 12, as in the following examples. 1. Important and influential. 2. Good and cautious, so good as to be almost noble. 3. A more beautiful number than 10, from the many multiples that make it up. In other words, its kindly relations to so many small numbers. 4. A great love, for 12. A large-hearted motherly person because of the number of little ones that it takes, as it were, under its protection. The decimal system seems to me treason against this motherly 12, or the concurs with the importance assigned to other reasons to the number 12 in the number form. There is no agreement as to the sex of numbers. I myself had absurdly enough fancied that, of course, the even numbers would be taken to be of the male sex, and was surprised to find that they were not. I mention this as an example of the curious way in which our minds may be unconsciously prejudiced by the survival of some forgotten early fancies. I cannot find, on inquiring of philologists, any indications of different sexes having been assigned in any language to different numbers. Mr. Henshin has published an analysis of the Talmud, on the odd principle of indexing the various patches according to the number they may happen to contain. Thus, such a phrase as, "There were 3 men who," etc., would be entered under the number 3. I cannot find any particular preference given there to special numbers, even 7 occurs less than 1, 2, 3, 4, and 10. Their respective frequency being 47, 54, 53, 64, 54, 51. 12 occurs only 16 times. Gamblers have not unfrequently the silliest ideas concerning numbers, their heads being filled with notions about lucky figures and beautiful combinations of them. There is a very amusing chapter in Rome Contemporaine by E. About, in which he speaks of this in connection with the rage for lottery tickets. End of chapter 21. End of section 5. Section 6 of Human Faculty and Its Development by Francis Galton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information on a volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 22. Color Associations. Numerals are occasionally seen in Arabic or other figures, not disposed in any particular form, but colored. An instance of this is represented in figure 69 towards the middle part of the column. But as I shall have shortly to enter at length into the color associations of the author, I will pass over this portion of them and will quote in preference from the letter of another correspondent. Baron von Osten-Sacken, of whom I have already spoken, writes, "The localization of numerals, peculiar to certain persons, is foreign to me. In my mind's eye, the figures appear in front of me within a limited space. My peculiarity, however, consists in the fact that the numerals from 1 to 9 are differently colored. 1. Black. 2. Yellow. 3. Pale brick red. 4. Brown. 5. Blackish grey. 6. Reddish brown. 7. Green. 8. Bluish. 9. Reddish brown. Somewhat like 6. These colours appear very distinctly when I think of the figures separately. In compound figures they become less apparent, but the most remarkable manifestation of these colours appears in my recollections of chronology. When I think of the events of a given century, they invariably appear to me on a background coloured like the principal figure in the dates of that century. Thus events of the 18th century invariably appear to me on a greenish ground from the colour of the figure 7. This habit clings to me most tenaciously, and the only hypothesis I can form about its origin is the following. My tutor, when I was 10 to 12 years old, taught me chronology by means of a diagram on which the centuries were represented by squares, subdivided into 100 smaller squares. The squares representing centuries had narrow coloured borders. It may be that in this way the recollection of certain figures became associated with certain colours. I venture this explanation without attaching too much importance to it, because it seems to me that if it was true, my direct recollection of those coloured borders would have been stronger than it is. Still, the strong association of my chronology with colour seems to plead in favour of that explanation. Figures 66-67. These two are selected out of a large collection of coloured forms in which the months of the year are visualized. They will illustrate the gorgeousness of the mental imagery of some favoured persons. Of these, figure 66 is by the wife of an able London physician, and figure 67 is by Mrs. Kempy Welch, whose sister, Miss Bevington, a well-known and thoughtful writer, also sees coloured imagery in connection with dates. This figure 67 was one of my test cases, repeated after the lapse of 2 years, and quite satisfactorily. The first communication was a descriptive account, partially in writing, partially by word of mouth. The second, on my asking for it, was a picture which agreed perfectly with the description, and explained much that I have not understood at the time. The small size of the figure in the plate makes it impossible to do justice to the picture, which is elaborate and on a large scale, with a perspective of similar hills stretching away to the far distance, and each standing for a separate year. She writes, "It is rather difficult to give it fully without making it too definite. On each side there is a total blank. The instantaneous association of colour with sound characterizes a small percentage of adults, and it appears to be rather common, though in an ill-developed degree among children. I can here appeal not only to my own collection of facts, but to those of others, for the subject has latterly excited some interest in Germany. The first widely known case was that of the brothers Nussbaumer, published in 1873 by Professor Bruhl of Vienna, of which the English reader will find an account in the last volume of Lewis's Problems of Life of Mind, page 280. Since the many occasional notices of similar associations have appeared, A pamphlet containing numerous cases was published in Leipzig in 1881 by two Swiss investigators, Messrs. Bleuler and Lehmann. On the preceding page, the colour associations chart is displayed, with 3 descending columns with colour associations by various persons, colour associations by Dr. James Key, and mental imagery. One of the authors had the faculty very strongly, and the other had not, so they worked conjointly with advantage. They carefully tabulated the particulars of 62 cases. As my present object is to subordinate details to the general impression that I wish to convey of the peculiarities of different minds, I will simply remark, first, that the persistence of the colour association with the sounds is fully as remarkable as that of the number formed with numbers. Secondly, that the vowel sounds chiefly evoke them. Thirdly, that the series are invariably most minute in their description of the precise tint and hue of the colour. They are never satisfied, for instance, with the saying blue, but will take a great deal of trouble to express or to match the particular blue they mean. Fourthly, that no two people agree, or hardly ever do so, as to the colour they associate with the same sound. Lastly, that a tendency is very hereditary. The publications just mentioned absolve me from the necessity of giving many extracts from the numerous letters I have received, but I am particularly anxious to bring the brilliancy of these colour associations more vividly before the reader than is possible by mere description. I have therefore given the elaborately coloured diagrams in Plate 4, which were copied by the artist directly from the original drawings, and which have been printed by the superimposed impressions of different colours from different lithographic stones. They have been, on the whole, very faithfully executed, and will serve as samples of the most striking cases. Usually the sense of colour is much too vague to enable the seer to reproduce the various tints so definitely as those in this plate, but this is by no means universally the case. Figure 68 is an excellent example of the occasional association of colours with letters. It is by Miss Stones, the head teacher in a high school for girls, who, as I have already mentioned, obtained useful information for me and has contributed several suggestive remarks of her own. She says, "The vowels of the English language always appear to me when I think of them as possessing certain colours of which I enclose a diagram. Consonants, when thought of by themselves, are of a purplish black, but when I think of a whole word, the colour of the consonants tends towards the colour of the vowels. For example, the word Tuesday, when I think of each letter separately, the consonants are purplish black. U is a light dove colour, 0 is a pale emerald green, and A is yellow. But when I think of the whole word together, the first part is a light grey green, the latter part yellow. Each word is a distinct whole. I have always associated the same colours with the same letters, and no effort will change the colour of one letter, transferring it to another. Thus the word red assumes a light green tint, while the word yellow is light green at the beginning and red at the end. Occasionally, when uncertain how a word should be spelt, I have considered what colour it ought to be, and have decided in that way. I believe this has been a great help to me in spelling both in English and foreign languages. The colour of the letters is never smeared or blurred in any way. I cannot recall to mind anything that should have first caused me to associate colours with letters, nor can my mother remember any alphabet or reading book coloured in the way I have described, which I might have used as a child. I do not associate any idea of colour with musical notes at all, nor with any of the other senses." She adds, "Perhaps you may be interested in the following account from my sister of her visual peculiarities. When I think of Wednesday, I see a kind of oval flat wash of yellow emerald green. For Tuesday, a grey and sky colour. For Thursday, a brown red irregular polygon, and dull yellow smudge for Friday." The latter quotation is a sample of many that I have. I give it merely as another instance of hereditary tendency. I will insert just one description of other coloured letters than those represented in the plate. It is from Mrs. H., the married sister of a well-known man of science, who writes, "I don't know how it is with others, but to me the colours of vowels are so strongly marked that I hardly understand their appearance of different colour, or what is nearly as bad. Colourless to anyone. To me they are, and always have been, as long as I have known them, of the following tints. A. Pure white, and like china in texture. E. Red, not transparent, vermilion, with china white would represent it. I. Light, bright yellow, gamboge. O. Black, but transparent, the colour of deep water seen through thick, clear ice. U. Purple. Y. A dingier colour than I." The shorter sounds of the vowels are less vivid and pure in colour. Consonants are almost or quite colourless to me, though there is some blackness about M. Some association with U in the words blue and purple may account for that colour, and possibly the E in red may have to do with that also, but I feel as if they were independent of suggestion of the kind. My first impulse is to say that the association lies solely in the sound of the vowels, in which connection I certainly feel it is the most strongly. But then, the thought of the distinct redness of such a printed or written word as great shows me that the relation must be visual as well as oral. The meaning of words is so unavoidably associated with the sight of them that I think this association rather overrides the primitive impression of the colour of the vowels, and the word violet reminds me of its proper colour until I look at the word as a mere collection of letters. Of my two daughters, one sees the colour quite differently from this: A blue, E white, I black, O whitey brownish, U opaque brown. The other is only heterodox on the A and O, A with the black and O white. My sister and I never agreed about these colours, and I doubt whether my two brothers feel the chromatic force of the vowels at all. I give this insistence partly on account of their hereditary interest. I could add cases from at least 3 different families in which the hereditary is quite as strongly marked. Figure 69 fills the whole of the middle column of Plate 4 and contains specimens from a large series of coloured illustrations, accompanied by many pages of explanation from a correspondent, Dr. James Key of Montagu, Cape Colony. The pictures will tell their own tale sufficiently well. I need only string together a few brief extracts from his letters as follows. I confess my inability to understand visualized numerals. It is otherwise, however, with regard to colour associations with letters. Ever since childhood, these have been distinct and unchanging in my consciousness. Sometimes, although very seldom, I have mentioned them, to the amazement of my teachers and the scorn of my comrades. A is brown. I say it most dogmatically, and nothing will ever have the effect, I am convinced, of making it appear otherwise. I can imagine no explanation of the association. He goes into much detail as to conceivable reasons connected with his childish life to show that none of these would do. Shades of brown accompany, to my mind, the various degrees of openness in pronouncing A. I have never been destitute, in all my conscious existence, of a conviction that E is a clear, cold, light grey blue. I remember daubing in colours, when quite a little child, the picture of a jockey, whose shirt received a large share of E. As I said to myself, while daubing it with green, he thinks a letter I may possibly be associated with black because it contains no open space, and O white because it does. The colour of R has been invariably of a copper colour, in which a swarthy blackness seems to intervene, visually corresponding to the trilled pronunciation of R. This same appearance exists also in J, X, and Z. The upper row of figure 69 shows the various shades of brown associated with different pronunciations of the letter A, as in fame, can, charm, and all respectively. The second, third, and fourth rows similarly refer to the various pronunciations of the other vowels. Then follow the letters of the alphabet, grouped according to the character of the appearance they suggest. After these came the numerals. Then I give 3 lines of words such as they appear to him. The first is my own name, the second is London, and the third is visualization. Proceeding conversely, Dr. Key collects scraps of various patterns of wallpaper and sent them together with the word of the colour of the several patterns suggested to him. Specimens of these are shown in the 3 bottom lines of the figure. I have gone through the whole length of them with care, together with his descriptions and reasons, and can quite understand his meaning, and how exceedingly complex and refined these associations are. The patterns are to him like words in poetry, which call up associations that any substituted word of a like dictionary meaning would fail to do. It would not, for example, be possible to print words by the use of counters coloured like those in Figure 69, because the tint of each influences that of its neighbours. It must be understood that my remarks, though based on Dr. Key's diagrams and statements, as on a text, do not depend by any means wholly upon them, but on numerous other letters from various quarters to the same effect. At the same time, I should say that Dr. Key's elaborate drawings and ample explanations, to which I am wholly unable to do justice in a moderate space, are the most full and striking of any I have received. His illustrations are on a large scale and are ingeniously arranged so as to express his meaning. Persons who have colour associations are unsparingly critical. To ordinary individuals, one of these accounts seems just as wild and lunatic as another, but when the account of one seer is submitted to another seer, who is sure to see the colours in a different way, the latter is scandalized and almost angry at the heresy of the former. I substituted this very account of Dr. K to a lady, the wife and ex-governor of one of the most important British possessions, who has vivid colour associations of her own, and who, I had some reason to think, might have personal acquaintance with the locality where Dr. K lives. She could not comprehend his account at all. His colours were so entirely different to those that she herself saw. I have now completed as much as I proposed to say about the quaint phenomena of visualized forms of numbers and dates, and of coloured associations with letters. I shall not extend my remarks to such subjects as a musician hearing mental music, of which I have many cases, nor to fancies concerning the other senses, as none of these are so noteworthy. I am conscious that the reader may desire even more assurance of the trustworthiness of the accounts. I have given them the space now at my disposal admits, or than I could otherwise afford without wearisome iteration of the same tale, by multiplying extracts from my large store of material. I feel, too, that it may seem ungracious to many obliging correspondents not to have made more evident use of what they have sent than my few and brief notices permit. Still, their end and mine will have been gained, if these remarks and illustrations succeed in leaving a just impression of the vast variety of mental constitution that exists in the world, and how impossible it is for one man to lay his mind strictly alongside that of another, except in the rare instances of close hereditary resemblance. End of Chapter 22. Chapter 23. Visionaries. In the course of my inquiries into visual memory, I was greatly struck by the frequency of the replies in which my informants described themselves as subjects to visions. Those of whom I speak were sane and healthy, but were subject notwithstanding to visual presentations for which they could not account, and which in a few cases reached the level of hallucinations. This unexpected prevalence of a visionary tendency among persons who form a part of ordinary society seems to me suggestive and well worthy of being put on record. The images described by different persons varied greatly in distinctness. Some were so faint and evanescent as to appear unworthy of serious notice, others left a deep impression, and others again were so vivid as actually to deceive the judgment. All of these being to the same category, and it is the assurance of their common origin that affords justification for directing scientific attention to what many may be inclined to contemptuously disregard as a silly vagaries vacant minds. The lowest order of phenomena that admit of being classed as visions are the number forms, to which I have just drawn attention. They are in each case absolutely unchangeable except through a gradual development in complexity. Their diversity is endless, and the number forms of different persons are mutually unintelligible. These strange visions, for which they must be called, are extremely vivid in some cases, but are almost incredible to the vast majority of mankind, who would set them down as fantastic nonsense. Nevertheless, they are familiar parts of the mental furniture of the rest in whose imaginations they have been unconsciously formed, and where they remain unmodified and unmodifiable by teaching. I have received many touching accounts of their childish experiences from persons who see the number forms and other curious visions of which I have spoken or shall speak. As is the case with the colourblind, so with these seers, they imagined at first that everybody else had the same way of regarding things as themselves. Then they betrayed their peculiarities by some chance remark that called forth a stare of surprise, followed by ridicule and a sharp scolding for their silliness, so that the poor little things shrank back into themselves, and never ventured again to allude to their inner world. I will quote just one of many similar letters as a sample. I received it, together with much interesting information, immediately after a lecture I gave to the British Association at Swansea, in which I had occasion to speak of the number forms. The writer says, "I had no idea for many years that everyone did not imagine numbers in the same positions as those in which they appear to me. One unfortunate day I spoke of it, and was sharply rebuked for my absurdity. Being a very sensitive child, I felt this acutely, but nothing ever shook my belief that, absurd or not, I always saw numbers in this particular way. I began to be ashamed of what I considered peculiarity, and to imagine myself, from this and various other mental beliefs and states, as somewhat isolated and peculiar. At your lecture the other night, though I am now over 29, the memory of my childish misery at the dread of being peculiar came over me so strongly that I felt I must thank you for proving that, in this particular, at any rate, my case is most common." The next sort of vision that flashes unaccountably into existence is the instant association in some persons of colour with sound, which was spoken of in the last chapter, and on which I need not say more now. A third curious and abiding fantasy of certain persons is invariably to connect visualized pictures with words, the same picture to the same word, These are perceived by many in a vague, fleeting, and variable way, but to a few they appear strangely vivid and permanent. I have collected many cases of this peculiarity, and am much indebted to the authoress, Mrs. Hurwitz, who sees these pictures, for her kindness in sketching some of them for me, and for permitting me to use her name in guarantee of their genuineness. She says, "Printed words have always had faces to me. They had definite expressions, and certain faces made me think of certain words. The words had no connection with these except sometimes by accident. The instances I give are few and ridiculous. When I think of the word beast, it has a face something like a gargoyle. The word green has also a gargoyle face, with the addition of big teeth. The word blue blinks and looks silly, and turns to the right. The word attention has the eyes greatly turned to the left. It is difficult to draw them properly because, like Alice's Cheshire cat, which at times became a grin without a cat, these faces have expressions without features. The expression of course, note the naive phrase, of course, FG, depends greatly on those of the letters, which have likewise their faces and figures. All the little A's turn their eyes to the left. This determines the eyes of attention, and, however, looks a little down. Of course, these faces are endless as words are, and it makes my head ache to retain them long enough to draw. Some of the figures are very quaint. Thus the interrogation, "What?" always excites the idea of a fat man cracking a long whip. They are not the capricious creations of the fancy of the moment, but are the regular concomitants of the words, and have been so far back as the memory is able to recall. When in perfect darkness, if the field of view be carefully watched, many persons will find a perpetual series of changes to be going on automatically and wastefully in it. I have much evidence of this. I will give my own experience the first, which is striking to me, because I am very unimpressionable in these matters. I visualize with effort. I am peculiarly inapt to see after images, phosphenes, light dust, and other phenomena due to weak sight or sensitiveness. And again, before I thought of carefully trying, I should have emphatically declared that my field of view in the dark was essentially of a uniform black, subject to an occasional light purple cloudiness and other small variations. Now, however, after habituating myself to examine it with the same sort of strain that one tries to decipher a signpost in the dark, I have found out that this is by no means the case, but that a kaleidoscope change of patterns and forms is continually going on. But they are too figurative and elaborate for me to draw with any approach to truth. I am astonished at their variety and cannot guess in the remotest degree the cause of them. They disappear out of sight and memory the instant I begin to think about anything, and it is curious to me that they should often be so certainly present and yet be habitually overlooked. If they were more vivid, the case would be very different, and it is most easily conceivable that some very slight physiological change should of a really morbid character would enhance their vividness. My own deficiencies, however, are well supplied by other drawings in my possession. They are by the Reverend George Henslow, whose visions are far more vivid than mine. His experiences are not unlike those of Goethe, who says, in the oft-quoted passage, that whenever he bent his head and closed his eyes and thought of a rose, a sort of rosette made its appearance, which would not keep its shape steady for a moment, but unfolded from him, throwing out a succession of petals, mostly red but sometimes green, and that it continued to do so without change in brightness and without causing him any fatigue so long as he cared to watch it. Mr. Henslow, when he shuts his eyes and waits, is sure in a short time to see before him the clear image of some object or other, but usually not quite natural in its shape. It then begins to change from one form to another, in his case also for a long time, as he cares to watch it. Mr. Henslow has zealously made repeated experiments on himself, and has drawn what he sees. He has also tried how far he is able to mould the visions according to his will. In one case, after much effort, he contrived to bring the imagery back to its starting point, and thereby to form what he terms a visual cycle. The following account is extracted and condensed from his very interesting letter, and will explain the illustrations copied from his drawings that are given on plate 4. Figure 70. The first image that spontaneously presented itself was a crossbow. 1. This was immediately provided with an arrow. 2. Remarkable for its pronounced barb and superabundance of feathering. Some person, but too indistinct to recognize much more of him than the hands, appeared to shoot the arrow from the bow. The single arrow was then accompanied by a flight of arrows from right to left which completely occupied the field of vision. These changed into falling stars, then into flakes of a heavy snowstorm. The ground gradually appeared as a sheet of snow, where previously there had been vacant space. Then a well-known rectory, fish ponds, walls, etc., all covered with snow, came to view, most vividly and clearly defined. This somehow suggested another view, impressed on his mind in childhood, of a spring morning, brilliant sun, and a bed of red tulips. The tulips gradually vanished except one, which appeared now to be isolated and to stand in the usual point of sight. It was but a single tulip, but became double. The petals then fell off rapidly in a continuous series until there was nothing left but the pistil, 3, but, as is almost invariably the case with his objects, the part was greatly exaggerated. The stigmas then changed to 3 branching brown horns, 4, then into a knob, 5, while the stalk changed into a stick. A slight bend in it seems to have suggested a centre bit, 6. This passed into a sort of pin passing through a metal plate, 7. This again into a lock, 8. Afterwards into a nondescript shape, 9. Distantly suggestive of the original crossbow. Here Mr. Henslow endeavoured to force his will upon the visions and to reproduce the crossbow, but the first attempt was an utter failure. The figure changed to a leather strap with loops, 10, but while he still endeavoured to change it into a bow, the strap broke, the 2 ends were separated, and it happened that an imaginary string connected them, 11. This was the first concession of his automatic chain of thoughts to his will. By a continued effort the bow came, 12, and then no difficulty was felt in converting it into the crossbow, and thus returning to the starting point. Figure 71. Mr. Henslow writes, "Though I can usually summon up any object thought of, it not only is somewhat different from the real thing, but rapidly changes. The changes are in many cases clearly due to a suggestiveness in the article of something else, but not always so, as in some cases hereafter described. It is not at all necessary to think of any particular object at first, as something is sure to come spontaneously within a minute or 2. Some object having once appeared, the automatism of the brain will rapidly induce a series of changes. The images are sometimes very numerous, and very rapid in succession, very frequently of great beauty and highly brilliant. Cut glass, far more elaborate than I am conscious of ever having seen, highly chased gold, and silver filigree ornaments. Gold and silver flower stands, etc. Elaborate coloured patterns of carpets in brilliant tints are not uncommon. Another peculiarity resides in the extreme restlessness of my visual objects. It is often very difficult to keep them still, as well as from changing in character. They will rapidly oscillate, or else rotate to a most perplexing degree, and when their characters change at the same time, a critical examination is almost impossible. When the process is in full activity, I feel as if I were a mere spectator at a diorama of a very eccentric kind, and was in no way concerned with the getting up of the performance. When a succession of images has been passing, I sometimes determine to induce an object, say a watch. Very often it is next to impossible to succeed. There is an evident struggle. The watch, pure and simple, will not come, but some hybrid structure appears, something round perhaps, but lapses into a warming pan or other unexpected object. This practice has brought to my mind very clearly the distinction between at least one form of automatism of the brain and volition, but the strength of the former is enormous, for the visual objects, when in full career of the change, are imperative in their refusal to be interfered with. I will now describe the cases illustrated. Figure 71, I thought of a gun. The stock came into view, metal plate on the end very distinct towards the left, 1. The wood was elaborately carved. I cannot recall the pattern. As I scrutinized it, the stock oscillated up and down and crumbled up. The metallic plate sank inwards, and the stock contracted so that it looked not unlike a tuning fork. I gave up the stock and proceeded cautiously to examine the lock. I got it well into view, but no more of the gun. It turned out to be an old-fashioned flintlock. It immediately began to nod backwards and forwards in the manner suggestive of the beak of a bird pecking. Consequently, it forthwith became converted into the head of a bird with a long curved beak, the knob of the lock, 3, becoming the head of the bird. I then looked to the right, expecting to find the barrel, but the snout of a sawfish with the tip distinctly broken off appeared instead. I had not thought either of the flintlock or of a sawfish. Both came spontaneously. Figure 72. I have several times thought of a rosebud, as Goethe is said to have been able to see one at will, and to observe it expand. The following are some of the results. The bud appeared unexpectedly a moss rosebud. Its only abnormal appearance was the inordinately elongated sepals. 1. I tried to force it to expand. It enlarged, but only partially opened. 2. When all of a sudden it burst open and the petals became reflexed. 3. Figure 73. The spontaneous appearance of a poppy capsule. 1. Dehiscing as usual by pores, but with inordinately long and arcing valves over the pores. These valves were eminently suggestive of hooded flowers, hence they changed to a whorl of salvias. 2. Each blossom now gyrated rapidly on a vertical plane. Concentrating observation on one rotating flower, it became a rotating haze, as the rapid motion rendered the flower totally indistinct. The haze now shaped itself into a circle of moss with a deep funnel-like cavity. This was suggestive of a bird's nest. It became lined with hair, and the nest was a deep pointed cavity. A nest was suggestive of eggs, hence a series appeared. 4. The two rows meeting in one at the apex appears to have arisen from the perspective view of the nest. The eggs all disappeared but one. 5. Which increased in size. The bright point of light now shone with great intensity like a star. Then it gradually grew dimmer and dimmer till it disappeared into the usual hazy obscurity into which all my visual objects ultimately vanish. I have a sufficient variety of cases to prove the continuity between all the forms of visualization, beginning with an almost total absence of it, and ending with a complete hallucination. The continuity is, however, not simply that of varying degrees of intensity, but of variations in the character of the process itself, so that it is by no means uncommon to find two very different forms of it concurrent in the same person. There are some who visualize well, and who also are seers of visions, who declare that the vision is not a vivid visualization, but altogether a different phenomenon. In short, if we please to call all sensations due to external impressions direct, and all others induced, then there are many channels through which the induction of the latter may take place, and the channel of ordinary visualization in the persons just mentioned is different from that through which their visions arise. The following is a good instance of this condition. Friend writes, "These visions often appear with startling vividness, and so far from depending on any voluntary effort of the mind, they remain when I often wish them very much to depart, and no effort of the imagination can call them up. I lately saw a framed portrait of a face which seemed more lovely than any painting I have ever seen, and again I often see fine landscapes which bear no resemblance to any scenery I have ever looked upon. I find it difficult to define the difference between a waking vision and a mental image, although the difference is very apparent to myself. I think I can do it best in this way. If you go to a theatre and look at a scene, say of a forest by moonlight, at the back part of the stage you see every object distinctly and sufficiently illuminated, being thus unlike a mere act of memory. But it is nevertheless vague and shadowy, and you might have difficulty in telling afterwards all the objects you have seen. This resembles a mental image in point of clearness. The waking vision is like what one sees in the open street in broad daylight, when every object is distinctly impressed on the memory. The two kinds of imagery differ also as regards voluntariness, the image being entirely subservient to the will, the visions entirely independent of it. They differ also in point of suddenness, the images being formed comparatively slowly as memory recalls each detail, and fading slowly as the mental effort to retain them is relaxed. The visions appearing and vanishing in an instant. The waking visions seem quite close, filling as it were the whole head, while the mental image seems further away in some far-off recess of the mind. The number of sane persons who see visions no less distinctly than this correspondent is much greater than I had any idea of when I began this inquiry. I have received an interesting sketch of one, prefaced by a description of it by Mr. Haywis. She says, "All my life long I have had one very constantly recurring vision, a sight which came whenever it was dark or darkish, in bed or otherwise. It is a flight of pink roses floating in a mass from left to right, and this cloud or mass of roses is presently effaced by a flight of sparks of gold speckles around them. The sparks totter or vibrate from left to right, but they fly distinctly upwards, where they are like tiny blocks, half gold, half black, rather symmetrically placed behind each other, and they are always in a hurry to efface the roses. Sometimes they have come at my call, sometimes by surprise, but they are always equally pleasing. What interests me most is that, when a child under 9, the flight of roses was light, slow, soft, close to my eyes, roses so large and brilliant and palpable that I tried to touch them. The scent was overpowering. The petals perfect, with leaves peeping here and there, texture and motion all natural. They would stay a long time before the sparks came, and they occupied a large area in black space. Then the sparks came slowly flying, and generally, not always, effaced the roses at once, and every effort to retain the roses failed. Since an early age the flight of roses has annually grown smaller, swifter, and farther off, till by the time I was grown up my vision had become a speck. so instantaneous that I had hardly time to realize that it was there before the fading sparks showed that it was past. This is how they still come. The pleasure of them is past, and it always depresses me to speak of them, though I do not now, as I did when a child, connect the vision with any elevated spiritual state. But when I read Tennyson's Holy Grail, I wondered whether anybody else had had my vision, rose-red, with beatings in it. I may add, I was a London child who never was in the country but once, and I connect no particular flowers with that visit. I may almost say that I have never seen a rose, certainly not a quantity of them together. A common form of vision is a phantasmagoria, or the appearance of a crowd of phantoms, sometimes hurrying past like men in a street. It is occasionally seen in broad daylight, much more often in the dark. It may be at the instant of putting out the candle, but it generally comes on when the person is in bed, preparing to sleep, but by no means yet asleep. I know no less than 3 men, eminent in the scientific world, who have these phantasmagoria in one form or another. It will seem curious, but it is a fact that I know of no less than 5 editors of very influential newspapers who experience these night visitations in a vivid form. 2 of them have described the phenomena very forcibly in print, but anonymously, and 2 others have written on cognate experiences. A near relative of my own saw phantasmagoria very frequently. She was eminently sane, and of such good constitution that her faculties were hardly impaired until near her death at 90. She frequently described them to me. It gave her amusement during an idle hour to watch these faces, for their expression was always pleasing, though never strikingly beautiful. No 2 faces were there alike, and no face ever resembled that of any acquaintance. When she was not well, the faces usually came nearer to her, sometimes almost suffocatingly close. She never mistook them for reality, although they were very distinct. This is quite a typical case, similar in most respects to many others that I have. A notable proportion of sane persons, who had not only visions, but actual hallucinations of sight, sound, or other sense, at one or more periods of their lives. I have a considerable packet of instances contributed by my personal friends, besides a large number communicated to me by other correspondents. One lady, a distinguished authoress, who was at the time a little fidgeted, but in no way overwrought or ill, assured me that she once saw the principal character of one of her novels glide through the door straight up to her. It was about the size of a large doll, and it disappeared as suddenly as it came. Another lady, the daughter of an eminent musician, often imagines she hears her father playing. The day she told me of it, the incident had again occurred. She was sitting in her room with her maid, and she asked the maid to open the door that she might hear the music better. The moment the maid got up, the hallucination disappeared. Again, another lady, apparently in vigorous health and belonging to a vigorous family, told me that during some past months she had been plagued by voices. The words were at first simple nonsense, then the word pray was frequently repeated. This was followed by some more or less coherent sentences of little import, and finally the voices left her. In short, the familiar hallucinations of the insane are to be met with far more frequently than is commonly supposed, among people moving in society and of good working health. I have now nearly done with my summary of facts. It remains to make a few comments on them. The weirdness of visions lies in their sudden appearance and their vividness while present, and their sudden departure. An incident in the zoological gardens struck me as a helpful smile. I happened to walk to the seal pond at a moment when a sheen rested on the unbroken surface of the water. After waiting a while, I became suddenly aware of the head of a seal, black, conspicuous, and motionless, just as though it had always been there, at a spot on which my eye had rested a moment previously and seen nothing. Again, after a while, my eye wandered, and on its returning to the spot the seal was gone. The water had closed in silence over its head without leaving a ripple, and the sheen on the surface of the pond was as unbroken as when I first reached it. Where did the seal come from, and whither did it go? This could easily have been answered if the glare had not obstructed the view of the movements of the animal under water. As it was, a solitary link in a continuous chain of action stood isolated from all the rest. So it is with the visions. A single stage in a series of mental processes emerges into the domain of consciousness. All that precedes and follows lies outside of it, and its character can only be inferred. We see in a general way that a condition of the presentation of visions lies in the oversensitiveness of certain tracts or domains of brain action and the undersensitiveness of others. Certain stages in a mental process being represented very vividly in consciousness, while the other stages are unfelt. Also that individualism is changed to individualism. I do not recollect saying yet remarked that the ordinary phenomena of dreaming seem to show that partial sensitiveness is a normal condition during sleep. They do so because one of the most marked characteristics of the dreamer is the absence of common sense. He accepts wildly incongruous visions without the slightest skepticism. Now, common sense consists in the comprehension of a large number of related circumstances and implies a simultaneous working of many parts of the brain. On the other hand, the brain is known to be imperfectly supplied with blood during sleep and cannot therefore be at full work. It is probable enough from hydraulic analogies that imperfect irrigation would lead to partial irrigation, and therefore to suppression of action in some parts of the brain, and that is really the case seems to be proved by the absence of common sense during dreams. A convenient distinction is made between hallucinations and illusions. Hallucinations are defined as appearances wholly due to fancy, illusions as fanciful perceptions of objects actually seen. There is also a hybrid case which depends on fanciful visions fancifully perceived. The problems we have to consider are, on the other hand, those connected with induced vision, and on the other hand, those connected with the interpretation of vision, whether the vision be direct or induced. It is probable that much of what passes for hallucination proper belongs in reality to the hybrid case, being an elusive interpretation of some induced visual colour or blur. I spoke of the ever-varying patterns in the optical field. These, under some slight functional change, may become more consciously present and be interpreted into phantasmal appearances. Many cases could be adduced to support this view. I will begin with illusions. What is the process by which they are established? There is no simpler way of understanding it than by trying, as children often do, to see faces in the fire, and to carefully watch the way in which they are first caught. Let us call to mind at the same time the experience of the past illnesses, when a listless gaze wandered over the patterns on the wallpaper and the shadows of the bed curtains, and slowly evoked the appearances of faces and figures that were not easily laid again. The process of making the faces is so rapid in health that it is difficult to analyze it without the recollection of what took place more slowly when we were weakened by illness. The first essential element in their construction is, I believe, the smallness of the area covered by the glance at any instant, so that the eye has to travel over a long track before it has visited every part of the object towards which the attention is directed generally. It, as with a plough, that must travel many miles before the whole of the small field can be tilled, but with this important difference: the plough travels methodically up and down in parallel furrows. The eye wanders in devious curves, where abrupt bends, and the direction of its course at any instant depends on 4 causes. 1. On the easiest sequence of muscular motion, speaking in a general sense. 2. On idiosyncrasy. 3. On the mood. And 4. On the associations current at the moment. The effect of idiosyncrasy is excellently illustrated by the number forms, where we observe that a very special, sharply defined track of mental vision is preferred by each individual who sees them. The influence of the mood of the moment is shown in the curves that are felt appropriate to the various emotions, as the lank drooping lines of grief, which make the weeping billow so fit an emblem of it. In constructing fire faces, it seems to me that the eye, in its wanderings, tends to follow a favourite course, and it especially dwells upon the marks that happen to coincide with that course. It feels its way, easily diverted by associations based on what has just been noticed, until at last, by the unconscious practice of a system of trial and error, it hits upon a track that will suit, one that is easily run over, and that strings together accidental marks in a way that happens to form a well-connected picture. This fancy picture is then dwelt upon. All that is incongruous with it becomes disregarded, while all deficiencies in it are supplied by the fantasy. The latest stages of the process might be represented by a diorama. 3 lanterns would converge on the same screen. The first throws an image of what the imagination will discard, the second of that which it will retain, the third of that which it will supply. Turn on the first and second, and the picture on the screen will be identical to that which fell on the retina. Shut off the first and turn on the third, and the picture will be identified with the illusion. Turner the painter made frequent use of a practice analogous to that of looking for fire faces in the burning coals. He was known to give colours to children to daub in play on paper, while he keenly watched for sensitive but accidental combinations. I have myself had frequent experience of the automatic construction of fantastic figures, through a practice I have somewhat encouraged for the purpose, of allowing my hand to scribble at its own will, while I am giving my best attention to what is being said by others, as at small committees. It is always a surprise to me to see the result whenever I turn my thoughts on what I have been subconsciously doing. I can rarely recollect even a few of the steps by which the drawings were made. They grew piecemeal, with some almost forgotten notice, from time to time, of the sketch as a whole. I can trace no likeness between what I draw and the images that present themselves to me in dreams, and I find that a very trifling accident, such as a chance dot on the paper, may have great influence on the general character of any one of these automatic sketches. Visions, like dreams, are often more patchworks, built up of bits of recollections. The following is one of these. When passing a shop in Tottenham Court Road, I went in order a Dutch cheese, and the proprietor, a bullet-headed man whom I had never seen before, rolled a cheese on the marble slab of his counter, asked me if that one would do. I answered yes, left the shop, and thought no more of the incident. The following evening, on closing my eyes, I saw a head detached from the body rolling about slowly on a white surface. I recognized the face, but could not remember where I had seen it, and it was only after thinking about it for some time that I identified it as that of the cheesemonger who had sold me the cheese on the previous day. I may mention that I have often seen the man since, and that I found the vision I saw was exactly like him, although if I had been asked to describe the man before I saw the vision I should have been unable to do so. Recollections need not be combined like mosaic work, they may be blended, on the principle of composite portraiture. I suspect that the phantasmagoria may be in some part due to blended memories. The number of possible combinations would be practically endless. Each combination would give a new face. There would thus be no limit to the dies in the coinage of the brain. I have found the peculiarities of visualization, such as the tendency to see number forms, and the still rarer tendency to associate colour with sound, is strongly hereditary, and I should infer, what facts seem to confirm, that the tendency to be a seer of visions is equally so. Under these circumstances we should expect that it would be unequally developed in different races, and that a large natural gift of the visionary faculty might become characteristic, not only of certain families, as among the second sight seers of Scotland, but of certain races, as that of the gypsies. It happens that the mere acts of fasting, of want of sleep, and of solitary musing are severely conducted to visions. I have myself been told of cases in which persons accidentally long deprived of food became for a brief time subject to them. One was of a pleasure party driven out to sea, and not being able to reach the coast till nightfall, at a place where they got shelter but nothing to eat. They were mentally at ease and conscious of safety, but all were troubled with visions that were half dreams and half hallucinations. The cases of visions followed protracted wakefulness are well known, and I have collected a few of them myself. I have already spoken of the maddening effect of solitariness. Its influence may be inferred from the recognized advantages of social amusements in the treatment of the insane. It follows that the spiritual discipline undergone for purposes of self-control and self-mortification have also the incidental effect of producing visions. It is to be expected that these should often bear a close relation to the prevailing subjects of thought, although they may be really no more than the products of one portion of the brain which another person of the same brain is engaged in contemplating. They often, through error, receive religious sanction. This is notably the case among half-civilized races. The number of great men who have been once, twice, or more frequently subject to hallucinations is considerable. A list, to which it should be easy to make large additions, is given by Breyer de Boismont, Hallucinations, etc., 1862, from whom I translate the following account of the star of the first Napoleon, which he heard second-hand from General Rapp. In 1806, General Rapp, on his return from the siege of Danzig, having occasion to speak to the Emperor, entered his study without being announced. He found him so absorbed that his entry was unperceived. The General, seeing the Emperor, continue motionless. Thought he might be ill, and purposely made a noise. Napoleon immediately aroused himself, and without any preamble, seizing Rapp by the arm, said to him, pointing to the sky, "Look there, up there." The general remained silent, but on being asked a second time, he answered that he perceived nothing. "What?" replied the Emperor. "You do not see it? It is my star. It is before you, brilliant." Then animating by degrees, he cried out, "It has never abandoned me. I see it on all great occasions. It commands me to go forward. It is a constant sign of good fortune to me." Napoleon was no doubt a consummate actor, ready and unscrupulous in imposing on others, but I see no reason to distrust the genuineness of this particular outburst, seeing that it is not the only instance of his referring to the guidance of his star, as a literal vision and not as a mere phrase, and that his belief in destiny was notorious. It appears that stars of this kind, so frequently spoken of in history, and so well known as a metaphor in language, are a common hallucination of the insane. Brieux de Bosmont has a chapter on the stars of great men. I cannot doubt that visions of this description were in some cases the basis of that firm belief in astrology, which not a few persons of eminence formerly entertained. The hallucinations of great men may be accounted for in part by their sharing a tendency which we have seen to be not uncommon in the human race, and which, if it happens to be natural to them, is liable to be developed in their overwrought brains by the isolation of their lives. As a man in the position of the first Napoleon could have no intimate associates, a great philosopher who explores ways of thought far ahead of his contemporaries must have an inner world in which he passes long, solitary hours. Great men may be even indebted to touches of madness for their greatness. The ideas by which they are haunted, and to whose pursuit they devote themselves, and by which they rise to eminence, having much in common with a monomania of insanity. Striking instances of great visionaries may be mentioned, who had almost beyond doubt those very nervous seizures with which the tendency to hallucinations is intimately connected. To take a single instance, Socrates, whose daemon was an audible, not a visual appearance, was, as has been often pointed out, subject to cataleptic seizure, standing all night through in a rigid attitude. It is remarkable how largely the visionary temperament has manifested itself in certain periods of history and epochs of natural life. My interpretation of the matter to a certain extent is this, that the visionary tendency is much more common among sane people than is generally suspected. In early life, it seems to be a hard lesson to an imaginative child to distinguish between the real and visionary world. If the fantasies are habitually laughed at and otherwise discouraged, the child soon acquires the power of distinguishing them. Any incongruity or nonconformity is quickly noted. The visions are found out and discredited, and are no further attended to. In this way, the natural tendency to see them is blunted by repression. Therefore, when popular opinion is of a matter-of-fact kind, the seers of visions keep quiet. They do not like to be thought fanciful or mad, and they hide their experiences, which only come to light through inquiries such as these that I have been making. But let the tide of opinion change and grow favourable to supernaturalism, then the series of visions come to the front. The faintly perceived fantasies of ordinary persons become invested by the authority of revered men with a claim to serious regard. They are consequently attended to and encouraged, and they increase in definition through being habitually dwelt upon. We need not suppose that a faculty previously non-existent has been suddenly evoked, but that a faculty long smothered by many in secret has been suddenly allowed freedom to express itself, and to run into extravagance owing to the removal of reasonable safeguards. End of chapter 23. End of section 6. Section 7 of Inquiry into Human Faculty and its Development by Francis Galton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 24. Nurture and Nature. Man is so educable an animal that it is difficult to distinguish between that part of his character which has been acquired through education and circumstance, and that which was the original grain of his constitution. His character is exceedingly complex, even in members of the simplest and purest savage race. Much more is it so in civilized races, who have long since been exempted from the full vigour of natural selection, and have become more mongrel in their breed than any other animal on the face of the earth. Different aspects of the multifarious character of man respond to different calls from without, so that the same individual, and much more the same race, may behave very differently at different epochs. There may have been no fundamental change of character, but a different phase or mood of it may have been evoked by special circumstances, or those persons in whom that mood is naturally dominant may, through some accident, have the opportunity of acting for the time as representatives of the race. The same nation may be seized by a military fervour at one period, and by a commercial one at another. They may be humbly submissive to a monarch, or become outrageous republicans. The love of art, gaiety, adventure, science, religion may be severely paramount at different times. One of the most notable changes that can come over a nation is from a state corresponding to that of our dark past ages into one like that of the Renaissance. In the first case, the minds of men are wholly taken up with routine work, and in copying what their predecessors have done. They degrade into servile imitators and submissive slaves to the past. In the second case, some circumstances or idea has finally discredited the authorities that impelled intellectual growth, and has unexpectedly revealed new possibilities. Then the mind of the nation is set free, a direction of research is given to it, and all the exploratory and hunting instincts are awakened. These sudden eras of great intellectual progress cannot be due to any alteration in the natural faculties of the race, because there has not been time for that, but to their being directed in productive channels. Most of the leisure of the men of every nation is spent in rounds of reiterated actions. If it could be spent in continuous advance along new lines of research in unexplored regions, vast progress would be sure to be made. It has been the privilege of this generation to have had fresh fields of research pointed out to them by Darwin, and to have undergone a new intellectual birth under the inspiration of his fertile genius. A pure love of change, acting according to some law of contrast as yet imperfectly understood, especially characterizes civilized man. After a long continuance of one mood, he wants to throw himself into another for the pleasure of setting faculties into action that have been long disused, but not yet paralyzed by disuse, and which have been fidgety for employment. He has so many opportunities for procuring change, and is so complex in nature that he easily learns to neglect a more deeply seated feeling that innovation is wicked, and which is manifest in children and barbarians. To a civilized man, the varied interests of civilization are temptations in as many directions. Changes in dress and applications of all kinds are comparatively inexpensive to him owing to the cheapness of manufactures and their variety. Change of scene is easy from the conveniences of locomotion, but a barbarian has none of these facilities. His interests are few. His dress, as it is intended to stand the wear and tear of years, and all weathers. It is relatively very costly, and is an investment, one may say, of his capital rather than his income. The invention of his people is sluggish, and their arts are few. Consequently, he is perforce taught to be conservative. His ideas are fixed, and he becomes scandalized even at the suggestion of change. The difficulty of indulging in variety is incomparably greater among the rest of the animal world. If a peahen should take it into her head that bars would be prettier than eyes in the tail of her spouse, she could not possibly get what she wanted. It would require hundreds of generations which the peahens generally concurred in the same view before sexual selection would effect the desired alteration. The feminine delight of indulging her caprice in matters of ornament is a luxury denied to the females of the brute world, and the law that rules changes in taste, if studied at all, can only be ascertained by observing the alterations of fashion in civilized communities. There are long sequences of changes in character, which, like the tunes of a musical snuff-box, are regulated by internal mechanism. They are such as those of Shakespeare's 7 Ages, and others due to the progress of various diseases. The lives of birds are characterized by long chains of these periodic sequences. They are mostly mute in winter. After that they begin to sing. Some species are seized in the early part of the year with so strong a passion for migrating that if confined in a cage they will beat themselves to death against its bars. Then follow courtship and pairing, accompanied by the excess of ferocity among the males and severe fighting for the females. Next, an impulse seizes them to build nests, then a desire for incubation, than one for the feeding of their young. After this is a newly arisen tendency to gregariousness groups them into large flocks, and finally they fly away into the place whence they came, goaded by similar instinct to that which drove them forth a few months previously. These remarkable changes are mainly due to the conditions of their natures, because they persist with more or less regularity under altered circumstances. Nevertheless, they are not wholly independent of circumstance, because the period of migration, though nearly coincident in successive years, is modified to some small extent by the weather and condition of the particular year. The interaction of nature and circumstance is very close, and it is impossible to separate them with precision. Nurture acts before birth, during every stage of embryonic and pre-embryonic existence, causing the potential faculties at the time of birth to be in some degree the effect of nurture. We need not, however, be hypocritical about distinctions. We know the bulk of the respective provinces of nature and nurture are totally different, although the frontier between them may be uncertain, and we are perfectly justified in attempting to appraise their relative importance. I shall begin with describing some of the principal influences that may safely be ascribed to education or other circumstances, all of which I include under the comprehensive term of nurture. Chapter 25. Associations. The furniture of a man's mind chiefly consists of his recollections and the bonds that unite them. As all this is the fruit of experience, it must differ greatly in different minds according to their individual experiences. I have endeavoured to take stock of my own mental furniture in the way described in the next chapter, in which will be seen how large a part consists of childish recollections, testifying to the permanent effect of many of the results of early education. The same fact has been strongly brought out by the replies from correspondents whom I had questioned on their mental imagery. It was frequently stated that the mental image invariably evoked by certain words was some event of childish experience or fancy. Thus, one correspondent of no mean literary and philosophical power recollects the left hand by a mental reference to the rocking horse which always stood by the side of the nursery wall with its head in the same direction, and had to be mounted from the side next to the wall. Another, a politician, historian and scholar, refers all his dates to the mental image of a nursery diagram of the history of the world, which has since developed huge bosses to support his latter acquired information. Our abstract ideas being mostly drawn from external experiences, their character also must depend upon the events of our individual histories. For example, the spoken words house and home must awaken ideas derived from the houses and the homes with which the hearer is, in one way or other, acquainted, and these could not be the same to persons of various social positions and places of residence. The character of our abstract ideas, therefore, depends to a considerable degree on our nurture. I doubt, however, whether abstract idea is a correct phrase in many of the cases in which it is used, and whether cumulative idea would not be more appropriate. The ideal faces obtained by the method of composite portraiture appear to have a great deal in common with the so-called abstract ideas. The composite portraits consist, as was explained, of numerous superimposed pictures forming a cumulative result in which the features that are common to all the likenesses are clearly seen. Those that are common to a few are relatively faint and are more or less overlooked, while those that are peculiar to single individuals leave no sensible trace at all. This analogy, which I pointed out in a memoir on generic images, has been extended and confirmed by subsequent experience of the process. One objection to my view was that our so-called generalizations are commonly no more than representative cases, our recollections being apt to be unduly influenced by particular events, and not by the totality of what we have seen, that the reason why one recollection has prevailed is that the case was sharply defined, or had something unusual about it, or that our frame of mind was at the same time of observation susceptible to that particular kind of impression. I have had exactly the same difficulties with the composites. If one of the individual portraits has sharp outlines, or if it is unlike the rest, or if the illumination is temporarily strong, it will assert itself unduly in the result. The cases seem to me exactly analogous. I get over my photographic difficulty very easily by throwing the sharp portrait a little out of focus, by eliminating such portraits as have exceptional features, and by turning down the illumination to a standard intensity. Chapter 26. Psychometric Experiments. When we attempt to trace the first steps in each operation of our minds, we are usually balked by the difficulty of keeping watch, without embarrassing the freedom of its action. The difficulty is much more than the common and well-known one of attending to two things at once. It is especially due to the fact that the elementary operations of the mind are exceedingly faint and evanescent, and that it requires the utmost painstaking to watch them properly. It would seem impossible to give the required attention to the processes of thought, yet to think as freely as if the mind had been in no way preoccupied. The peculiarity of the experiments I am about to describe is that I have succeeded in evading this difficulty. My method consists in allowing the mind to play briefly for a very brief period till a couple or so of ideas have passed through it, and then, while the traces or echoes of those ideas are still lingering in the brain, to turn the attention upon them with a sudden and complete awakening, to arrest, to scrutinize them, and to record their exact appearance. Afterwards I collect the records at leisure and discuss them, and draw conclusions. It must be understood that the second of the two ideas was never derived from the first, but always directly from the original object. This was ensured by absolutely withstanding all temptation to reverie. I do not mean that the first idea was of necessity a simple elementary thought. Sometimes it was a glance down a familiar line of associations, sometimes it was a well-remembered mental attitude or mode of feeling, but I mean that I was never so far indulged in as to displace the object that had suggested it from being the primary topic of attention. I must add that I found the experiments to be extremely trying and irksome, and that it required much resolution to go through with them, using the scrupulous care they demanded. Nevertheless, the results well repaid the trouble. They gave me an interesting and unexpected view of the number of the operations of the mind, and of the obscure depths in which they took place, of which I had been little conscious before. The general impression they have left upon me is like that which many of us have experienced when the basement of our house happens to be under thorough sanitary repairs, and we realize that the first time the complex system of drains and gas and water pipes, flues, bell-wires and so forth, upon which our comfort depends, but which are usually hidden out of sight, and with whose existence, so long as they acted well, we had never troubled ourselves. The first experiments I made were imperfect, but sufficient to inspire me with keen interest in the matter, and suggested the form of procedure that I have already partially described. My first experiments were these. On several occasions, but notably on one when I felt myself unusually capable of the kind of effort required, I walked leisurely along Pall Mall, a distance of 450 yards, during which time I scrutinized with attention every successive object that caught my eyes, and I allowed my attention to rest on it until one or two thoughts had arisen through direct association with that object. Then I took very brief mental note of them, and passed on to the next object. I never allowed my mind to ramble. The number of objects viewed was, I think, about 300, for I had subsequently repeated the same walk under similar conditions, and endeavoured to estimate their number. With that result, it was impossible for me to recall, in other than the vaguest way, the numerous ideas that had passed through my mind. But of this, at least, I am sure, that samples of my whole life had passed before me, that many bygone incidents, which I never suspected to have formed part of my stock of thoughts, had been glanced at as objects too familiar to awaken the attention. I saw at once that the brain was vastly more active than I had previously believed it to be, and I was perfectly amazed at the unexpected width of the field of its everyday operations. After an interval of some days, during which I kept my mind from dwelling on my first experiences, in order that it might retain as much freshness as possible for a second experiment, I repeated the walk, and was struck just as much as before by the variety of the ideas that presented themselves, and the number of events to which they referred, about which I had never consciously occupied myself of late years. But my attention at the activity of the mind was seriously diminished by another observation which I then made, namely, that there had been a very great deal of repetition of thought. The actors in my mental stage were indeed very numerous, but by no means so numerous as I had imagined. They now seem to be something like the actors in theatres where large processions are represented, who march off one side of the stage, and, going round by the back, come on again to the other. I accordingly cast about for means of laying hold of these fleeting thoughts, and submitting them to statistical analysis to find out more about their tendency to repetition and other matters, and the method I finally adopted was the one already mentioned. I selected a list of suitable words, and wrote them on different small sheets of paper, taking care to dismiss them from my thoughts when not engaged upon them, and allowing some days to elapse before I began to use them. I laid one of the sheets with all due precautions under a book, but not wholly covered by it, so that when I leaned forward I could see one of the words, being previously quite ignorant of what the word would be. Also I held a small chronograph, which I started by pressing a spring the moment the word caught my eye, and which stopped of itself the instant I released the spring, and this I did so soon as about a couple of ideas in direct association with the word had arisen in my mind. I found that I could not manage to recollect more than 2 ideas with the needed precision, at least not in a general way, but sometimes several ideas occurred so nearly together that I was able to record 3 or even 4 of them, while sometimes I only managed 1. The second ideas were, as I have already said, never derived from the first, but always direct from the word itself, for I kept my attention firmly fixed on the word, and the associated ideas were seen only by a half glance. When the 2 ideas had occurred, I stopped the chronograph and wrote them down, and the time they occupied. I soon got to the way of doing all this in a very methodical and automatic manner, keeping the mind perfectly calm and neutral, but intent, and, as it were, at full clock and on-hair trigger before displaying the word. There was no disturbance occasioned by thinking of the forthcoming revulsion of the mind the moment before the chronograph was stopped. My feeling before stopping, it was simply that I had delayed long enough, and this in no way interfered with the free action of the mind. I found no trouble in ensuring the complete fairness of the experiment, by using a number of little precautions hardly necessary to describe, that practice quickly suggested, but it was a most repugnant and laborious work, and it was only by strong self-control that I went through my schedule according to program. The list of words that I finally secured was 75 in number, though I began with more. I went through them in 4 separate occasions under very different circumstances, in England and abroad, and at intervals of about a month. In no case were the associations governed to any degree worth recording by remembering what had occurred to me on previous occasions, for I found that the process itself had great influence in discharging the memory of what it had just been engaged in, and I of course took care between the experiments never to let my thoughts revert to the words. The results seemed to me to be as trustworthy as any other statistical series that had been collected with equal care. On throwing these results into a common statistical hotchpot, I first examined into the rate at which these associated ideas were formed. It took a total time of 660 seconds to form the 505 ideas, that is, at about the rate of 50 a minute, or 3,000 in an hour. This would be miserably slow work in reverie, or wherever the thought follows the lead of each association that successfully presents itself. In the present case, much time was lost in mentally taking the word in, owing to the quite unobtrusive way in which I found it necessary to bring it into view, so as not to distract the thoughts. Moreover, a substantive standing by itself is usually the equivalent of too abstract an idea for us to conceive properly without delay. Thus, it is very difficult to get a quick conception of the word carriage, because there are so many different kinds, 2-wheeled, 4-wheeled, open and closed, and all of them in so many different possible positions, that the mind possibly hesitates amidst an obscure sense of many alternatives that cannot blend together. But limit the idea to, say, a landau, and the mental association declares itself more quickly. Say a landau coming down the street to opposite the door, and an image of many blended landaus that have done so forms itself without the least hesitation. Next I found that my list of 75 words gone over 4 times had given rise to ideas in 13 cases of puzzle, in which nothing sufficiently definite to note occurred within the brief maximum period of about 4 seconds that I allowed myself to any single trial. Of these 505, only 289 were different. The precise proportions in which the 505 were distributed in quadruplets, triplets, doublets, or singles is shown in the uppermost lines of Table 1. The same facts are given under another form in the lower lines of the table, which show how the 289 different ideas were distributed in cases of fourfold, treble, double, or single occurrences. Table 1 is displayed on the page, titled Recurrent Associations. I was fully prepared to find much iteration in my ideas, but had little expected that out of every 100 words, 23 would give rise to exactly the same association in every one of the 4 trials, 21 to the same association in 3 out of the 4, and so on. The experiments having been purposely conducted under very different conditions of time and local circumstances. This shows much less variety in the mental stock of the ideas than I had expected, and makes us feel that the roadways of our minds are worn into very deep ruts. I conclude from the proved number of faint and barely conscious thoughts, and from the proved iteration of them, that the mind is perpetually travelling over familiar ways without our memory retaining any impression of its excursions. Its footsteps are so light and fleeting that it is only by such experiments that I have described that we can learn anything about them. It is apparently always engaged in mumbling over its old stores, and if any one of these is wholly neglected for a while, it is apt to be forgotten, perhaps irrecoverably. It is by no means the keenness of interest, and of the attention when first observing an object, that fixes it in the recollection. We pore over the pages of a Bradshaw, and study the trains for some particular journey with the greatest interest. But the event passes by, and the hours and other facts which we once so eagerly considered become absolutely forgotten. So in games of whist, and in a large number of similar instances, as I understand it, the subject may have a continued living interest in order to retain an abiding place in the memory. The mind must refer to it frequently, but whether it does so consciously or unconsciously is not perhaps a matter of much importance. Otherwise, as a general rule, the recollection sinks, and appears to be utterly drowned in the waters of Lethe. The instances, according to my personal experience, are very rare, even those are not very satisfactory, in which some event recalls a memory that had lain absolutely dormant for many years. In this very series of experiments, a recollection which I thought had entirely lapsed appeared under no less than 3 different aspects of different occasions. It was this: when I was a boy, my father, who was anxious that I should learn something of physical science, which was then never taught at school, arranged with the owner of a large chemist shop to let me dabble at chemistry for a few days in his laboratory. I had not thought of this fact, so far as I was aware, for many years, but in scrutinizing the fleeting associations called up by the various words, I traced 2 mental visual images, an alembic and a particular arrangement of tables and light, and 1 mental sense of smell, chlorine gas, to that very laboratory. I recognized that these images appeared familiar to me, but I had not thought of their origin. I doubt if some strange conjunction of circumstances had suddenly recalled those 3 associations at the same time, with perhaps 2 or 3 other collateral matters, which may be still living in my memory, but which I do not as yet identify. A mental perception of startling vividness would be the result, and I should have falsely imagined that it had supernaturally, as it were, started into life from an entire oblivion extending over many years. Probably many persons would have registered such a case as evidence that things once perceived can never wholly vanish from the recollection, but that in the hour of death or under some excitement, every event of a past life may reappear. To this view I entirely dissent. Forgetfulness appears absolute in the vast majority of cases, and I suppose recollections of a past life are, I believe, no more than a large number of episodes in it, to be reckoned perhaps in hundreds of thousands, but certainly not in tens of hundreds of thousands, that have escaped oblivion. Every one of the fleeting, half-conscious thoughts that were the subject of my experiments admitted of being vivified by keen attention or by some appropriate association, but I strongly suspect that ideas which have long since ceased to fleet through the brain, owing to the absence of current associations to call them up, disappear wholly. A comparison of old memories with a newly met friend of one's boyhood about the events we then witnessed together show how much we had each of us forgotten. Our recollections do not tally. Actors and incidents that seem to have been of primary importance in those events to the one have been utterly forgotten by the other. The recollection of our earlier years are in truth very scanty, as any of them will find who tries to enumerate them. My associated ideas were for the most part due to my own unshared experiences, and the list of them would necessarily differ widely from that which another person would draw up who might repeat my experiments. Therefore one sees clearly, and I may say one can see measurably, how impossible it is in a general way for 2 grown-up persons to lay their minds side by side together in perfect accord. The same sentence cannot produce precisely the same effect on both, and the first quick impressions that any given word in it may convey will differ widely in the 2 minds. I took pains to determine, as far as feasible, the dates in my life at which each of the associated ideas was first attached to the word. There were 124 cases in which identification was satisfactory, and they were distributed as in Table 2. Table 2 is displayed on the page, relative number of associations formed at different periods of life. It will be seen from the table that out of the 48 earliest associations, no less than 12 or 1/4 of them occurred in each of the 4 trials. Of the associations first formed in manhood, 10 or about 1/6 of them had a similar recurrence, but as to the 19 other associations first formed in quite recent times, not one of them occurred in the whole of the 4 trials. Hence we may see the greater fixity of the earlier associations, and might measurably determine the decrease of fixity as the date of their first formation becomes less remote. The largeness of the number 33 in the middle entry of the last column but 1, which disconcerts the run of the series, is wholly due to a visual memory of places seen in manhood. I will not speak about this now, as I shall have to refer to it farther on. Neglecting for the moment this unique class of occurrences, it will be seen that 1/2 of the associations date from the period of life before leaving college, and it may easily be imagined that many of these refer to common events in an English education. Nay, further, on looking through the list of all the associations, it was easy to see how they are pervaded by purely English ideas, and especially such are the prevalent in the stratum of English society in which I was born and bred, and have subsequently lived. In illustration of this, I may mention an anecdote of a matter which greatly impressed me at the time. I was staying in a country house with a very pleasant party of young and old, including persons whose education and versatility was certainly not below the social average. One evening we played at a round game, which consisted in each of us drawing as absurd a scrawl as he or she could, representing some historical event. The pictures were then shuffled and passed successively from hand to hand, every one writing down independently their interpretation of the picture as to what the historical event was that the artist intended to depict by the scrawl. I was astonished at the sameness of our ideas. Cases like Canute and the Waves, the Babes in the Tower, and the like were drawn by 2 and even 3 persons at the same time, quite independently of one another, showing how narrowly we are bound by the fetters of our early education. If the figures in the above table may be accepted as fairly correct for the world generally, it shows still in a measurable degree the large effect of early education in fixing our associations. It will of course be understood that I make no absurd profession of being able, by these very few experiments, to lay down statistical constants of universal application, but that my principal object is to show that a large class of mental phenomena that have hitherto been too vague to lay hold of admit of being caught by the firm grip of genuine statistical inquiry. The results that I have thus far given are hodgepodge results. It is necessary to sort the material somewhat before saying more about them. After several trials, I found that the associated ideas admitted of being divided into 3 main groups. First, there is the imagined sound of words, as in verbal quotations or names of persons. This was frequently a mere parrot-like memory which acted instantaneously in a meaningless way, just as a machine might act. In the next group there was every other kind of sense imagery, the chime of imagined bells, the shiver of a remembered cold, the scent of some particular locality, and much more frequently than all the rest put together, visual memory. The last part of the 3 groups contain what I will venture, for the want of a better name, to call histrionic representations. It includes those cases where I either act a part in imagination, or see in imagination a part acted, or most commonly by far where I am both spectator and all the actors at once, in an imaginary mental theatre. Thus I feel a nascent sense of some muscular action while I simultaneously witness a puppet of my brain, a part of myself perform that action, and I assume a mental attitude appropriate to the occasion. This, in my case, is a very frequent way of generalizing. Indeed, I rarely feel that I have secure hold of a general idea until I have translated it somehow into this form. Thus the word abasement presented itself to me, in one of my experiments, by my mentally placing myself in a pantomimic attitude of humiliation with half-closed eyes, bowed head, and uplifted palms, while at the same time I was aware of myself as of a mental puppet in that position. This same word will serve to illustrate the other groups also. It also happened in connection with abasement, that the word David or King David occurred to me on one occasion in each of the 3 out of the 4 trials, also that an accidental misreading, or perhaps the merely pruning association of the words abasement, brought up all 4 occasions the image of the foundations of a house that the builders had become upon. So much for the character of the association. Next, as to that of the words, I found, after the experiments were over, that the words were divisible into 3 distinct groups. The first contained Abbey, Aborigines, Abyss, and others that admitted of being presented under some mental image. The second group contained Abasement, Abhorrence, Ablution, etc., which admitted excellently of histrionic representation. The third group contained the more abstract words such as afternoon, ability, abnormal, which were variously and imperfectly dealt with by my mind. I give the results in the upper part of Table 3, and in order to save trouble, I have reduced them to percentages in the lower lines of the table. Table 3 is displayed on the page, comparison between the quality of the words and that of ideas in immediate association with them. We see from the associations of the Abbey series are nearly half of them in sense imagery, and these were almost always visual. The names of persons also more frequently occurred in this series than in any other. It will be recollected that in Table 2 I drew attention to the exceptionally large number, 33 in the last column. It was perhaps 20 in excess of what would have been expected from the general run of the other figures. This was wholly due to visual imagery of scenes which I was first acquainted after reaching manhood, and shows, I think, that the scenes of childhood and youth, though vividly impressed on the memory, are by no means numerous, and may be quite thrown into the background by the abundance of after experiences. But this, as we have seen, is not the case with the other forms of association. Verbal memories of old date, such as biblical scraps, family expressions, bits of poetry and the like, are very numerous, and rise to the thought so quickly whenever anything suggests them that they commonly outstrip all competitors. Associations connected with the Abasement series are strongly characterized by histrionic ideas and by sense imagery, which to a great degree merges into a histrionic character. Thus the word abhorrence suggested to me, on 3 out of the 4 trials, an image of the attitude of Martha in the famous picture of the raising of Lazarus by Sebastian del Piombo in the National Gallery. She stands with averted head, doubly sheltering her face by her hands from even a sidelong view of the open grave. Now I could not be sure how far I saw the picture as such, in my mental view, or how far I had thrown my own personality into the picture, and was acting it as actors might act a mystery play by the puppets of my own brain that were part of myself. As a matter of fact, I entered it upon the heading of sense imagery, but it might very properly have gone to swell the number of the histrionic entries. The afternoon series suggested a great preponderance of mere catchwords, showing how slowly I was able to realize the meaning of abstractions. The phrases intruded themselves before the thoughts became defined. It occasionally occurred that I puzzled wholly over a word, and made no entry at all. In 13 cases either this happened, or else after one idea had occurred, the second was too confused and obscure to omit of record, and mention of it had to be omitted in the foregoing table. These entries have forcibly shown to me the great imperfection in my generalizing powers. I am sure that most persons would find the same if they made similar trials. Nothing is a surer sign of high intellectual capacity than the power of quickly seizing and easily manipulating ideas of a very abstract nature. Commonly we grasp them very imperfectly, and cling to their skirts with great difficulty. In comparing the order in which the ideas presented themselves, I find that a decided precedence is assumed by histrionic ideas, wherever they occur, that verbal associations occur first and with great quickness on many occasions, but on the whole they are only a little more likely to occur in the second, and that imagery is decidedly more likely to be the second and the first of the associations called up by a word. In short, gesture language appeals to most quickly to my feelings. It would be very instructive to print the actual records of length made by many experimenters, if the records could be clubbed together and thrown into a statistical form, but it would be too absurd to print one's own singly. They lay bare the foundations of a man's thoughts with curious distinctness, and exhibit his mental anatomy with more vividness and truth than he would probably care to publish to the world. It remains to summarize what has been said in the foregoing memoir. I decided to show how whole strata of mental operations that have lapsed out of ordinary consciousness admit of being dragged into light, recorded and treated statistically, and how the obscurity that attends the initial steps of our thoughts can thus be pierced and dissipated. Then I showed measurably the rate at which associations sprung up, their character, the date of their first formation, their tendency to recurrence, and their relative precedence. Also I gave an instance showing how the phenomenon of a long-forgotten scene suddenly starting into consciousness omitted in many cases being explained, Perhaps the strongest of the impressions left by these experiments regards the multifariousness of the work done by the mind in a state of half unconsciousness, and the valid reason they afford for believing in the existence of still greater strata of mental operations, sunk wholly below the level of consciousness, which may account for such mental phenomena as cannot otherwise be explained. We gain insight by these experiments into the marvellous number and nimbleness of our mental associations, and we also learn that they are very far indeed from being infinite in their variety. We find that our working stock of ideas is narrowly limited, and that the mind continuously recurs to the same instruments in conducting its operations. Therefore its tracts necessarily become more defined and as flexibly diminished as age advances. Chapter 27. Antechamber of Consciousness. When I am engaged in trying to think anything out, the process of doing so appears to me to be this. The ideas that lie at any moment within my full consciousness seem to attract their own accord the most appropriate out of a number of other ideas that are lying close at hand, but imperfectly within the range of my consciousness. There seems to be a presence chamber in my mind where full consciousness holds court, and where 2 or 3 ideas are at the same time in audience, and an antechamber, full of more or less allied ideas, which is suited just beyond the full ken of consciousness. Out of this antechamber, the ideas most nearly allied to those in the presence chamber appear to be summoned in a mechanical logical way, and have their turn of audience. A successful progress of thought appears to depend, first on a large attendance in the antechamber, secondly, on the presence there of no ideas except such as are strictly germane to the topic under consideration, thirdly, on the justness of the logical mechanism that issues the summons. The thronging of the antechamber is, I am convinced, altogether beyond my control. If the ideas do not appear, I cannot create them, nor compel them to come. The exclusion of alien ideas is accompanied by a sense of mental effort and volition whenever the topic under consideration is unattractive, otherwise it proceeds automatically, for if an intruding idea finds nothing to cling to, it is unable to hold its place in the antechamber and slides back again. An animal absorbed in a favourite occupation shows no sign of painful effort of attention. On the contrary, he represents interruption that solicits his attention elsewhere. The consequence of all this is that the mind frequently does good work without the slightest exertion. In composition, it will often produce a better effect than if it acted with effort, because the essence of good composition is that the ideas should be connected by the easiest possible transitions. When a man has been thinking hard and long upon a subject, he becomes temporarily familiar with certain steps of thought, certain shortcuts, and certain far-fetched associations that do not commend themselves to the minds of other persons, nor indeed to his own at other times. Therefore it is better that his transitionary familiarity with them should have come to an end before he begins to write or speak. When he returns to the work after a sufficient pause, he is conscious that his ideas have settled, that is, they have lost their adventurous relations to one another and stand in those in which they are likely to reside permanently in his own mind, and to exist in the minds of others. Although the brain is able to do very fair work fluently in an automatic way, and though it will of its own accord strike out sudden and happy ideas, it is questionable if it is capable of working thoroughly and profoundly without past or present effort. The character of this effort seems to me chiefly to lie in bringing the contents of the antechamber more nearly within the ken of consciousness, which then takes comprehensive note of all its contents, and compels the logical faculty to test them seriatim before selecting the fittest for a summons to the presence chamber. Extreme fluency and a vivid and rapid imagination are gifts naturally and healthily possessed by those who rise to be great orators or literary men, for they could not have become successful in those careers without it. The curious fact already alluded to of 5 editors of newspapers being known to me as having phantasmagoria points to a connection between 2 forms of fluency, the literary and the visual. Fluency may be also a morbid faculty, being markedly increased by alcohol, as poets are never tired of telling us, and by various drugs, and it exists in delirium, insanity, and states of high emotions. The fluency of a vulgar scold is extraordinary. In preparing to write or speak upon a subject of which the details have been mastered, I gather, after some inquiry, that the usual method among persons who have the gift of fluency is to think curiously on topics connected with it, until what I have called the antechamber is well filled with cognate ideas, then to allow the ideas to link themselves in their own way, breaking the leakage continually, and recommencing afresh until some line of thought has suggested itself that appears from a rapid and light glance to thread the chief topics together. After this, the connections are brought step by step fully into consciousness. They are short-circuited here and extend there as found advisable until a firm connection is found to be established between all parts of the subject. After this is done, the mental effort is over, and the composition may proceed fluently in an automatic way. Though this, I believe, is a usual way, is by no means universal, for there are very great differences in the connections under which different persons compose most readily. They seem to afford as good evidence of the variety of mental and bodily constitutions as can be met within or any other line of inquiry. It is reasonable to suggest that part, at least, of the inward responses to spiritual yearnings is of similar origins to the visions, thoughts, and phrases that arise automatically when the mind has prepared itself to receive them. The devout man attunes his mind to holy ideas. He excludes alien thoughts, and he waits and watches in stillness. Gradually the darkness is lifted, the silence of the mind is broken, and the spiritual responses are heard in the way so often described by devout men of all religions. This seems to me precisely analogous to the automatic presentation of ordinary ideas to orators and literary men, and to the visions of which I spoke in the chapter on that subject. Individuality replaces individuality, and the portion of the mind communicates with another portion as with a different person. Some persons and races are naturally more imaginative than others, and show their visionary tendency in every one of the respects named. They are fanciful, oratorical, poetical, and credulous. The enthusiastic faculties all seem to hang together. I shall recur to this in the chapter on enthusiasm. I have already pointed out the existence of a morbid form of piety. There is also a morbid condition of apparent inspiration to which imaginative women are subject, especially those who suffer more or less from hysteria. It is accompanied by a very curious way familiar to medical men. By almost incredible acts of deceit, it is found even in ladies of positions apparently above the suspicion of vulgar fraud, and seems associated with a strange secret desire to attract notice. Ecstatics, seers of visions, and devout fasting girls who eat on the sly often belong to this category. Chapter 28. Early Sentiments. The child is passionately attached to his home, then to his school, his country, and religion. Yet how entirely the particular home, school, country, and religion are a matter of accident. He is born prepared to attach himself as a climbing plant is naturally disposed to climb, the kind of stick being of little importance. The models upon whom the child or boy forms himself are the boys or men whom he has been thrown amongst, and whom some incidental cause he may have learned to love and respect. The everyday utterances, the likes and dislikes of his parents, the social and caste feelings, their religious persuasions are absorbed by him, their views, or those of his teachers become assimilated and made his own. If a mixed marriage should have taken place, and the father should die while the children are yet young, and if a question arise between the executors of his will and the mother as to the religious education of the children, application is made as a matter of course to the Court of Chancery, who decide that the children shall be brought up as Protestants or as Catholics, as the case may be, or the sons one way and the daughters the other. And they are, and usually remain so afterwards, when free to act for themselves. It is worthy of note that many of the deaf-mutes who are first taught to communicate freely with others after they had passed the periods of boyhood are asked about their religious feelings up to that time, are reported to tell the same story. They say that the meaning of the church service, whither they had accompanied their parents, and of the kneeling to pray, had been absolutely unintelligible, and a standing puzzle to them. The ritual touched no chord in their untaught natures that responded in unison. Very much of what we fondly look upon as a natural religious sentiment is purely traditional. The word religion may fairly be applied to any group of sentiments or persuasions that are strong enough to bind us to do that which we intellectually may acknowledge to be our duty, and the possession of some form of religion, in this larger sense of the word, is of the utmost importance to moral stability. The sentiments must be strong enough to make us ashamed at the mere thought of committing and distressing during the act of committing any untruth, or any uncharitable act, or of neglecting what we feel to be right in order to indulge in laziness or gratify some passing desire. So long as experience shows the religion to be competent to produce this effect, it seems reasonable to believe that the particular dogma is comparatively of little importance. But as a dogma or sentiments, whatever they be, if they are not naturally instinctive, must be ingrained in the character to produce their full effect. They should be instilled early in life and allowed to grow unshaken before their roots are firmly fixed. The consciousness of this fact makes the form of religious teaching in every church and creed identical in one important particular, though its substance may vary in every respect. In subjects unconnected with sentiment, the freest inquiry and the fullest deliberation are required before it is thought decorous to form a final opinion. But wherever sentiment is involved, and especially in questions of religious dogma, about which there is more sentiment and more difference of opinion among wise, virtuous, and truth-seeking men than about any other subject whatever, free inquiry is peremptorily discouraged. The religious instructor in every creed is one who makes it his profession to saturate his pupils with prejudice. A vast and perpetual clamour rises from the pulpits of endless proselytizing sects throughout the great empire, the priests of all of them crying with one consent, "This is our way. Shut your ears to the words of those who teach differently. Don't look at their books. Do not even mention their names, except to scoff at them. They are damnable." Have faith in what I tell you and save your souls. In which of these conflicting doctrines are we to place our faith if we are not to hear all sides and to rely upon our own judgment in the end? Are we to understand that it is the duty of man to be credulous in accepting whatever the priest in whose neighbourhood he happens to reside may say? Is it to believe whatever his parents may have lovingly taught him? There are a vast number of foolish men and women in the world who marry and have children, and because they deal lovingly with their children does not at all follow that they can instruct them wisely. Or is it to have faith in what the wisest men of all ages have found peace in believing? The Catholic phrase, quod semper, quod ubique, quod omnibus, that which has been believed at all times, in all places, and by all men, has indeed a fine rolling sound, but where is a dogma that satisfies its requirements? Or is it such and such really good and wise men with whom you are acquainted, and whom, it may be, you have the privilege of knowing, have lived consistent lives through the guidance of these dogmas? How can you, who are many grades their inferior in good work, incapacity and inexperience, presume to set up your opinion against theirs? Their reply is that it is a matter of history and notoriety that other very good, capable, and inexperienced men have led and are leading consistent lives under the guidance of totally different dogmas, and that some of them, a few generations back, would have probably burned your modern hero as a heretic if he had lived in their times and could have got hold of him. Also, that men, however eminent in goodness, intellect, and experience, may be deeply prejudiced, and that their judgment in matters where their prejudices are involved cannot thenceforward be trusted. Watches, as electricians know their cost, are liable to have their steelwork accidentally magnetized, and the best chronometer under those conditions can never again be trusted to keep correct time. Lastly, we are told to have faith in our conscience. Well, we know now a great deal more about conscience than formerly. Ethnologists have studied the manifestations of conscience in different people and do not find that they are consistent. Conscience is now known to be partially transmitted by inheritance in the way and under the conditions clearly explained by Mr. Darwin, and partially to be an unsuspected result of early education. The value of inherited conscience lies in it being the organized result of the social experiences of many generations, but it fails in so far as it expresses the experience of generations whose habits differ from our own. The doctrine of evolution shows that no race can be in perfect harmony with its surroundings. The latter are continually changing, while the organism of the race hobbles after, vainly trying to overtake them. Therefore, the inherited part of conscience cannot be an infallible guide, and the acquired part of it may, under the influence of dogma, be a very bad one. The history of fanaticism shows too clearly that this is not only a theory but a fact. Happy the child, especially in these inquiring days, who has been taught a religion that mainly rests on the moral obligations between man in domestic and national life, and which, so far as it is necessarily dogmatic, rests chiefly upon the proper interpretation of facts about which there is no dispute, namely on the habitual occurrences which are always open to observation, and which form the basis of so-called natural religion. It would be instructive to make a study of the working religion of good and able men of all nations, in order to discover the real motives by which they were severely animated. Men, I mean, who have been tried by both prosperity and adversity, and had borne the test, who, while they led lives full of interest to themselves, were beloved by their own family, noted among those with whom they had business relations for their probity and conciliatory ways, are honoured by a wider circle for their unselfish furtherance of the public good. Such men exist of many faiths and in many races. Another interesting and cognate inquiry would be into the motives that have sufficed to induce men who were leading happy lives to meet death willingly at a time when they were not particularly excited. Probably the number of instances to be found, say among Mussulmans, who are firm believers in the joys of Muhammad's paradise, will not be more numerous than among the Zulus, who have no belief in any paradise at all, but are influenced by martial honour and patriotism. There is an Oriental phrase, as I have been told, that the fear of the inevitable death is a European malady. Approach of terror at any object is quickly taught if it is taught consistently. Whether the terror be reasonable or not, there are few more stupid creatures than fish, but they notoriously soon learn to be frightened at any newly introduced method of capture, say by an artificial fly, which at first their comrades took greedily. Some one fish may have seen others caught, and have learned to take fright at the fly. Whenever he saw it again, he would betray his terror by some instinctive gesture, which would be seen and understood by others, and so instruction in distrusting the fly appears to spread. All gregarious animals are extremely quick at learning terrors from one another. It is a condition of their existence that they should do so, as was explained at length in a previous chapter. Their safety lies in mutual intelligence and support. When most of them are browsing, a few are always watching, and at least signal of alarm, the whole herd takes fright simultaneously. Gregarious animals are quickly alive to their mutual signals. It is beautiful to watch great flocks of birds as they wheel in their flight and suddenly slow the flash of all their wings against the sky as they simultaneously and suddenly change their direction. Much of the tameness or wildness of an animal's character is probably due to the placidity or to the frequent starts of alarm of the mother while she was rearing it. I was greatly struck with some evidence I happened to meet with of the pervading atmosphere of alarm and suspicion in which the children of criminal parents are brought up, and which, in combination with their inherited disposition, makes them, on the opinion of many observers, so different to other children. The evidence of which I speak lay in the tone of letters sent by criminal parents to their children, who were inmates of the Princess Mary village homes, from which I had the opportunity, thanks to the kindness of the superintendent Mrs. Meredith, of hearing and seeing extracts. They were full of such phrases as, "Mind you not say anything about this," though the matters referred to were, to all appearance, unimportant. The writings of Dante on the horrible torments of the damned, and the realistic pictures of the same subject in frescoes and other pictures of the same date, showing the flames and the flesh hooks and the harrows, indicate the transforming effect of those cruel times, 15 generations ago, upon the disposition of men. Revenge and torture had been so commonly practised by rulers that they seemed to be appropriate tributes of every high authority, and the artists of those days saw no incongruity in supposing that a supremely powerful master, however beneficent he might be, would make the freest use of them. Aversion is taught as easily as terror, when the object of it is neutral and not especially attractive to an unprejudiced taste. I can testify in my own person to the somewhat rapidly acquired and long retained fancies concerning the clean and unclean upon the Jews and Mussulmans lay such curious stress. It was a result of my happening to spend a year in the East, at an age when the brain is very receptive of new ideas, and when I happened to be much impressed by the nobler aspects of Mussulman civilization, especially, I may say, with the manly conformity of their everyday practice to the creed, which contrasts sharply with what we see among most Europeans, who profess extreme unworldliness and humiliation on one day of the week, and act in a worldly and masterful manner during the remaining 6. Although many years have passed since that time, I still find the old feelings in existence. For instance, that of looking on the left hand as unclean. It is difficult to an untravelled Englishman, who has not had an opportunity of throwing himself into the spirit of the East, to credit the disgust and detestation that numerous everyday acts, which appear perfectly harmless to his countrymen, excite in many Orientals. To conclude, the power of nature is very great in implanting sentiments of a religious nature, of terror and of aversion, and in giving a fallacious sense of their being natural instincts. But it will be observed that the circumstances from which these influences proceed affect large classes simultaneously, forming a kind of atmosphere in which every member of them passes his life. They produce the cast of mind that distinguishes an Englishman from a foreigner, and one class of Englishmen from another, but they have little influence in creating the differences that exist between individuals of the same class. End of chapter 28. End of section 7. Section 8 of Inquiries into Human Faculty by Francis Galton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 29. History of Twins. The exceedingly close resemblance attributed to twins has been the subject of many novels and plays, and most persons have felt a desire to know upon what basis of truth those works of fiction may rest. But twins have a special claim upon our attention. It is, that their history affords means of distinguishing between the effects of tendencies received at birth and those that were imposed by the special circumstances of their after lives. The objection to statistical evidence in proof of the inheritance of peculiar faculties has always been, the persons whom you compare may have lived under similar social conditions and have had similar advantages of education, but such prominent conditions are only a small part of those that determine the future of each man's life. It is to trifling accidental circumstances that the bent of his disposition and his success, and these you leave wholly out of account. In fact, they do not admit of being tabulated, and therefore your statistics, however plausible at first sight, are really of very little use. No method of inquiry which I have previously been able to carry out, and I have tried many methods, is wholly free from this objection. I have therefore attacked the problem from the opposite side, seeking for some new method by which it would be possible to weigh in just scales the effect of nature and nurture, and to ascertain their respective shares in framing the disposition and intellectual ability of men. The life history of twins supplies what I wanted. We may begin by inquiring about twins who were closely alike in boyhood and youth, and who were educated together for many years, and learn whether they subsequently grew unlike, and if so, what the main causes were which, in the opinion of the family, produced the dissimilarity. In this way we can obtain direct evidence of the kind we want. Again, we may obtain yet more valuable evidence by a converse method. We can inquire into the history of twins who were exceedingly unlike in childhood, and learn how far their characters became assimilated under the influence of identical nature, is as much as they had the same home, the same teachers, the same associates, and in every other respect the same surroundings. My materials were obtained by sending circulars of inquiry to persons who were either twins themselves or near relations of twins. The printed questions were in 13 groups. The last of them asked for the addresses of other twins known to the recipient, who might be likely to respond if I wrote to them. This happily led to a continually widening circle of correspondence, which I pursued until enough material was accumulated for a general reconnaissance of the subject. There is a large literature relating to twins in their purely surgical and physiological aspect. The reader interested in this should consult Die Lehre von der Zwillingen, von L. Kleinwacher, Prague, 1871. It is full of references, and it is also unhappily disfigured by a number of numerical misprints, especially on page 26. I have not found any book that treats of twins from my present point of view. The reader will easily understand that the word twins is a vague expression which covers two very dissimilar events, the one corresponding to the progeny of animals that usually bear more than one at a birth, each of the progeny being derived from a separate ovum, while the other event is due to the development of two germinal spots in the same ovum. In the later case they are enveloped in the same membrane, and all such twins are found invariably to be of the same sex. The consequence of this is that I find a curious discontinuity in my results. One would have expected that twins would commonly be found to possess a certain average likeness to one another, that a few would greatly exceed the average likeness, and a few would greatly fall short of it. But this is not at all the case. Extreme similarity and extreme dissimilarity between twins of the same sex are nearly as common as moderate resemblance. When the twins are a boy and a girl, they are never closely alike. In fact, their origin is never due to the development of two germinal spots in the same ovum. I received about 80 returns of cases of close dissimilarity, 35 of which entered into many instructive details. In a few of these not a single point of difference could be specified. In the remainder, the colour of the hair and the eyes were almost always identical, the height, weight, and strength were nearly so. Nevertheless, I have a few cases of a notable difference in height, weight, and strength, although the resemblance was otherwise very near. The manner and personal address of the 35 pairs of twins are usually described as very similar, but accompanied by a slight difference of expression, familiar to near relatives, though unperceived by strangers. The intonation of the voice when speaking is commonly the same, but it frequently happens that the twins sing in different keys. Most singularly, the one point at which similarity is rare is the handwriting. I cannot account for this, considering how strongly handwriting runs in families, but I am sure of the fact. I have only one case in which nobody, not even the twins themselves, could distinguish their own notes of lectures, etc., barely 2 or 3 of which the handwriting was undistinguishable by others, and only a few in which it was described as closely alike. On the other hand, I have many in which it is stated to be unlike, and some in which it is alluded to as the only point of difference. It would appear that the handwriting is a very delicate test of difference in organization, a conclusion which I commend to the notice of enthusiasts in the art of discovering character by the handwriting. One of my inquiries was for anecdotes regarding mistakes made between the twins by their near relatives. The replies are numerous, but not very varied in character. When the twins are children, they are usually distinguished by ribbons tied round the wrist or neck. Nevertheless, the one is sometimes fed, physicked, and whipped by mistake for the other, and the description of these little domestic catastrophes are usually given by the mother in a phraseology that is somewhat touching by reason of its seriousness. I have one case in which a doubt remains whether the children were not changed in their bath, and the presumed A is not really B, and vice versa. In another case, an artist was engaged on the portraits of twins who were between 3 and 4 years of age. He had to lay aside his work for 3 weeks, and on resuming it, he could not tell to which child the respective likeness he had in hand belonged. The mistakes become less numerous on the part of the mother during the boyhood and girlhood of the twins, but are almost as frequent as before on the part of strangers. I have many instances of tutors being unable to distinguish their twin pupils. 2 girls used regularly to impose on their music teacher when one of them wanted a whole holiday. They had their lessons at separate hours, and the other girl sacrificed herself to receive 2 lessons on the same day, while the other one enjoyed herself from morning to evening. Here is a brief and comprehensive account. Exactly alike in all, their schoolmasters never could tell them apart. At dancing parties they constantly changed partners without discovery. Their close resemblance is scarcely diminished by age. The following is a typical schoolboy anecdote. 2 twins were fond of playing tricks, and complaints were frequently made, but the boys would never own which one was the guilty one, and the complaints were never certain which of the 2 he was. The headmaster used to say he would never flog the innocent for the guilty, and another used to flog both. No doubt that 9 anecdotes have reached me of a twin seeing his or her reflection in a looking-glass, and dressing it in the belief that it was the other twin in person. I have many anecdotes of mistakes when the twins were nearly grown up. Thus, assuming scenes occurred at college, when one twin came to visit the other, the porter on one occasion refusing to let the visitor out of the college gates, for, though they stood side by side, he professed ignorance as to which he ought to allow to depart. Children are usually quick in distinguishing between their parent and his or her twin, but I have 2 cases to the contrary. Thus a daughter of a twin says, "Such was the marvellous similarity of their features, voice, manner, etc. But I remember, as a child, being very much puzzled, and I think that my aunt lived much with us. I should have ended by thinking I had 2 mothers." In another case, a father who was a twin remarks of himself and his brother, "We were extremely alike, and are so at this moment, so much that children up to 5 and 6 did not know us apart." I have 4 or 5 instances of doubt during an engagement of marriage. Thus, I married first, but both twins met the lady together for the first time, and fell in love with her there and then. A managed to see her home and to gain her affection, though B went sometimes courting in his place, and neither the lady nor her parents could tell which was which. I have also a German letter, written in quaint terms, about twin brothers who married sisters, but could not easily be distinguished by them. In the well-known novel by Mr. Wilkie Collins of Poor Miss Finch, the blind girl distinguishes the twin she loves by the touch of his hand, which gives her a thrill that the touch of her other brother does not. Philosophers have not, I believe, as yet investigated the conditions of such thrills, but I have a case in which Miss Finch's test would have failed. 2 persons, both friends of a certain twin lady, told me that she had frequently remarked to them that kissing her twin sister was not like kissing her other sisters, but like kissing herself, her own hand, for example. It would be an interesting experiment for twins who were closely alike to try how far dogs could distinguish them by scent. I have a few anecdotes of strange mistakes made between twins in adult life. Thus an officer writes, "On one occasion, when I returned from foreign service, my father turned to me and said, 'I thought you were in London.' The thinking I was my brother. Yet he had not seen me for nearly 4 years. Our resemblance was so great. The next and last anecdote I shall give is perhaps the most remarkable of those I have. It was sent me by the brother of the twins, who were in middle life at the time of its occurrence. I was again coming home from India on leave. The ship did not arrive for some days after it was due. The twin brother B had come up from his quarters to receive A, and their old mother was very nervous. One morning A rushed in saying, "Oh mother, how are you?" Her answer was, "No, B, it's a bad joke. You know how anxious I am." And it was a little time before A could persuade her that he was the real man. Enough has been said to prove that an extremely close personal resemblance frequently exists between twins of the same sex, and that although the resemblance usually diminishes as they grow into manhood and womanhood, some cases occur in which the diminution of resemblance is hardly perceptible. It must be borne in mind that it is not necessary to ascribe the divergence of development when it occurs to the effect of different nurtures, but it is quite possible that it may be due to the late appearance of qualities inherited at birth, though dormant in early life, like gout. To this I shall recur. There is a curious feature in the character of the resemblance between twins, which has been alluded to by a few correspondents. It is well illustrated by the following quotations. A mother of twins says, "There seemed to be a sort of interchangeable likeness in expression that often gave to each the effect of being more like his brother than himself." Again, two twin brothers writing to me, after analysing their points of resemblance, which are close and numerous, and pointing out certain shades of difference, add, "There seem to have marked us throughout life, though for a while, when we were first separated, the one to go to business and the other to college, our respective characters were inverted. We both think that at the time we each ran into the character of the other. The proof of this consists in our own recollections, in our correspondence by letter, and in the views which we then took of matters in which we were interested." In explanation of this apparent interchangeableness, we must recollect that no character is simple, and that in twins who strongly resemble each other, every expression in the one may be matched by a corresponding expression in the other, but it does not follow that the same expression should be the prevalent one in both cases. Now, it is by their prevalent expressions that we should distinguish between the twins. Consequently, when one twin has temporarily the expression which is the prevalent one in his brother, he is apt to be mistaken for him. There are also cases where the development of the two twins is not strictly pari passu. They reach the same goal at the same time, but not by identical stages. Thus A is born the larger, then B overtakes and surpasses A, and in his turn overtaken by A. The end being that the twins, on reaching adult life, are of the same size. This process would aid in giving an interchangeable likeness at certain periods of their growth, and is undoubtedly due to nature more frequently than to nurture. Among my 35 detailed cases of close similarity, there are no less than 7 in which both twins suffered from some special ailment or had some exceptional peculiarity. One twin writes that she and her sister have both the defect of not being able to come downstairs quickly, which however was not born with them, but came on the age of 20. 3 pairs of twins have peculiarities in their fingers. In one case it consists in a slight congenation flexure of one of the joints of the little finger. It was inherited from a grandmother, but neither parents nor brothers nor sisters show the least trace of it. In another case the twins have a peculiar way of bending the fingers, and there was a faint tendency to the same peculiarity in the mother, but in her alone of all the family. In a third case, about which I made a few inquiries, which is given by Mr. Darwin, but is not included in my returns, there was no known family tendency to the peculiarity which was observed in the twins of having a crooked little finger. In another pair of twins, one was born ruptured, and the other became so at 6 months old. 2 twins at the age of 23 were attacked by toothache, and the same tooth had to be extracted in each case. There are curious and close correspondences mentioned in the falling off of the hair. 2 cases are mentioned of death from the same disease, one of which is very affecting. The outline of the story was that the twins were closely alike and singularly attached, and had identical tastes. They both obtained government clerkships, and kept house together, when one sickened and died of Bright's disease, and the other also sickened of the same disease and died 7 months later. Both twins were apt to sicken at the same time in no less than 9 out of 35 cases. Either their illnesses, to which I refer, were non-contagious, or if contagious, the twins caught them simultaneously. They did not catch them the one from the other. This implies so intimate a constitutional resemblance that it is proper to give some quotations in evidence. Thus the father of two twins says, "Their general health is closely alike. Whenever one of them has an illness, the other invariably has the same within a day or two, and they usually recover in the same order. Such has been the case with whooping cough, chickenpox, and measles, also with slight bilious attacks, which they have successively. Latterly, they had a feverish attack at the same time." Another parent of twins says, "If anything ails one of them, identical symptoms nearly always appear in the other. This has been singularly visible in 2 instances during the last 2 months. Thus, when in London one fell ill with a violent attack of dysentery, and within 24 hours the other had precisely the same symptoms." A medical man writes of twins with whom he is well acquainted. "Whilst I knew them, for a period of 2 years, there was not the slightest tendency towards a difference in body or mind. External influences seemed powerless to produce any dissimilarity." The mother of 2 other twins, after describing how they were ill simultaneously up to the age of 15, adds that they shed their first milk teeth within a few hours of each other. Tressel has a remarkable case in the chapter on asthma. His important work, Clinique Médicale, in the edition of 1873, it is in volume 2, page 473. It was quoted at length in the original French in Mr. Darwin's Variation on Domestication, volume 2, page 252. The following is a translation. "I attended twin brothers so extraordinarily alike that it was impossible for me to tell which was which, without seeing them side by side. But their physical likeness extended still deeper, so to speak, a yet more remarkable pathological. Thus one of them, whom I saw at the Neotherms at Paris, suffered from rheumatic ophthalmia, said to me, 'At this instant my brother must be having ophthalmia like mine.' And as I had exclaimed against such an assertion, he showed me a few days afterwards a letter just received by him from his brother, who was at that time at Vienna, and who expressed himself in these words: 'I have my ophthalmia, you must be having yours.' However singular this story may appear, the fact is none less exact. It has not been told to me by others, but I have seen it myself, and have seen other analogous cases in my practice. These twins were also asthmatic, and asthmatic to a frightful degree. Though born in Marseilles, they were never able to stay in that town, where their business affairs required them to go without having an attack. Still more strange, it was sufficient for them to get away only as far as Toulon in order to be cured of the attack caught at Marseilles. They travelled continually, and in all countries, on business affairs, and they remarked that certain localities were extremely hurtful to them, and that in others they were free from all asthmatic symptoms." I do not like to pass over here a most dramatic tale in the Psychologie morbide of Dr. J. Moreau de Tours, Médecine de Hospice de Bicêtre, Paris, 1859, page 172. He speaks of 2 twin brothers who have been confined on account of monomania, Bicêtre. Physically, the 2 young men are so nearly alike that the one is easily mistaken for the other. Morally, their resemblance is no less complete, and is most remarkable in its details. Thus, the dominant ideas are absolutely the same. They both consider themselves subject to imaginary persecutions. The same enemies have sworn their destruction, and employed the same means to effect it. Both have hallucinations of hearing. They are both in melancholy and morose. They never address a word to anybody, and will hardly answer the questions that others address to them. They always keep apart, and never communicate with one another. An extremely curious fact, which has been frequently noted by the superintendents of the section of the hospital and by myself, was this: from time to time, at very irregular intervals of 2, 3, or many months, without appreciable cause, and by the purely spontaneous effect of their illness, a very marked change has taken place in the condition of the 2 brothers. Both of them, at the same time, and often on the same day, rouse themselves from their habitual stupor and prostration. They make the same complaints, and they come of their own accord to the physician, with an urgent request to be liberated. I have seen this strange thing occurring, even when they were some miles apart, the one being at Bicêtre, and the other living in Sainte-Anne. I sent a copy of this passage to the principal authorities among the physicians to the insane in England, asking if they had ever witnessed a similar case. In reply, I have received 3 noteworthy instances, but none to be compared to their exact parallelism with that just given. The details of the 3 cases are painful, and it is not necessary to my general purpose that I should further allude to them. There is another curious French case of insanity in twins, which was pointed out to me by Sir James Paget, described by Dr. Baum in the Annales Médico-Physiologiques for Série, Volume 1, 1863, page 312, of which the following is an abstract. The original contains a few more details, but is too long to quote. François and Martin, 50 years of age, worked as railroad contractors between Quimper and Châtelaine. Martin had twice slight attacks of insanity. On January 15, a box was robbed in which the twins had deposited their savings. On the night of January 23-24, both Francois, who lodged at Quimper, and Martin, who lived with his wife and children at St. Laurette, 2 leagues from Quimper, had the same dream at the same hour, 3 a.m., and both awoke with a violent start, calling out, "I have caught the thief! I have caught the thief! They are doing mischief to my brother." They were both of them extremely agitated, and gave way to similar extravagances, dancing and leaping. Martin sprang on his grandchild, declaring that he was a thief and would have strangled him if he had not been prevented. He then became steadily worse, complained of violent pains in his head, went out of doors on some excuse, and tried to drown himself in the river Steer, but was forcibly stopped by his son, who had watched and followed him. He was then taken to an asylum by gendarmes, where he died in 3 hours. Francois, on his part, calmed down on the morning of the 24th, and employed the day in inquiring about the robbery. By a strange chance, he crossed his brother's path at the moment when the latter was struggling with the gendarmes. Then he himself became maddened, giving way to extravagant gestures and using incoherent language, similar to that of his brother. He then asked to be bled, which was done, and afterwards, declaring himself to be better, went out on the pretext of executing some commission, but really to drown himself in the river Steer, which he actually did, at the very spot where Martin attempted to do the same thing a few hours previously. The next point I shall mention in illustration of the extremely close resemblance between certain twins is a similarity in the association of their ideas. No less than 11 out of the 35 cases testify to this. They make the same remarks on the same occasion, begin singing the same song at the same moment, and so on. Or one would commence a sentence, and the other would finish it. An observant friend geographically described to me the effect produced on her by 2 such twins whom she had met casually. She said, "Their teeth grew alike, they spoke alike and together, and said the same things, and seemed just like one person." One of the most curious anecdotes that I have received concerning this similarity of ideas was the one twin, A, who happened to be at a town in Scotland, bought a set of champagne glasses, which caught his attention as a surprise for his brother B, while at the same time B, being in England, bought a set of precisely the same pattern as a surprise for A. Other anecdotes of a like kind have reached me about these twins. The last point to which I shall allude regards the taste and dispositions of the 35 pairs of twins. In 16 cases, that is, in nearly one half of them, these were described as closely similar. In the remaining 19 they were much alike, but subject to certain name differences. These differences belonged almost wholly to such groups of qualities as these. The one was the more vigorous, fearless, energetic, the other was gentile, clinging, and timid, or the one was more ardent, and the other more calm and placid, or again the one was the more independent, original, and self-contained, the other the more generous, hasty, and vivacious. In short, the difference was that of intensity or energy in one or other of its protein forms, did not extend more deeply into the structure of the characters. The more vivacious might be subdued by ill health, until he assumed the character of the other, or the latter might be raised by excellent health to that of the former. The difference was in the keynote, not in the melody. It follows from what has been said concerning the similar dispositions of the twins, the similarity in the association of their ideas, of their special ailments, and of their illnesses generally, that the resemblances are not superficial, but extremely intimate. I have only 2 cases of a strong bodily resemblance being accompanied by mental diversity, and 1 case only of the converse kind. It must be remembered that the conditions which govern extreme likeness between twins are not the same as those between ordinary brothers and sisters, and that it would be incorrect to conclude from what has just been said about the twins that mental and bodily likeness are invariably co-coordinate, such being by no means the case. We are now in a position to understand that the phrase close similarity is no exaggeration, and to realize the value of the evidence I am about to adduce. Here are 35 cases of twins who were closely alike in body and mind when they were young, and who have been reared exactly alike up to their early manhood and womanhood. Since then the conditions of their lives have changed. What change of nurture has produced the most variation? It was with no little interest that I searched the records of 35 cases for the answer, and they gave an answer that was not altogether direct, but it was distinct, and not at all what I had expected. They showed me that in some cases the resemblance of body and mind had continued unaltered up to old age, notwithstanding very different conditions of life, and they showed in the other cases that the parents ascribed such dissimilarity as there was, wholly or almost wholly, to some form of illness. In 4 cases it was scarlet fever, in a 5th typhus, in a 6th a slight effect was ascribed to a nervous fever, in a 7th it was the effect of an Indian climate, in the 8th an illness unnamed of 9 months' duration, in a 9th varicose veins, in a 10th a bad fracture of the leg, which prevented all active exercise afterwards, and there were 3 additional instances of undefined forms of ill health. It will be sufficient to quote one of the returns. In this the father writes, "At birth they were exactly alike, except that one was born with a bad varicose affection, the effect of which had been to prevent any violent exercise such as dancing or running, and, as she has grown older, to make her more serious and thoughtful. Had it not been for this infirmity, I think the 2 would have been as exactly alike as it is possible for 2 women to be, both mentally and physically. Even now they are constantly mistaken for one another." In only a very few cases is some allusion made to the dissimilarity being partially due to the combined action of many small influences, and in none of the 35 cases is it largely, much less wholly, ascribed to that case. In not a single instance have I met with a word about the growing dissimilarity being due to the action of the firm free will of one or both the twins, which had triumphed over natural tendencies, and yet a large proportion of my correspondents happen to be clergymen, whose bent of mind is opposed, as I feel assured from the tone of their letters, to a necessitarian view of life. It has been remarked that a growing diversity between twins may be ascribed to the tardy development of naturally diverse qualities, but we have a right, upon the evidence I have received, to go farther than this. We have seen that a few twins retain their close resemblance throughout life. In other words, instances do exist of an apparently thorough similarity of nature, in which such differences of external circumstances as may be consistent with the ordinary conditions of the same social rank and country do not create dissimilarity. Positive evidence such as this cannot be outweighed by any amount of negative evidence. Therefore, in those cases where there is a growing diversity, and where no external cause can be assigned either by the twins themselves or by the family, for it, as we may feel sure that it must be chiefly or altogether due to a want of thorough dissimilarity in their nature. Nay, further, in some cases, it is distinctly affirmed that the growing dissimilarity can be accounted for in no other way. We may therefore broadly conclude that the only circumstance within the range of those by which persons of similar conditions of life are affected that is capable of producing a marked effect on the character of adults is illness or some accident which causes physical infirmity. The twins who closely resembled each other in childhood and early youth, and were reared under not very dissimilar conditions, either grow unlike through the development of natural characteristics which had lain dormant at first, or else they continue their lives, keeping time like 2 watches, hardly to be thrown out of accord except by some physical jar. Nature is far stronger than nurture, within the limited range that I have been careful to assign to the latter. The effect of illness, as shown by these replies, is great, and well deserves further consideration. It appears that the constitution of youth is not so elastic as we are apt to think, but that an attack, say of scarlet fever, leaves a permanent mark, easily to be measured by the present method of comparison. This recalls an impression made strongly on my mind several years ago by the sight of some curves drawn by a mathematical friend. He took monthly measurements of the circumference of his children's heads during the first few years of their lives, and he laid down the successive measurements on the successive lines of a piece of ruled paper, by taking the edge of the paper as a base. He then joined the free ends of the lines, and so obtained a curve of growth. The curves had, on the whole, that regularity of sweep that might have been expected, but each of them showed occasional halts, like the landing places on a long flight of stairs. The development had been arrested by something, and was not made up for by after-growth. Now, on the same piece of paper, my friend had also registered the various infantine illnesses of the children, and corresponding to each illness was one of these halts. There remained no doubt in my mind that if these illnesses had been warded off, the development of the children would have been increased by almost the precise amount lost in these halts. In other words, the disease had drawn largely upon the capital, and not only on the income of their constitutions. I hope these remarks may induce some men of science to repeat similar experiments on their children of the future. They may compress 2 years of a child's history on one side of a ruled half sheet of foolscape paper. If they cause each successive line to stand for a successive month, beginning from the birth of the child, and if they economize space by laying not the 0-inch division of the tape against the end of the pages, but say the 10-inch division. The steady and pitiless march of the hidden weaknesses in our constitutions through illness and death is painfully revealed by these histories of twins. We are too apt to look upon the illness and death as capricious events, and there are some who ascribe them to the direct effect of supernatural interference, whereas the fact of the maladies of two twins being continually alike shows that illness and death are necessary incidents in a regular sequence of constitutional changes beginning at birth, and upon the external circumstances have, on the whole, very small effect. In cases where the maladies of the twins are continually alike, the clocks of their two lives move regularly on at the same rate, governed by their internal mechanism. When their hands approach the hour, there are sudden clicks, followed by a whirring of wheels. The moment they touch it, the strokes fall. The necessitarians may derive new arguments from their life histories of twins. We will now consider the converse side of our subject, which appears to me even the more important of the two. Hitherto we have investigated cases where the similarity at first was close, but afterwards became less. Now we will examine those in which there was great dissimilarity at first, and will see how far an identity of nurture in childhood and youth tended to assimilate them. As has been already mentioned, there is a large proportion of cases of sharply contrasted characteristics, both of body and mind, among twins. I have 20 such cases, given in much detail. It is a fact that extreme dissimilarity, such as existed between Esau and Jacob, is a no less marked peculiarity in twins of the same sex than extreme similarity. On the curious point, and on not much else in the history of twins, I have many remarks to make, but this is not the place to make them. The evidence given by the 20 cases above mentioned is absolutely accordant, so that the character of the whole may be exactly conveyed by a few questions. 1. One parent says, "They have had exactly the same nurture from their birth up to the present time. They are both perfectly healthy and strong, yet they are otherwise as dissimilar as two boys could be, physically, mentally, and in their emotional nature." 2. I can answer most decidedly that the twins have been perfectly dissimilar in character, habits, and likeness from the moment of their birth to the present time, though they were nursed by the same woman, went to school together, and were never separated till the age of 15. 3. They have never been separated, never the least differently treated in food, clothing, or education, both teeth at the same time, both had measles, whooping cough, and scarlatina at the same time, and neither had had any other serious illness. Both are and have been exceedingly healthy, and have good abilities, yet they differ as much from each other in mental cast as any one of my family differs from another. 4. Very dissimilar in body and mind. The one is quiet, retiring, and slow but sure, good-tempered, but disposed to be sulky when provoked. The other is quick, vivacious, forward, arguing easily and forgetting soon, quick-tempered and choleric, but quickly forgiving and forgetting. They have been educated together and never separated. 5. They were never alike either in body or mind, and their dissimilarity increases daily. The external influences have been identical. They have never been separated. 6. The two sisters are very different in ability and disposition. The one is retiring, but firm and determined. She has no taste for music or drawing. The other is of an active, excitable temperament. She displays an unusual amount of quickness and talent, and is passionately fond of music and drawing. From infancy they have been rarely separated, even at school, and as children visiting their friends they always went together. 7. They have been treated exactly alike. Both were brought up by hand. They have been under the same nurse and governess from their birth, and they are very fond of each other. Their increasing dissimilarity must be ascribed to a natural difference of mind and character, as there has been nothing in their treatment to account for it. 8. They are as different as possible. A minute and unsparing analysis of the characters of the two twins is given by their father, most instructive to read, but impossible to publish without the certainty of wounding the feelings of one of the twins, if these pages should chance to fall under his eyes. They were brought up entirely by hand, that is, on cow's milk, and treated by one nurse in precisely the same manner. 9. The home training and influence were precisely the same, and therefore I consider the dissimilarity to be accounted for almost entirely by innate disposition and by causes over which we have no control. 10. The case is, I should think, somewhat remarkable for dissimilarity in physique, as well as for strong contrast in character. They have been unlike in body and mind throughout their lives. Both were reared in a country house, and both were at the same school till estimate 16. 11. Singularly unlike in body and mind from babyhood, in looks, disposition, and tastes. They are in looks, dispositions, and tastes. They are quite different. I think I may say the dissimilarity was innate and developed more by time than circumstance. 12. We were never in the least degree alike. I should say my sisters and my own character diametrically opposed, and have been utterly different from our birth, though a very strong affection subsists between us. 13. The father remarks they were curiously different in body and mind from birth. The surviving twin, a senior wrangler of Cambridge, adds, a fact struck all our school contemporaries, that my brother and I were complementary, so to speak, in point of ability and disposition. He was contemplative, poetical, and literary to a remarkable degree, showing great power in that line. I was practical, mathematical, and linguistic. Between us we should have made a very decent sort of man. I could quote others just as strong as these, and some of which the above phrase complementary also appears, while I have not a single case in which my correspondents speak of originally dissimilar characters having become assimilated through identity of nurture. However, a somewhat exaggerated estimate of dissimilarity may be due to the tendency of relatives to dwell unconsciously on distinctive peculiarities, and to disregard the far more numerous points of likeness that would first attract the notice of a stranger. Thus, in case 11, I find the remark, strangers see a strong likeness between them, but none who knows them well can perceive it. Instances are common of slight acquaintances mistaking members, and especially daughters of a family, for one another, between whom intimate friends can barely discover a resemblance. Still, making reasonable allowance for unintentional exaggeration, the impression that all this evidence leaves on the mind is one of the same wonder whether nurture can do anything at all, beyond giving instruction and professional training. It emphatically corroborates and goes far beyond the conclusions to which we had already been driven by the cases of similarity. In those, the causes of divergence began to act about the period of adult life, when their characters had become somewhat fixed, but here the causes conducive to assimilation begin to act from the earliest moment of the existence of the twins, when the disposition was most pliant, and they were continuous until the period of adult life. There is no escape from the conclusion that nature prevails enormously over nurture when the differences of nurture do not exceed what is commonly to be found among persons of the same rank of society and in the same country. My fear is that my evidence may seem to prove too much, and be discredited on that account, as it appears contrary to all experience that nurture should go for so little. But experience is often fallacious in ascribing great effects to trifling circumstances. Many a person has amused himself with throwing bits of stick into a tiny brook and watching them progress. How they are arrested first by one chance obstacle, then by another, and again, how their onward course is facilitated by a combination of circumstances. He might ascribe much importance to each of these events, and think how largely the destiny of the stick had been governed by a series of trifling accidents. Nevertheless, all the sticks succeed in passing down the current, and in the long run they travel at nearly the same rate. So it is with life, in respect to several accidents which seem to have had a great effect upon our careers. The one element that varies in different individuals, but is constant in each of them, is the natural tendency. It corresponds to the current in the stream, and inevitably asserts itself. Much stress is laid on the persistence of moral impressions made in childhood, and the conclusion is drawn that the effects of early teaching must be important in a corresponding degree. I acknowledge the fact, so far as has been explained in the chapter on early sentiments, but there is a considerable set-off on the other side. Those teachings that conform to the natural aptitudes of the child leave much more enduring marks than others. Now both the teachings and the natural aptitudes of the child are usually derived from its parents. They are able to understand the ways of one another more intimately than is possible to persons not of the same blood, and the child instinctively assimilates the habits and ways of thought of its parents. Its disposition is educated by them in the true sense of the word. That is to say, it is evoked, not formed by them. On these grounds I ascribe the persistence of many habits that date from early home education to the peculiarities of the instructors, rather than to the period when the instruction was given. The marks left on the memory by the instructions of a foster mother are soon sponged clean away. Consider the history of the cuckoo, which is reared exclusively by foster mothers. It is probable that nearly every young cuckoo, during a series of many hundred generations, has been brought up in a family whose language is a chirp and a twitter. But the cuckoo cannot or will not adopt that language or any other of the habits of its foster parents. It leaves its birthplace as soon as it is able, and finds out its own kith and kin. and identifies itself henceforth with them. So utterly are the earliest instructions in an alien bird language neglected, and so completely is its new education successful, that the note of the cuckoo tribe is singularly correct. End of chapter 29. End of section 8. Section 9 of Inquiry into Human Faculty and its Development by Francis Galton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information on a volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 30. Domestication of Animals. Before leaving the subject of nature and nurture, I would direct attention to evidence bearing on the conditions under which animals appear first to have been domesticated. It clearly shows the small power of nurture against adverse natural tendencies. The few animals that we now possess in a state of domestication were first reclaimed from wilderness in prehistoric times. Our remote barbarian ancestors must be credited with having accomplished a very remarkable feat, which no subsequent generation has rivaled. The utmost that we of modern times have succeeded in doing is to improve the races of those animals that we received from our forefathers in an already domesticated condition. There are only two reasonable solutions of this exceedingly curious fact. The one is that men of highly original ideas, like the mythical Prometheus, arose from time to time in the dawn of human progress, and left their respective marks on the world by being the first to subjugate the camel, the llama, the reindeer, the horse, the ox, the sheep, the hog, the dog, or some other animal to the service of man. The other hypothesis is that only a few species of animals are fitted by their nature to become domestic, and that these were discovered long ago through the exercise of no higher intelligence than is to be found among barbarous tribes of the present day. The failure of civilized man to add to the number of domesticated species would on this supposition be due to the fact that all the suitable material whence domestic animals could be derived has been long since worked out. I submit that the latter hypothesis is the true one for the reasons about to be given, and if so, the finality of the process of domestication must be accepted as one of the most striking instances of the inflexibility of natural disposition, and of the limitations thereby imposed upon the choice of careers for animals, and by analogy, for those of men. My argument will be this. All savages maintain pet animals. Many tribes have sacred ones. The kings of ancient states have imported captive animals on a vast scale for purposes of show from neighbouring countries. I infer that every animal of any pretensions has been tamed over and over again, and has had numerous opportunities of becoming domesticated, but the cases are rare in which these opportunities have led to any result. No animal is fitted for domestication unless it fulfills certain stringent conditions, which I will endeavour to state and to discuss. My conclusion is that all domesticated animals of any note have long ago fallen under the yoke of man. In short, that the animal creation has been pretty thoroughly, though half unconsciously, explored by the everyday habits of rude races and simple civilizations. It is a fact familiar to all travellers that savages frequently capture young animals of various kinds, and rear them as favourites, and sell or present them as curiosities. Human nature is generally akin. Savages may be brutal, but they are not on that account devoid of our taste for taming and caressing young animals. Nay, it is not improbable that some races may possess it in a mere marked degree than ourselves, because it is a childish taste with us, and the motives of an adult barbarian are very similar to those of a civilized child. In proving this assertion, I feel embarrassed with the multiplicity of my facts. I have only space to submit a few typical instances, and must therefore beg it will be borne in mind that the following list could be largely reinforced. Yet even if I inserted all I have thus far been able to collect, I believe insufficient justice would be done to the real truth of the case. Captive animals do not commonly fall within the observation of travellers, who mostly confine themselves to their own encampments, and abstain from entering the dirty dwellings of the natives. Neither do the majority of travellers think tamed animals worthy of detailed mention. Consequently, the anecdotes of their existence are scattered sparingly among a large number of volumes. It is when those travellers are questioned who have lived long enough and intimately with savage tribes that the plenitude of available instances becomes most apparent. I proceed to give anecdotes of animals being tamed in various parts of the world, at dates when they were severely beyond the reach of civilized influences, and where, therefore, the pleasure taken by the natives in taming them must be ascribed to their unassisted mother-wit. It will be inferred that the same rude races who were observed to be capable of great fondness towards animals in particular instances would not unfrequently show it in others. North America. The traveller Hearn, who wrote towards the end of the last century, relates the following story of moose or elks in the more northern parts of North America. He says, "I have repeatedly seen moose at Churchill as tame as sheep and even more so. The same Indian that brought them to the factory had, in the year 1770, 2 others so tame that when on his passage to Prince of Wales Fort in a canoe, the moose always followed him along the bank of the river, and at night, or on any other occasion, when the Indians landed, the young moose generally came and fondled on them, as the most domestic animal would have done, and never offered to stray from the tents." Sir John Richardson, in an obliging answer to my inquiries about the Indians in North America, after mentioning the bison, calves, wolves, and other animals that they frequently capture and keep, said, "It is not unusual, I have heard, for the Indians to bring up young bears, the women giving them milk from their own breasts." He mentions that he himself purchased a young bear, and adds, "The red faces are fond of pets, and treat them kindly, and in purchasing them there is always the unwillingness of the women and children to overcome rather than any dispute about price. My young bear used to rob the women of the berries they had gathered, but the loss was borne with good nature." I will again quote Hearn, who is unsurpassed for his minute and accurate narratives of social scenes among the Indians and Eskimos. In speaking of wolves, he says, "They always burrow underground to bring forth their young, and though it is natural to suppose them very fierce at most times, yet I have frequently seen the Indians go to their dens and take out the young ones and play with them. I never knew a northern Indian hurt one of them. On the contrary, they always put them carefully into the den again, and I have sometimes seen them paint the face of the young wolves with vermilion or red ochre." South America. Ulloa, an ancient traveller, says, "Though the Indian women breed fowl and other domestic animals in their cottages, they never eat them, and even conceive such a fondness for them that they will not sell them, much less kill them with their own hands. So that if a stranger who is obliged to pass the night in one of their cottages offers ever so much money for a fowl, they refuse to part with it, and he finds himself under the necessity of killing the fowl himself. At this his landlady shrieks, dissolves into tears, and wrings her hands, as if it had been her only son, till seeing the mischief past mending, she wipes her eyes, and quietly takes what the traveller offers her." The care of the South American Indians, as Quilloa truly states, is by no means confined to fowls. Mr. Bates, the distinguished traveller and naturalist of the Amazons, has favoured me with a list of 22 species of quadrupeds that he has found tame in the encampments of the tribes of that valley. It includes the tapir, the agouti, the guinea pig, and the peccary. He has also noted 5 species of quadrupeds that were in captivity but not tamed. These include the jaguar, the great anteater, and the armadillo. His list of tame birds is still more extensive. North Africa. The ancient Egyptians had a positive passion for tamed animals such as antelopes, monkeys, crocodiles, panthers, and hyenas. Mr. Goodwin, the eminent Egyptologist, informed me that they anticipated our zoological taste completely, and that some of the pictures referring to tamed animals are among their very earliest monuments, viz. 2,000 or 3,000 years BC. Mr. Mansfield Parkyans, who passed many years in Abyssinia and the country of the Upper Nile, writes me word in answer to my inquiries. "I am sure that Negroes often capture and keep alive wild animals. I have bought them and received them as presents, wild cats, jackals, panthers, the wild dog, the 2 best lions now in the zoological gardens, monkeys innumerable and of all sorts, and mongoose. I cannot say that I distinctly recollect any pets among the lowest orders of men that I met with, such as the Dinkas, but I am sure they exist, and in this way. When I was on the White Nile and at Khartoum, very few merchants went up the White Nile. None had stations. They were little known to the natives, and none returned without some live animal or bird which they had procured from them. While I was at Khartoum, there came an Italian wild beast showman, after the Wombwell style. He made a tour of the towns up to Dole and Fazogli, Kordofan, and the peninsula, and collected a large number of animals. Thus my opinion distinctly is that Negroes do keep wild animals alive. I am sure of it. though I can only vaguely recollect them in 1 or 2 cases. I remember some chief in Abyssinia who had a pet lion, which he used to tease, and I've often seen monkeys about huts. Equatorial Africa. The most remarkable instance I have met with in modern Africa is the account of a menagerie that existed up to the beginning of the reign of the present king of the Wahomas, on the shores of Lake Nyanza, Suna. The great despot of that country reigned till 1857. Captains Burton and Speke were in the neighbourhood in the following year, and Captain Burton thus describes Journal R.G. Soc. 29, 282, the report he received of Suna's collection. He had a large menagerie of lions, elephants, leopards, and similar beasts of disport. He also kept for amusement 15 or 16 albinos, and so greedy was he of novelty that even a cock of peculiar form and colour would have been forwarded by its owner to feed his eyes. Captain Speke, in his subsequent journey to the Nile, passed many months at Uganda as the guest of Suna's youthful successor, Mtesi. The fame of the old menagerie was fresh when Captain Speke was there. He wrote to me as follows concerning it. I was told Suna kept buffaloes, antelopes, and animals of all colours, meaning sorts, and in equal quantities. Mtesi, his son, no sooner came to the throne than he indulged in shooting them down before his admiring wives. Now he has only 1 buffalo and a few parrots left. In Kulka, near Lake Chad, antelopes and ostriches are both kept tame, as I was informed by Dr. Barth. South Africa. The instances are very numerous in South Africa, where the Boers and half-castes amuse themselves in rearing zebras, antelopes, and the like, but I have not found many instances among the native races. Those that are best known to us are mostly nomad, and in a chronic state of hunger, and therefore disinclined to nurture captured animals as pets. Nevertheless, some instances can be adduced. Livingstone alludes to an extreme fondness for small tame singing birds, page 324 and 453. Dr. now Sir John Kirk, who accompanied him in later years, mentions guinea fowl, that do not breed in confinement and are merely kept as pets. In the Shire Valley, and Mr. Oswell has furnished me with one similar anecdote. I feel, however, satisfied that abundant instances could be found if properly sought for. It was the frequency with which I recollect to have heard of tamed animals when I myself was in South Africa, though I never witnessed any instance, that first suggested to me the arguments of the present paper. Sir John Kirk informs me that, as you approach the coast or Portuguese settlements, pets of all kinds become very common, but that the opportunity of occasionally selling them to advantage may help to increase the number. Still, the more settled life has much to do with it. In confirmation of this view, I will quote an early writer, Pigafetta, Herculut, Cole, Volume 2, 562, on the South African Kingdom of Congo, who found a strange medley of animals in captivity long before the demands of semi-civilization had begun to prompt their collection. The King of Congo, on being Christianized by the Jesuit missionaries in the 16th century, signified that whoever had any idols should deliver them to the lieutenants of the country, and within less than a month all the idols which they worshipped were brought into court, and certainly the number of these toys was infinite, for every man adored what he liked without any menace or reason at all. Some kept serpents of horrible figures, some worshipped the greatest goats they could get, some leopards and other monstrous creatures. Some held in veneration certain unclean fowls, etc. Neither did they content themselves with worshipping the said creatures when alive, but also adored the very skins of them when they were dead and stuffed with straw. Australia. Mr. Woodfield records the following touching anecdote in a paper communicated to the Ethnological Society as occurring in an unsettled part of West Australia, where the natives rank as the lowest race upon the earth. During the summer of 1858-9, the Murchison River was visited by great numbers of kites, the native country of these birds being Shark's Bay. As other birds were scarce, we shot many of these kites, merely for the sake of practice, the natives eagerly devouring them as fast as they were killed. One day a man and woman, natives of Shark's Bay, came to the Murchison, and the woman immediately recognized the birds as coming from her country, assured us that the natives there never kill them, but that they are so tame that they will perch on the shoulders of the women and eat from their hands. On seeing one shot she wept bitterly. Not even the offer of the bird could assuage her grief, for she absolutely refused to eat it. No more kites were shot while she remained among us. The Australian women habitually feed the puppies they intend to rear from their own breasts, and show an affection to them equal, if not exceeding that to their own infants. Sir Charles Nicholson informs me that he has known an extraordinary passion for cats to be demonstrated by Australian women at Fort Phillip. New Guinea Group. Captain Devlin is reported, Bennett, Naturalist in Australia, page 244, to say of the island of New Britain, near Australia, that the natives consider cassowaries to a certain degree sacred and rear them as pets. They carry them in their arms and entertain a great affection for them. Professor Huxley informs me that he has seen sucking pigs nursed at the breasts of women, apparently as pets, in islands off the New Guinea group. Polynesia. The savage and cannibal Fijians were no exceptions to the general rule, for Dr. Seaman wrote me word that they make pets of the flying fox, bat, the lizard, and the paraquet. Captain Wilkes, in his exploring expedition, Volume 2, page 122, says a pigeon in the Simoon Islands is commonly kept as a plaything, and particularly by the chiefs. One of our officers unfortunately on one occasion shot a pigeon, which caused great commotion, for the bird was a king pigeon, and to kill it was thought as great a crime as to take the life of a man. Mr. Ellis, writing of these islands, Polynesian Researches, 11, page 285, says, "Eels are great favourites, and are tamed and fed till they attain an enormous size." Teoari had several in different parts of the island. These pets were kept in large holes, 2 or 3 feet deep, partially filled with water. I have been several times with the young chief, when he has sat down by the side of the hole, and by giving them a shrill sort of whistle, has brought out an enormous eel which has moved about the surface of the water and eaten with confidence out of his master's hand. Syria. I will conclude this branch of my argument by quoting the most ancient allusion to a pet that I can discover in writing through some of the Egyptian pictured representations are considered older. It is a parable spoken by the prophet Samuel to King David that is expressed in the following words. The poor man had nothing save one little ewe lamb, which he had brought and nourished up, and it grew up together with him and with his children. It did eat of his own meat, and drank of his own cup, and lay in his bosom, and was to him as a daughter. We will now turn to the next stage of our argument. Not only do savages rear animals as pets, but communities maintain them as sacred. The ox of India and the brute gods of Egypt occur to us at once. The same superstition prevails widely. The quotation already given from Pigafetta is in point. The fact is too well known to readers of travel to make it necessary to devote space to its proof. I will therefore simply give a graphic account, written by M. Jules Gerard of Wydar in West Africa. I visited the Temple of Serpents in this town, where 30 of these monstrous deities were asleep in various altitudes. Each day at sunset, a priest brings them a certain number of sheep, goats, fowls, etc., which are slaughtered in the temple and then divided among the gods. Subsequently, during the night, they, the priests, spread themselves about the town, entering the houses in various quarters in search of further offerings. It is forbidden under penalty of death to kill, wound, or even strike one of these sacred serpents, or any other of the same species, and only the priests possess the privilege of taking hold of them, for the purpose of reinstating them in the temple, should they be found elsewhere. It would be tedious and unnecessary to adduce more instances of wild animals being nurtured in the encampment of savages, either as pets or as sacred animals. It will be found on inquiry that few travellers have failed altogether to observe them, if we consider the small number of encampments they severely visited in their line of march compared with the vast number that are spread over the whole area, which is always been inhabited by rude races. We may obtain some idea of the thousands of places at which half-unconscious attempts at domestication are being made in each year. These thousands must themselves be multiplied many thousandfold. If we endeavour to calculate the number of similar attempts that have been made since men like ourselves began to inhabit the world, my argument, strong as it is, admits of being considerably strengthened by the following consideration. The natural inclination of barbarians is often powerfully reinforced by an enormous demand for captive live animals on the part of their more civilized neighbours. A desire to create vast hunting grounds and menageries and amphitheatrical shows seems natural to occur to the monarchs who preside over early civilizations, and travellers continually remark that, whenever there is a market for live animals, savages will supply them in any quantities. The means they employ to catch game for their daily food readily admits of their taking them alive. Pitfalls, stake nets, and springs do not kill. If the savage captures an animal unhurt, and can make more by selling it alive than dead, he will doubtless do so. He is well fitted by education to keep a wild animal in captivity. His mode of pursuing game requires more intimate knowledge of the habits of beasts than is ever acquired by sportsmen who use perfect weapons. The savage is obliged to steal upon his game, and to watch like a jackal for the leavings of large beasts of prey. His own mode of life is akin to that of the creatures he hunts. Consequently, the savage is a good gamekeeper. Captured animals thrive in his charge, and he finds it remunerative to take them a long way to market. The demands of ancient Rome appear to have penetrated northern Africa as far or farther than the steps of our modern explorers. The chief centres of import of wild animals were Egypt, Assyria, and other eastern monarchies, Rome, Mexico, and Peru. I have not yet been able to learn what were the habits of Hindustan or China. The modern menagerie of Lucknow is the only considerable native effort in those parts with which I am acquainted.
Egypt. The mutilated statistical tablet of Karnak, translated R. Socklit, 1847, page 369, and 1863, page 65, refers to an armed invasion of Armenia by Thothmes III, and the payment of a large tribute of antelopes and birds. When Ptolemy Philadelphus fitted the Alexandrians, Athenaeus, Volume 5, the Ethiopians brought dogs, buffaloes, bears, leopards, lynxes, a giraffe, and a rhinoceros. Doubtless this description of gifts was common. Live beasts are the one article of curiosity and amusement that barbarians can offer to civilized nations. Assyria. Mr. Fox Talbot thus translates Journal Asiatic Society, Volume 19, 124, part of the inscription on the black obelisk of Ashurbanipal found in Novena and now in the British Museum. He caught in Hammer's toils a blank number of Armi, Turaki, Nali, and Yadi. Every one of these animals he placed in separate enclosures. He brought up their young ones and counted them as carefully as young lambs. As to the creatures called Burkish, Atrati, Dromedaries, Tishani, and Dagari, he wrote for them and they came. The dromedaries he kept in enclosures, where he brought up their young ones. He entrusted each kind of animal to men of their own country to tend them. There were also curious animals of the Mediterranean Sea, which the king of Egypt sent as a gift and entrusted the care of men of their own land. The very choicest animals were there in abundance, and birds of heaven with beautiful wings. It was a splendid menagerie, and all the work of his own hands. The names of the animals were placed beside them. Rome. The extravagant demands of the amphitheatre of ancient Rome must have stimulated the capture of wild animals in Asia, Africa, and the then wild parts of Europe to an extraordinary extent. I will quote one instance from Gibbon. By the order of Probus, a vast quantity of large trees torn up by the roots were transplanted into the midst of the circus. The spacious and shady forest was immediately filled with 1,000 ostriches, 1,000 stags, 1,000 fallow deer, and 1,000 wild boars, and all this variety of game was abandoned to the roots of impetuosity of the multitude. The tragedy of the succeeding day consisted in the massacre of 100 lions and an equal number of lionesses, 200 leopards, and 300 bears. Farther on we read of a spectacle by the younger Gordian of 20 zebras, 10 elks, 10 giraffes, 30 African hyenas, 10 Indian tigers, a rhinoceros, a hippopotamus, and 32 elephants. Mexico. Gomara, the friend of the executor of Herman Cortez, states, "There were here also many cages made of stout beams, in some of which were lions, pumas, in others tigers, jaguars, in others ounces, in others wolves, nor was there any animal on 4 legs that was not there. They had for their rations deer and other animals of the chase. There were also kept in large jars or tanks snakes, alligators, and lizards. In another court there were cages containing every kind of birds of prey, such as vultures, a dozen sorts of falcons and hawks, eagles and owls. The large eagles received turkeys for their food. Our Spaniards were astonished at seeing such a diversity of birds and beasts, nor did they find it pleasant to hear the hissing of the poisonous snakes, the roaring of the lions, the shrill cries of the wolves, nor the groans of the other animals given to them for food." Peru. Garcilaso de la Vega, Comentarios Reales, Volume 10, son of a Spanish conqueror by an Indian princess, born and bred in Peru, writes, "All the strange birds and beasts which the chiefs presented to the Inca were kept at court, both for grandeur and also to please the Indians who presented them. When I came to Cuzco, I remember there were some remains of places where they kept these creatures. One was the Serpent Conservatory, another where they kept the pumas, jaguars and bears. Syria and Greece. I could have said something on Solomon's apes and peacocks, and could have quoted at length the magnificent order given by Alexander the Great. Pliny, Natural History, Volume 8, 16, towards supplying materials for Aristotle's studies in natural history, but enough has been said to prove what I maintained, namely, that numerous cases occur year after year and age after age, which every animal of note is captured by its capabilities of domestication unconsciously tested. I would accept in a more stringent sense that it was probably intended to bear the text of St. James, who wrote at a time when a vast variety and multitude of animals were constantly being forwarded to Rome and to Antioch for amphitheatrical shows. He says, James 7, "Every kind of beasts, and of birds, and of serpents, and of things in the sea is tamed, and hath been tamed of mankind." I conclude from what I have stated that there is no animal worthy of domestication that has not frequently been captured, and might ages ago have established itself as a domestic breed had it not been deficient in certain necessary particulars, which I shall proceed to discuss. It is so numerous and so stringent as to leave no ground for wonder that out of the vast abundance of the animal creation only a few varieties of a few species should have become the companions of man. It by no means follows that because a savage cares to take home a young fawn to amuse himself, his family and his friends, that he will always continue to feed or to look after it. Such attention would require a steadiness of purpose foreign to the ordinary character of a savage. But herein lie two shrewd tests of the eventual destiny of the animal as a domestic species. Hardiness. It must be able to shift for itself and to thrive, although it is neglected, since if it wanted much care it would never be worth its keep. The hardiness of our domestic animals is shown by the rapidity with which they establish themselves in new lands. The goats and hogs left on islands by the earlier navigators throve excellently on the whole. The horse has taken possession of the pampas and the sheep and ox of Australia. The dog is hardly repressible in the streets of an oriental town.
Fondness of man. Secondly, it must cling to man, notwithstanding occasional hard usage and frequent neglect. If the animal had no natural attachment to our species, it would fret itself to death, or escape and revert to wildness. It is easy to find cases where the partial or total non-fulfillment of this condition is a corresponding obstacle to domestication. Some kinds of cattle are too precious to be discarded, but very troublesome to look after. Such are the reindeer to the Lapps. Mr. Campbell of Islay informed me that the tamest of certain herds of them look as if they were wild. They have to be caught with a lasso to be milked. If they take fright, they are off to the hills. Consequently, the Lapps are forced to accommodate themselves to the habit of their beasts, and to follow them from snow to sea, and from sea to snow at different seasons. The North American reindeer has never been domesticated, owing, I presume, to this cause. The Peruvian herdsmen would have had great trouble to endure had the llama and alpaca not existed, for their congeners, the hyena, the huanuku, and the vicuña, are hardly to be domesticated. Zebras, speaking broadly, are unmanageable. The Dutch Boers constantly endeavour to break them to harness, and though they occasionally succeed to a degree, the wild, mulish nature of the animal is always breaking out and liable to balk them. It is certain that some animals have naturally a greater fondness for man than others, and as a proof of this I will again quote Hearn about the moose, who are considered by him to be the easiest to tame and domesticate of any of the deer tribe. Formerly, the closely allied European elks were domesticated in Sweden, and used to draw sledges, as they are now occasionally in Canada, but they have been obsolete for many years. Hearn says, "The young ones are so simple that I remember to have seen an Indian paddle his canoe up to one of them, and take it by the pole, without experiencing the least opposition, the poor harmless animals seeming at the same time as contented alongside the canoe as if swimming by the side of its dam, and looking up in our faces with the same fearless innocence that a housed lamb would. On the other hand, a young bison will try to dash out its brains against the tree to which it is tied, in terror and hatred of its captors." It is interesting to note the causes that conduce to a decided attachment of certain animals to man, or between one kind of animal and another. It is notorious that attachments and aversions exist in nature. Swallows, rooks, and storks frequent dwelling houses. Ostriches and zebras herd together, so do bisons and elks. On the other hand, deer and sheep, which are both gregarious, and both eat the same food and graze within the same enclosure, avoid one another. The spotted Danish dog, the Spitz dog, and the cat all have a strong attachment to horses, and horses seem pleased with their company, but dogs and cats are proverbially discordant. I presume that two species of animals do not consider one another companionable or clubbable unless their behaviour and their persons are reciprocally agreeable. A phlegmatic animal would be exceedingly disquieted by the close companionship of an excitable one. The movements of one beast may have a character that is unpleasing to the eyes of another. His cries may sound discordant. His smell may be repulsive. Two herds of animals would hardly intermingle unless their respective languages of action and of voice were mutually intelligible. The animal which above all others is a companion to man is a dog, and we observe how readily their proceedings are intelligible to each other. Every whine or bark of the dog, each of his fawning, savage, or timorous movements, is the exact counterpart of what would have been the man's behaviour had he felt similar emotions. As man understands the thoughts of the dog, so the dog understands the thoughts of the man, by attending to his natural voice, his countenance, and his actions. A man irritates a dog by an ordinary laugh, he frightens him by an angry look, or he calms him by a kindly bearing, but he has less spontaneous hold over an ox or a sheep. He must study their ways and tutor his behaviour before he can either understand the feelings of those animals or make his own intelligible to them. He has no natural power at all over many other creatures, who, for instance, ever succeeded in frowning away a mosquito, or in pacifying an angry wasp by a smile. Desire of comfort. This is a motive which strongly attaches certain animals to human habitations, even though they are unwelcome. It is a motive which few persons who have not had an opportunity of studying animals in savage lands are likely to estimate it at its true value. The life of all beasts in their wild state is an exceedingly anxious one. From my own recollection, I believe that every antelope in South Africa has to run for its life every 1 or 2 days upon an average, and that he starts or gallops under the influence of a false alarm many times in a day. Those who have crouched at night by the side of pools in the desert, in order to have a shot at the beasts that frequent them, see strange scenes of animal life. How the creatures gambol at one moment and fight at another. How a herd suddenly halts in strained attention and then breaks into a maddened rush, as one of them becomes conscious of the stealthy movements or rank scent of a beast of prey. Now the hourly life and death excitement is a keen delight to most wild creatures, but must be peculiarly distracted to the comfort-living temperament of others. The latter are alone suited to endure the crass habits and dull routine of domesticated life. Suppose that an animal which has been captured and half-tamed received ill usage from his captors, either as punishment or through mere brutality, and that he rushed indignantly into the forest with his ribs aching from blows and stones. If a comfort-loving animal, he will probably be no gainer by the change. More serious alarms and no less ill usage awaits him. He hears the roar of the wild beasts and the headlong gallop of the frightened herds, and he finds the buttings and kicks of other animals harder to endure than the blows from which he fled. He has the advantage of being a stranger, for the herds of his own species, which he seeks for companionship, constitute so many cliques, into which he can only find admission by more fighting with their strongest members than he has spirit to undergo. As a set-off against these miseries, the freedom of a savage life has no charms for his temperament, so the end of it is that with a heavy heart he turns back to the habitation he had quitted. When animals thoroughly enjoyed the excitement of wild life, I presume they cannot be domesticated. They could only be tamed, for they would never return to the joys of the wilderness after they had once tasted them through some accidental wandering. Gallinas, or guinea fowl, have so little care for comfort, or indeed for man, that they fall but a short way within the frontier of domestication. It is only in inclement seasons that they take contentedly to the poultry yards. Elephants, from their size and power, are not dependent on man for protection. Hence those that have been reared as pets from the time they were calves, and have never learned to dread and obey the orders of a driver, are peculiarly apt to revert to wilderness if they once are allowed to wander and escape to the woods. I believe this tendency, together with the cost of maintenance and the comparative uselessness of the beasts, are among the chief causes why Africans never tame them now, though they have not wholly lost the practice of capturing them when full grown, and of keeping them imprisoned for some days alive. Mr. Winwood Read's account of captured elephants seen by himself near Glasstown in equatorial Western Africa is very curious. Usefulness to man. To proceed with the list of requirements which a captured animal must satisfy before it is possible it could be permanently domesticated, there is a very obvious condition that he should be useful to man. Otherwise, in growing to maturity and losing the pleasing youthful ways which at first attracted his captors, and caused them to make a pet of him, he would be repelled. As an instance in point, I will mention seals. Many years ago I used to visit Shetland, when those animals were still common, and I heard many stories of their being tamed. One will suffice. A fisherman caught a young seal. It was very affectionate, and frequented his hut, fishing for itself in the sea. At length it grew self-willed and unwieldy. It used to push the children and snap at strangers, and it was voted a nuisance, but the people could not bear to kill it on account of its human ways. One day the fisherman took it with him in his boat, and dropped it in a stormy sea, far from home. The stratagem was unsuccessful. In a day or two the well-known scuffling sound of the seal, as it floundered up to the hut, was again heard. The animal had found its way home. Some days after the poor creature was shot by a sporting stranger, who saw it basking and did not know it was tame. Now had the seal been a useful animal and not troublesome, the fisherman would doubtless have caught others, and set a watch over them to protect them, and then if they bred freely and were easy to tend, it is likely he would have produced a domestic breed. The utility of the animals as a store of future food is undoubtedly the most durable reason for maintaining them, but I think it was probably not so early a motive as the chief's pleasure in possessing them. That was a feeling under which the menageries, described above, were established. Whatever the despot of savage tribes is pleased with becomes invested with a sort of sacredness. His tame animals would be the care of all his people, and would become skilful herdsmen under the pressure of fear. It would be much as their lives were worth if one of the creatures were injured through their neglect. I believe that the keeping of a herd of beasts, with the sole motive of using them as a reserve for food, or as a means of barter, is a late idea in the history of civilization. It has now become established among the pastoral races of South Africa, owing to the trafficking of the cattle traders, but it was by no means prevalent in Damaraland when I travelled there in 1852. I then was surprised to observe the considerations that induced the chiefs to take pleasure in their vast herds of cattle. They were valued for their stateliness and colour, far more than for their beef. They were as the deer of an English squire, or as a stud of a man who has many more horses than he can ride. An ox was almost a sacred beast in the Damaraland, not to be killed except on momentous occasions, and then as a sort of sacrificial feast, in which all the bystanders shared. The payment of 2 oxen was hush money for the life of a man. I was considerably embarrassed by finding that I had the greatest trouble in buying oxen for my own use, with the ordinary articles of barter. The possessor would hardly part with them for any remuneration. They would never sell their handsome as beasts. One of the ways in which the value of tame beasts would be soon appreciated would be that of giving milk to children. It is marvellous how soon goats find out children and tempt them to suckle. I have had the milk of my goats, when encamping for the night in African travels, drained dry by small black children, who had not the strength to do more than crawl about, but nevertheless came to some secret understanding with the goats and fed themselves. The records of many nations had legends like that of Romulus and Remus, who are stated to have been suckled by wild beasts. These are surprisingly confirmed by General Sleeman's narrative of 6 cases where children were nurtured for many years by wolves in Ode, Journey through Ode, in 1849-50, Volume 1, page 206.
Breeding freely. Domestic animals must breed freely under confinement. This necessity limits very narrowly the number of species which might otherwise have been domesticated. It is one of the most important of all the conditions that have to be satisfied. The North American turkey reared from the eggs of the wild bird is stated to be unknown in the 3rd generation in captivity. Our turkey comes from Mexico and was abundantly domesticated by the ancient Mexicans. The Indians of the upper Amazon took turtle and placed them in lagoons for use in seasons of scarcity. The Spaniards who first saw them called these turtle Indian cattle. They would certainly have become domesticated like cattle if they had been able to breed in captivity. Easy to tend. They must be tended easily. When animals reared in the house are suffered to run about in the companionship of others like themselves, they naturally revert to much of their original wildness. It is therefore essential to domestication that they should possess some quality by which large numbers of them may be controlled by a few herdsmen. The instinct of gregariousness is such a quality. The herdsman of a vast troop of oxen grazing in a forest, so long as he is able to see one of them, knows pretty surely that they are all within reach. If oxen are frightened and gallop off, they do not scatter, but remain in a single body. When animals are not gregarious, They are to the herdsman like a falling necklace of beads whose string is broken, or as a handful of water escaping between the fingers. The cat is the only non-gregarious domestic animal. It is retained by its extraordinary adhesion to the comforts of the house in which it is reared. An animal may be perfectly fitted to be a domestic animal, and be peculiarly easy to tend in a general way, and yet the circumstances in which the savages are living may make it too troublesome for them to maintain a breed. The following account, taken from Mr. Scott Nin's paper on the natives of King George's Sound in Australia, and printed in the first volume of the Journal of the Geographical Society, is particularly to the point. He says, "In the case of the hunters are assisted by dogs, which they take when young and domesticate, but they take little pains to train them to any particular mode of hunting. After finding a litter of young, the natives generally carry away one or two to rear. In this case it often occurs that the mother will trace and attack them, and being large and very strong, she is rather formidable. At some periods food is so scanty as to compel the dog to leave his master and provide for himself, but in a few days he generally returns. I have also evidence that this custom is common to the wild natives of other parts of Australia. The gregariousness of all our domestic species is, I think, the primary reason why some of them are extinct in a wild state. The wild herds would intermingle with the tame ones. Some would become absorbed, and others would be killed by hunters, who used the tame cattle as a shelter to approach the wild. Besides this, comfort-loving animals would be less suited to fight the battle of life with the rest of the brute creation, and it is therefore to be expected that those varieties which are best fitted for domestication would be the soonest extinguished in a wild state. For instance, we could hardly fancy the camel to endure in a land where there were large wild beasts." Selection. The irreclaimably wild members of every flock would escape and be utterly lost. The wilder of those that remained would assuredly be selected for slaughter, whenever it was necessary that one of the flock should be killed. The tamest cattle, those that seldom ran away, that kept the flock together and led them homewards, would be preserved alive longer than any of the others. It is therefore these that chiefly become the parents of stock, and bequeath their domestic aptitudes to the future herd. I have constantly witnessed this process of selection among the pastoral savages of South Africa. I believe it to be a very important one on account of its rigour and its regularity. It must have existed from the earliest times, and have been in continuous operation, generation after generation, down to the present day. Exceptions. I have already mentioned the African elephant, the North American reindeer, and the apparent but not real exception of the North American turkey. I should add the ducks and geese of North America, but I cannot consider them in the light of a very strong case, for a savage who constantly changes his home is not likely to carry aquatic birds along with him. Beyond these few, I know of no notable exceptions to my theory. Summary. I see no reason to suppose that the first domestication of any animal, except the elephant, implies a high civilization among the people who established it. I cannot believe it to have been the result of a preconceived intention, followed by elaborate trials to administer to the comfort of man. Neither can I think it arose from one successful effort made by an individual, who might thereby justly claim the title of benefactor to his race, but on the contrary, that a vast number of half unconscious attempts have been made throughout the course of ages, and that ultimately, by slow degrees, after many relapses and continued selection, several domestic breeds become firmly established. I will briefly reinstate what appears to be the conditions under which wild animals may become domesticated. 1. They should be hardy. 2. They should have an inborn liking for man. 3. They should be comfort-loving. 4. They should be found useful to the savages. 5. They should breed freely. 6. They should be easy to tend. It would appear that every wild animal has had its chance of being domesticated, and those few which fulfil the above conditions were domesticated long ago, but that the large remainder, who fail sometimes in only a small particular, are destined to perpetual wildness so long as their race continues. As civilization extends, they are doomed to be gradually destroyed off the face of the earth as useless consumers of cultivated produce. I infer that slight differences in natural dispositions of human races may in one case lead irresistibly to some particular career, and in another case may make that career an impossibility. End of section 9. Section 10. of Inquiries into Human Faculty and Its Developments by Francis Galton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 31. The Observed Order of Events. There is nothing as yet observed in the order of events to make us doubt that the universe is bound together in space and time as a single entity, and there is a concurrence of many observed facts to induce us to accept that view. We may, therefore, not unreasonably profess faith in a common and mysterious whole, and of the laborious advance, under many restrictions, of that infinitely small part of it which falls under our observation, but which is in itself enormously large, and behind which lies the awful mystery of the origins of all existence. The conditions that direct the order of the whole of the living world around us are marked by their persistence in improving the birthright of successive generations. They determine how much cost of individual comfort that each plant and animal shall, on the general average, be endowed at its birth with more suitable natural faculties than those of its representative in the preceding generation. They ensure, in short, that the inborn qualities of the terrestrial tenantry shall become steadily better adapted to their homes and to their mutual needs. This effect, be it understood, is not only favourable to the animals who live long enough to become parents, but is also favourable to those who perish in earlier life, because even they are on the whole better off during their brief career than if they had been born still less adapted to the conditions of their existence. If we summon before our imagination in a single mighty host the whole number of living things from the earliest date at which terrestrial life can be deemed to have probably existed, to the latest future at which we may think it can probably continue, and if we cease to dwell on the miscarriages of individual lives or of single generations, we shall plainly perceive that the actual tenantry of the world progresses in a direction that may in some sense be described as the greatest happiness of the greatest number. We also remark that while the motives by which individuals in the lowest stages are influenced are purely self-regarding, they broaden as evolution goes on. The word self ceases to be wholly personal, and begins to include subjects of affection and interest, and these become increasingly numerous as intelligence and depth of character develop, and as civilization extends. The sacrifice of the personal desire for repose to the performance of domestic and social duties is an everyday event with us, and other sacrifices of the smaller to the larger self are by no means uncommon. Life in general may be looked upon as a republic where the individuals are for the most part unconscious that while they are working for themselves, they are also working for the public good. We may freely confess ignorance of the outcome in the far future of that personal life which we each cling passionately in the joyous morning of our affections, but which, as these and other interests fail, does not seem so eminently desirable in itself. We know that organic life can hardly be expected to flourish on this earth of ours for so long a time as it has already existed, because the sun will, in all probability, have lost too much of its heat and light by then, and will have begun to grow dark and therefore cold, as other stars have done. The conditions of existence here, which now apparently in their prime, will have become rigorous and increasingly so, and there will be retrogression towards lower types, until the simplest form of life shall have wholly disappeared from the ice-bound surface. The whole living world will then have waxed and waned like an individual life. Neither can we discover whether organisms here are capable of attaining the average development of organisms in other of the planets that are probably circling round most of the myriads of stars, whose physical constitution, wherever it has yet been observed spectroscopically, does not differ much from that of our Sun. But we perceive around us a countless number of abortive seeds and germs. We find out of any other group of 1,000 men selected at random, some who are crippled, insane, idiotic, otherwise born incurably imperfect in body or mind, and it is possible that this world may rank among other worlds as one of these. We as yet understand nothing of the way in which our conscious selves are related to the separate lives of the billions of cells of which the body of each of us is composed. We only know that the cells form a vast nation, some members of which are always dying and others growing to supply their places, and that the continual sequence of these multitudes of little lives has its outcome in the larger and conscious life of the man as a whole. Our part of the universe may possibly, in some distant way, be analogous to that of the cells in an organized body, and our personalities may be the transient but essential elements of an immortal and cosmic mind. Our views on the object of life have to be framed so as not to be inconsistent with the observed facts from which these various possibilities are inferred. It is safer that they should not exclude the possibilities themselves. We must look on the slow progress of the order of evolution and the system of routine by which it has thus far advanced as due to antecedents and to inherent conditions of which we have not as yet the slightest conception. It is difficult to withstand a suspicion that the three dimensions of space and the fourth dimension of time may be four independent variables of a system that is neither space nor time, but something else wholly unconceived by us. Our present enigma as to how a first cause could itself have been brought into existence, how the tortoise or the fable that bears the elephant that bears the world is itself supported, may be wholly due to our necessary mistranslation of the four or more variables of the universe, limited by inherent conditions, into the three unlimited variables of space and the one of time. Our ignorance of the goal and purport of human life, and the mistrust we are apt to feel of the guidance of the spiritual sense on account of its proved readiness to accept illusions as realities, warn us against deductive theories of conduct. Putting these, then, at least for the moment, to one side, we find ourselves face to face with two great indisputable facts that everywhere force themselves on the attention and compel consideration. The one is that the whole of the living world moves steadily and continuously towards the evolution of races that are progressively more and more adapted to their complicated mutual needs and to their external circumstances. The other is that the process of evolution has been hitherto apparently carried out with what we should reckon our ways of carrying out projects, great waste of opportunity and of life, and with little if any consideration for individual mischance. Measured by our criterion of intelligence and mercy, which consists in the achievement of results without waste of time or opportunity, without unnecessary pain, and with the equitable allowance for pure mistake, the process of evolution on this earth, so far as we can judge, has been carried out neither with intelligence nor ruth, but entirely through the routine of various sequences, commonly called laws, established or necessitated, we know not how. An incalculable amount of lower life has been certainly passed through before that human organization was attained, of which we in our generation are for the time the holders and transmitters. This is no mean heritage, and I think it should be considered as a sacred trust, for together with man intelligence of a sufficiently high order to produce great results appears, as far as we can infer from the varied records of the prehistoric past, to have first dawned upon the tenantry of the earth. Man has already shown his large power in the modifications he has made on the surface of the globe, and the distribution of plants and animals. He has cleared such vast regions of forest that his work that way in North America alone, during the past half-century, would be visible to an observer as far off as the moon. He has dug and drained, he has exterminated plants and animals that were mischievous to him, he has domesticated those that serve his purpose, and transplanted them to great distances from their native places. Now that this new animal, man, finds himself somehow in existence, endowed with little power and intelligence, he ought, I submit, to wake to a fuller knowledge of his relatively great position, and begin to assume a deliberate part in furthering the great work of evolution. He may infer the course it is bound to pursue from his observation of that which it has already followed, and he might devote his modicum of power, intelligence, and kindly feeling to render its future progress less slow and painful. Man has already furthered evolution very considerably, half unconsciously and for his own personal advantages, but he has not yet risen to the conviction that it is his religious duty to do so deliberately and systematically. Chapter 32. Selection and Race. The fact of an individual being naturally gifted with high qualities may be due either to his being an exceptionally good specimen of a poor race, or an average specimen of a high one. The difference of origin will betray itself in his descendants. They will revert towards the typical centre of their race, deteriorating in the first case, but not in the second. The two cases, though theoretically distinct, are confused in reality, owing to the frequency with which exceptional personal qualities connote the departure of the entire nature of the individual from his ancestral type, and the formation of a new strain having its own typical centre. It is hardly necessary to add that it is in this indirect way that natural selection improves a race. The two events of selection and difference of race ought, however, to be carefully distinguished in broad practical considerations, while the frequency of their concurrence is borne in mind and allowed for. So long as a race remains radically the same,
The stringent selection of the best specimens to rear and breed from can never lead to any permanent result. The attempt to raise the standard of such a race is like the labour of Sisyphus in rolling his stone uphill. Let the effort be relaxed for a moment, and the stone will roll back. Whenever a new typical centre appears, it is as though there were a facet upon the lower surface of the stone on which it is capable of resting without rolling back. It affords a temporary sticking point in the forward progress of evolution. The causes that check the unlimited improvement of highly bred animals, so long as the race remains unchanged, are many and absolute. In the first place, there is an increasing delicacy of constitution, the growing fineness of limb and structure, and, after a few generations, in fragility. Overbred animals have little stamina. They resemble in this respect the weedy colts often reared from first-class racers. One can perhaps see, in a general way, why this should be so. Each individual is the outcome of a vast number of organic elements of the most various species, just as some nation might be the outcome of a vast number of castes of individuals, each caste monopolizing a special pursuit. Banish a number of the humbler castes, the bakers, the bricklayers, and the smiths, and the nation would soon come to grief. This is what is done in high breeding. Certain qualities are bred for, and the rest are diminished as far as possible, but they cannot be dispensed with entirely. The next difficulty lies in the diminished fertility of highly bred animals. It is not improbable that its cause is of the same character as that of the delicacy of their constitution. Together with infertility is combined some degree of sexual indifference, or when passion is shown, is not unfrequently for some specimen of a coarser type. This is certainly the case with horses and dogs. It will be easily understood that these difficulties, which are so formidable in the case of plants and animals, which we can mate as we please and destroy when we please, would make the maintenance of a highly selected breed of men an impossibility. Whenever a low race is preserved under conditions of life that exact a high level of efficiency, it must be subjected to rigorous selection. The few best specimens of that race can alone be allowed to become parents, and not many of their descendants can be allowed to live. On the other hand, if a higher race be substituted for the low one, all this terrible misery disappears. The most merciful form of what I venture to call eugenics would consist in watching for the indications of superior strains in races, and in so favouring them that their progeny shall outnumber and gradually replace that of the old one. Such strains are of no infrequent occurrence. It is easy to specify families who are characterized by strong resemblances, and whose features and character are usually prepotent over those of their wives or husbands in their joint offspring, and who are at the same time as prolific as the average of their class. These strains can be conveniently studied in the families of exiles, which for obvious reasons are easy to trace in their various branches. The debt that most countries owe to the race of men whom they received from one another as immigrants, whether leaving their native country of their own free will or as exiles on political or religious grounds, have been often pointed out, and may, I think, be accounted for as follows. The fact of a man leaving his compatriots, or so irritating them that they compel him to go, is fair evidence that either he, or they, or both, feel that his character is alien to theirs. Exiles are also on the whole men of considerable force of character. A quiet man would endure and succumb. He would not have energy to transplant himself or to become so conspicuous as to be an object of general attack. We may justly infer from this that exiles are on the whole men of exceptional and energetic natures. It is especially from such men as these that new strains of race are likely to proceed. Chapter 33. Influence of Man upon Race. The influence of man upon the nature of his own race has already been very large, but it has not been intelligently directed, and has in many instances done great harm. Its action has been by invasions and migration of races, by war and massacre, by wholesale deportation of population, by emigration, and by many social customs which have a silent but widespread effect. There exists a sentiment, for the most part quite unreasonable, against the gradual extinction of an inferior race. It rests on some confusion between the race and the individual, and if the destruction of a race was equivalent to the destruction of a large number of men, it is nothing of the kind when the process of extinction works silently and slowly through the earlier marriage of members of the superior race, through their greater vitality, under equal stress, through their better chances of getting a livelihood, or through their prepotency in mixed marriages. That the members of an inferior class should dislike being elbowed out of the way is another matter, but it may be somewhat brutally argued that whenever two individuals struggle for a single place, one must yield, and that there will be no more unhappiness on the whole. If the inferior yield to the superior, then conversely, whereas the world will be permanently enriched by the success of the superior, the conditions of happiness are, however, too complex to be disposed of by a priori argument. It is safest to appeal to observation. I think it could be easily shown that when the differences between the races is not so great as to divide them into obviously different classes, and where their language, education, and general interests are the same, the substitution may take place gradually without any unhappiness. Thus the movements of commerce have introduced fresh and vigorous blood into various parts of England. The newcomers have intermarried with the residents, and their characteristics have been prepotent in the descendants of the mixed marriages. I referred in the earlier part of the book to the changes of type in the English nature that have occurred during the last few hundred years. These have been effected so silently that we only know them by their results. One of the most misleading of words is that of the Aborigines. Its use dates from the time when the cosmogony was thought to be young and life to be of very recent appearance. Its usual meaning seems to be derived from the supposition that nations disseminated themselves like colonists from a common centre about 4,000 years, say 120 generations ago, and thenceforward occupied their lands undisturbed until the very recent historic period with which the narrator deals, when some invading host drove out the Aborigines. This idyllic view of the march of events is contradicted by ancient sepulchral remains, by language, and by the habits of those modern barbarians whose history we know. There are probably hardly any spots on the earth that have not, within the last few thousand years, been tenanted by very different races. None hardly then have not been tenanted by very different tribes having the character of at least sub-races. The absence of a criterion to distinguish between races and sub-races, and our ethnological ignorance generally, makes it impossible to offer more than a very offhand estimate of the average variety of races in the different countries of the world. I have, however, endeavoured to form one, which I give with much hesitation, knowing how very little it is worth. I registered the usually recognized races inhabiting each of the upwards of 20 countries, and who at the same time formed at least 0.5% of the population. It was, I am perfectly aware, a very rough proceeding, so rough that for the United Kingdom I ignored the prehistoric types and accepted only the 3 headings of British, Low Dutch, and Norman French. Again, as regards India, I registered as follows: forest tribes, numerous; Dravidian, 3 principal divisions; early Aryan, Tartar, numerous including Afghans; Arab, and lastly European, on account of their political importance, notwithstanding the fewness of their numbers. Proceeding in this offhand way, and after considering the results, the broad conclusion to which I arrived was that on the average at least 3 different recognized races were to be found in early, moderately sized districts on the earth's surface. Their materials were far too scanty to enable any idea to be formed of the rate of change in the relative numbers of the constituent races in each country, and still less to estimate the secular changes of types in those races. It may be well to take 1 or 2 examples of intermixture. Spain was occupied in earliest historic times by at least 2 races, of whom we know very little. It was afterwards colonized here and there by Phoenicians in its southern ports, and by Greeks in its eastern. In the 3rd century BC it was invaded by the Carthaginians, who conquered and held a large part of it, but were afterwards supplanted by the Romans, who ruled it more or less completely for 700 years. It was invaded in the 5th century AD by a succession of German tribes, and was finally completely overrun by the Visigoths, who ruled it for more than 200 years. Then came the invasion of the Moors, who rapidly conquered the whole of the peninsula up to the mountains of Asturias, where the Goths still held their own, and whence they issued from time to time and ultimately recovered the country. The present population consists of the remnants of 1 or more tribes of ancient Iberians, of the still more ancient Basques, and of relics of all the invaders who have just been named. There is besides a notable proportion of gypsies, and not a few Jews. This is obviously a most heterogeneous mixture, but to fully appreciate the diversity of its origin, the several elements should be traced farther back towards their sources. Thus the Moors are principally descendants of Arabs, who flooded the northern provinces of Africa in successive waves of emigration eastwards, both before and after the Hegira, partially combining with the Berbers as they went, and partially displacing them from the littoral districts and driving them to the oasis of the Sahara, whence they in their turn displaced the Negro population, whom they drove down to the Sudan. The Gypsies, according to Sir Henry Rawlinson, came from the Indo-Scythic tribes who inhabited the mouths of the Indus and began to migrate northward from the 4th century onward. They settled in the Chaldean marshes, assumed independence, and defied the Caliph. In AD 831, the grandson of Harun al-Rashid sent a large expedition against them, which, after slaughtering 10,000, deported the whole of the remainder first to Baghdad and thence onwards to Persia. They continued unmanageable in their new home, and were finally transplanted to the Cilician frontier in Asia Minor, and established there as a military colony to guard the passes of the Taurus. In AD 962, the Greeks, having obtained some temporary successes, drove the Gypsies back more into the interior, whence they gradually moved towards the Hellespont under the pressure of the advancing Seljukians during the 12th and 13th centuries. They then crossed over to Europe and gradually overspread it, whence they are now estimated to number more than 3 millions.
It must not be supposed that emigration on a large scale implies even a moderate degree of civilization among those who emigrate, because the process has been frequently traced among the more barbarous tribes, to say nothing of the evidence largely derived from ancient burial places. My own impression of the races in South Africa was one of a continuous state of ferment and change, of the rapid development of some clan here, and of the complete or almost complete suppression of another clan there. The well-known history of the rise of the Zulus and the destruction of their neighbours is a case in point. In the country with which I myself was familiar, the changes have been numerous and rapid in the preceding few years, and there were undoubted signs of much more important substitutions of race in bygone times. The facts were briefly these. Damaraland was inhabited by pastoral tribes of the brown Bantu race, who were in continual war with various alternations of fortune, and the several tribes had special characteristics that were readily appreciated by themselves. On the tops of the escarped hills lived a fugitive black people speaking a vile dialect of Hottentot, and families of yellow bushmen were found in the lowlands wherever the country was unsuited for the pastoral Damaras. Lastly, the steadily encroaching Namaquas, a superior Hottentot race, lived on the edge of the district. They had very much more civilization than the Bushmen, and more than the Damaras, and they contained a large infusion of Dutch blood. The interpretation of all this was obviously that the land had been tenanted a long time ago by Negroes, that an invasion of Bushmen drove the Negroes to the hills, and that the supremacy of these lasted so long that the Negroes lost their own language and acquired that of the Bushmen. Then an invasion of the tribe of a Bantu race supplanted the Bushmen, and the Bantus, after endless struggles amongst themselves, were being pushed aside at the time I visited them by the incoming Namaquas, who themselves are a mixed race. This is merely a sample of Africa. Everywhere there are evidences of changing races. The last 300 or 400 years, say the last 10 generations of mankind, have witnessed changes of population on the largest scale by the extension of races long resident in Europe to the temperate regions of Asia, Africa, America, and Australasia. Siberia was barely known to the Russians of 9 generations ago, but since that time it has been continuously overspread by their colonists, soldiers, political exiles, and transported criminals. Already some 2/3 of the population are slaves. In South Africa, the settlement of the Cape of Good Hope is barely 6 generations old. Yet during that time a curious and continuous series of changes has taken place, resulting in the substitution of an alien population for the Hottentots in the south and the Bantus in the north. 1/3 of it is white, consisting of Dutch, English, descendants of French Huguenot refugees, some Germans and Portuguese, and the remainder is a strange medley of Hottentot, Bantu, Malay, and Negro elements. In North Africa, Egypt has become infiltrated with Greeks, Italians, Frenchmen, and Englishmen during the last 2 generations, and Algeria with Frenchmen. In North America, the change has been most striking, from a sparse Indian population of hunters into that of the present inhabitants of the United States and Canada. The former of these, with its total of 50 million inhabitants, already contains more than 43 millions of whites, chiefly of English origin, that is, more of European blood than is to be found in any one of the 5 great European kingdoms of England, France, Italy, Germany, and Austria, and less than that of Russia alone. The remainder are chiefly black, the descendants of slaves imported from Africa. In the Dominion of Canada,
with its much smaller population of 4 millions, there has been a less, but still a complete swamping of the previous Indian element by incoming whites. In South America, and thence upwards to Mexico inclusive, the population has been infiltrated in some parts and transformed in others, by Spanish blood and by that of the Negroes whom they introduced, so that not one half of its population can be reckoned as of pure Indian descent. The West Indian Islands have had their population absolutely swept away since the time of the Spanish conquest, except in a few rare instances, and African Negroes have been substituted for them. Australia and New Zealand tell much the same tale as Canada. A native population has been almost extinguished in the former and is swamped in the latter, under the pressure of an immigrant population of Europeans, which is now 12 times as numerous as the Maoris. The time during which this great change has been effected is less than that covered by 3 generations. To this brief sketch of changes of population in very recent periods, I might add the wave of Arab admixture that has extended from Egypt and the northward provinces of Africa into the Sudan, and that of the yellow races of China, who have already made their industrial and social influence felt in many distant regions, and who bid fair hereafter, when certain their peculiar religious fancies shall have fallen to decay, to become one of the most effective of the colonizing nations, and who may, as I trust, extrude hereafter the coarse and lazy Negro from at least the metalliferous regions of tropical Africa. It is clear from what has been said that men of former generations have exercised enormous influence over the human stock of the present day, and that the average humanity of the world now and in future years is and will be very different to what it would have been if the action of our forefathers had been different. The power and man of varying the future human stock vests a great responsibility in the hands of each fresh generation, which has not yet been recognized at its just importance, nor deliberately employed. It is foolish to fold the hands and to say that nothing can be done, inasmuch as social forces and self-interests are too strong to be resisted. They need not be resisted. They can be guided. It is one thing to check the course of a huge steam vessel by the shock of a sudden encounter when she is going at full speed in the wrong direction, and another to cause her to change her course slowly and gently by a slight turn of the helm. Nay, a ship may be made to describe a half circle, and to end by following a course exactly opposite to the first, without attracting the notice of the passengers. Chapter 34. Population. Overpopulation and its attendant miseries may not improbably become a more serious subject of consideration than it ever yet has been, owing to improved sanitation and consequent diminution of the mortality of children, and to the filling up the spare places of the earth which are still void, unable to receive the overflow of Europe. There are no doubt conflicting possibilities which I need not stop to discuss. The check to overpopulation, mainly advocated by Malthus, is a prudential delay in the time of marriage, but the practice of such a doctrine would assuredly be limited, and if limited, it would be most prejudicial to the race, as I pointed out in Hereditary Genius, but may be permitted to do so again. The doctrine would only be followed by the prudent and self-denying. It would be neglected by the impulsive and self-seeking, those whose race we especially want to have and leave few descendants, while those whose race we especially want to be quit of would crowd the vacant space with their progeny, and the strain of population would thenceforward be just as pressing as before. There would have been a little relief during 1 or 2 generations, but no permanent increase of the general happiness, while the race of the nation would have deteriorated. The practical application of the doctrine of deferred marriage would therefore lead indirectly to most mischievous results that were overlooked owing to the neglect of considerations bearing on race. While criticizing the main conclusion to which Malthus came, I must take the opportunity of paying my humble tribute of admiration to his great and original work, which seems to me like the rise of a morning star before a day of free social investigation. There is nothing whatever in his book that would be in the least offensive to this generation, but he wrote in advance of his time, and consequently roused virulent attacks, notably from his fellow clergymen, whose doctrinaire notions upon the paternal dispensation of the world were rudely shocked. The misery check, as Malthus called all those influences that are not prudential, is an ugly phrase not fully justified. It no doubt includes death through inadequate food and shelter, through pestilence from overcrowding, through war and the like, but it also includes many causes that do not deserve so hard a name. Population decays under conditions that cannot be charged to the presence or absence of misery, in the common sense of the word. There exists when native races disappear before the presence of the incoming white man, when, after making the fullest allowances for imported disease, for brandy drinking, and other assignable causes, there is always a large residuum of effect not clearly accounted for. It is certainly not wholly due to misery, but rather to listlessness, due to discouragement, and acting adversely in many ways. One notable result of dullness and apathy is to make a person unattractive to the opposite sex and to be unattracted by them. It is antagonistic to sexual affection, and the result is a diminution of offspring. There exists strong evidence that the decay of population in some parts of South America under the irksome tyranny of the Jesuits, which crushed what little vivacity the people possessed, was due to this very cause. One cannot fairly apply the term misery to apathy. I should rather say that strong affections restrained from marriage by prudential considerations more truly deserved that name. Chapter 35. Early and Late Marriages. It is important to obtain a just idea of the relative effects of early and late marriages. I attempted this in Hereditary Genius, but I think the following is a better estimate. We are unhappily still deficient in collected data as regards the fertility of the upper and middle classes at different ages, but the facts collected by Dr. Matthews Duncan as regards the lower orders will serve our purpose approximately by furnishing the required ratios, though not the absolute values. The following are his results, from returns kept at the Lying-in Hospital of St. George in the Near East. A table is displayed on the page, with 2 columns, age of mother at her marriage and average fertility. The meaning of this table will be more clearly grasped after a little modification of its contents. We may consider the fertility of each group to refer to the medium age of that group, as by writing 17 instead of 15 to 19, and we may slightly smooth the figures. Then we have another table is displayed on the page with 2 columns, age of mother at marriage and approximate average fertility, which shows that the relative fertility of mothers married at the ages of 17, 22, 27, and 32, respectively, is as 6, 5, 4, and 3 approximately. The increase in population by a habit of early marriages is further augmented by the greater rapidity with which the generations follow each other. By the joint effect of these 2 causes, a large effect is in time produced. Let us compute a single example, taking a group of 100 mothers married at the age of 20, whom we will designate as A, another group of 100 mothers married at the age of 29, whom we will call B. We shall find by interpolation that the fertility of A and B respectively would be about 8.2 and 5.4. We need not, however, regard their absolute fertility, but would differ in different classes of society, but will only consider the relative production of such female children as may live and become mothers, and we will suppose the number of such descendants in the first generation to be the same as that of A and B mothers together, namely 200. Then the number of such children in the A and B classes respectively, being in the proportion of 8.2 to 5.4, will be 115 and 85. We have next to determine the average lengths of the A and B generations, which may be roughly done by basing it on the usual estimate of an average generation, irrespectively of sex, at a third of a century, or say of an average female generation at 31.5 years. We will further take 20 years as being 45 years earlier than the average time of marriage, and 29 years as 4.5 years later than it, so that the length of each generation of the A group will be 27 years, and that of the B group will be 36 years. All these suppositions appear to be perfectly fair and reasonable, while it may easily be shown that any other suppositions within the bounds of probability will lead to results of the same general order. The least common multiple of 27 and 36 is 108, at the end of which term of years A will have been multiplied 4 times over by the factor, and B 3 times over by the factor 0.85. The results are given in the following table. A table is displayed on the page of 3 columns, descending, which include after number of years as below, and 2 columns split between the number of female descendants who themselves become mothers, with columns A and B. The general result is that the group B gradually disappears, and the group A more than supplants it. Hence, the races best fitted to occupy the land are encouraged to marry early. They will breed down the others in a very few generations. Chapter 36. Marks for family merit. It may seem very reasonable to ask how the result proposed in the last paragraph is to be attained, and to add that the difficulty of carrying so laudable a proposal into effect lies wholly in the details, and therefore that until some working plan is suggested, the consideration of improving the human race is utopian. But this requirement is not altogether fair, because if a persuasion of the importance of any end takes possession of men's minds, sooner or later means are found by which that end is carried into effect. Some of the objections offered at first will be discovered to be sentimental and of no real importance. The sentiment will change, and they will disappear. Others that are genuine are not met, but are in some way turned or eluded. And lastly, through the ingenuity of many minds directed for a long time towards the achievement of a common purpose, many happy ideas are sure to be hit upon that would not have occurred to a single individual. This being premised, it will suffice to faintly sketch out some sort of basis for eugenics, it being now an understanding that we are provisionally agreed, for the sake of argument, that the improvement of race is an object of first-class importance, and that the popular feeling has been educated to regard it in that light. The final object would be to devise means for favouring individuals who bore the signs of membership of a superior race. The proximate aim would be to ascertain what those signs were, and these we will consider first. The indications of a superior breed are partially personal, partially ancestral. We need not trouble ourselves about the present part, because full weight is already given to it in the competitive careers, energy, brain, morale, and health being recognized factors of success, while there can hardly be a better evidence of a person being adapted to his circumstances than that afforded by success. It is the ancestral part that is neglected, and which we have yet to recognize at its just value. A question that now continually arises is this. A youth is a candidate for permanent employment. His present personal qualifications are known, but how will he turn out in later years? The objections to competitive examinations are notorious, and they give undue prominence to youths whose receptive faculties are quick, and whose intellects are precocious. They give no indication of the directions in which the health, character, and intellect of the youth will change through the development, in their due course, of ancestral tendencies that are latent in youth, but will manifest themselves in after life. Examinations deal with the present, not with the future, although it is in the future of the youth that we are especially interested. Much of the needed guidance may be derived from his family history. I cannot doubt, if two youths were of equal personal merit, of whom one belonged to a thriving and long-lived family, and the other to a decaying and short-lived family, that there could be any hesitation in saying that the chances were greater of the first-mentioned youth becoming the more valuable public servant of the two. A thriving family may be sufficiently defined or inferred by the successive occupation of its several male members in the previous generation, and of the two grandfathers. These are patent facts attained by almost every youth, which admit of being verified in his neighbourhood and tested in a satisfactory manner. A healthy and long-lived family may be defined by the patent facts of ages of death, and number and ages of living relatives within the degrees mentioned above, all of which can be verified and attested. A knowledge of the excellence of longevity in the family would testify to the stamina of the candidate and be an important addition to the knowledge of his present health in forecasting the probability of his performing a large measure of experienced work. Owing to the absence of data and the want of inquiry of the family antecedents of those who fail and of those who succeed in life, we are much more ignorant than we ought to be of their relative importance. In connection with this, I may mention some curious results published by Mr. F. M. Holland, of Boston, U.S., as the antecedent family history of persons who are reputed to be more moral than the average, and of those who were the reverse. He has been good enough to reply to questions that I sent to him concerning his criterion of mortality and other points connected with the statistics in a way that seems satisfactory, and he has very obligingly furnished me with additional MS materials. One of his conclusions was that morality is more often found among members of large families than among those of small ones. It is reasonable to expect this would be the case owing to the internal discipline among members of large families, and to the wholesome sustaining and restraining effects of family pride and family criticism. Members of small families are apt to be selfish, and when the smallness of the family is due to the deaths of many of its members at early ages, it is some evidence either of weakness of the family constitution, or a deficiency of common sense, or of affection on the part of the parents in not taking better care of them. Mr. Holland quotes in his letter to me a piece of advice by Franklin to a young man in search of a wife, to take one out of a bunch of sisters, and a popular saying that kittens brought up with others make the best pets because they have learned to play without scratching.
Sir William Gull has remarked that those candidates for the Indian civil service who are members of large families are on the whole the strongest. Far be it from me to say that any scheme of marks for family merit would not require a great deal of preparatory consideration. Careful statistical inquiries have yet to be made into the family antecedents of public servants of mature age in connection with their place in examination lists at the earlier age when they first gain their appointments. This would be necessary in order to learn the amount of marks which should be assigned to various degrees of family merit. I foresee no peculiar difficulty in conducting such inquiry. Indeed, now that competitive examinations have been in general use for many years, the time seems ripe for it. But of course, its conduct would require much confidential inquiry and a great deal of trouble in verifying returns. Still, it admits of being done, and if the results derived from different sources should confirm one another, they could be depended on. Let us now suppose that a way was seen for carrying some such idea as this into practice, and that family merit, however defined, was allowed to count, for however little in comparative examinations. The effect would be very great. It would show that ancestral qualities are of present current value. It would give an impetus to collecting family histories. It would open the eyes of every family and of society at large to the importance of marriage alliance with a good stock. It would introduce the subject of race into a permanent topic of consideration, which, on the supposition of its bona fide importance that has been assumed for the sake of argument, experience would show to be amply justified. Any act that first gives a guinea stamp to the sterling guinea's worth of natural nobility might set a great social avalanche in motion. Chapter 37. Endowments. Endowments and bequests have been freely and largely made for various social purposes, and as a matter of history, they have frequently been made to portion girls in marriage. It so happens that the very day that I am writing this, I notice an account in the foreign newspapers, September 19, 1882, of an Italian who has bequeathed a sum to the Corporation of London to found small portions for 3 poor girls to be selected by lot. And again, a few weeks ago, I read also in the French papers of a trial, in reference to the money adjudged to the rosière of a certain village. In many cases in which individuals and states have portioned girls may be found in Malthus, it is therefore far from improbable that if the merits of good race become widely recognized and its indications were rendered more surely intelligible than they are now, that local endowments and perhaps adoptions might be made in favour of those of both sexes who showed evidences of high race and of being to prolific and thriving families. I cannot forecast their form, though we may reckon with some assurance that in one way or another they would be made, and that the better races would be given a better chance of marrying early. A curious relic of the custom, which was universal 3 or 4 centuries ago, of entrusting education to celebrate priests, forbade fellows of colleges to marry, under the penalty of losing their fellowships. It is as though the winning horses of races were rendered ineligible to become sires, which I need hardly say is the exact reverse of the practice. Races were established and endowed by Queen's plates, and otherwise at vast expense for the purpose of discovering the swiftest horses, who were thenceforward exempted from labour and reserved for the sole purpose of propagating their species. The horses who do not win races, or who are not otherwise specially selected for their natural gifts, are prevented from becoming sires. Similarly, the mares who win races as fillies are not allowed to waste their strength in being ridden or driven, but are tended under sanitary conditions for the sole purpose of bearing offspring. It is better economy, in the long run, to use the best mares as breeders than as workers, the loss through their withdrawal from active service being more than recouped in the next generation through what is gained by their progeny. The college statutes to which I referred were very recently relaxed at Oxford, and have been just reformed at Cambridge. I am told that numerous marriages have ensured in consequence or are ensuring. In Hereditary Genius I showed that scholastic success runs strongly in families. Therefore, in all seriousness, I have no doubt that the number of Englishmen naturally endowed with the high scholastic faculties will be sensibly increased in future generations by the repeal of these ancient statutes. The English race has yet to be explored, and their now unknown wealth of hereditary gifts recorded, that those who possess such a patrimony should know of it. The natural impulses of mankind would then be sufficient to ensure that such wealth should no more continue to be neglected than the existence of any other possession surely made known to man. Aristocracies seldom make alliances out of their order, except to gain wealth. Is it less to be expected than those who become aware that they are endowed with the power of transmuting valuable hereditary gifts should abstain from squandering their future children's patrimony by marrying persons of lower natural stamp? The social consideration that would attach itself to high races would, it may be hoped, partially neutralize a social cause that is now very adverse to the early marriages of the most gifted, namely the cost of living and culture in a refined society. A young man with a career before him commonly feels it would be an act of folly to hamper himself by too early a marriage. The doors of society that are freely open to a bachelor are closed to a married couple with small means, unless they bear patent recommendations such as the public recognition of a natural nobility would give. The attitude of mind that I should expect to predominate amongst those who had undeniable claims to rank as members of an exceptionally gifted race would be akin to that of the modern possessors of ancestral property or hereditary rank. Such persons feel it a point of honour not to alienate the old place or make misalliances, and they are respected for their honest family pride. So a man of good race would shrink from spoiling it by lower marriage, and every one would sympathise with his sentiments.
Chapter 38. Conclusion. It remains to sketch and outline the principal conclusions to which we seem to be driven by the results of the various inquiries contained in this volume, and by what we know on allied topics from the works of others. We cannot but recognize a vast variety of natural faculty, useful and harmful, in members of the same race, and much more in the human family at large, all of which tend to be transmitted by inheritance. Neither can we fail to observe that the faculties of men generally are unequal to the requirements of a high and growing civilization. This is principally owing to their entire ancestry having lived up to recent times under very uncivilized conditions, and to the somewhat capricious distribution in late times of inherited wealth, which affords various degrees of immunity from the usual selective agencies. In solution of the question whether a continual improvement in education might not compensate for a stationary or even retrograde condition of natural gifts, I made inquiry into the life history of twins, which resulted in proving the vast preponderating effects of nature over nurture. The fact that the very foundation and outcome of the human mind is dependent on race, and that the qualities of races vary, and therefore that humanity taken as a whole is not fixed but variable, compels us to reconsider what may be the true place and function of man in the order of the world. I have examined this question fairly from many points of view, because whatever may be the vehemence with which particular opinions are insisted upon, its solution is unquestionably doubtful. There is a wide and growing conviction among truth-seeking, earnest, humble-minded, and thoughtful men, both in this country and abroad, that our cosmic relations are by no means so clear and simple as they are popularly supposed to be, while the worthy and intelligent teachers of various creeds, who have strong persuasions on the character of those relations, do not concur in their several views. The results of the inquiries I have made into certain alleged forms of our relations with the unseen world do not, as far as they go, confirm the common doctrines. One, for example, on the objective efficiency of prayer, was decidedly negative. It showed that while contradicting the commonly expressed doctrine, it concurred with the almost universal practical opinion of the present day. Another inquiry into visions showed that, however ill explained they may still be, they belong, for the most part, if not altogether, to an order of phenomena which no one dreams, in other cases, of calling supernatural. Many investigations concur in showing the vast multiplicity of mental operations that are in simultaneous action, of which only a minute part falls within the ken of consciousness, and suggest that much of what passes as supernatural is due to one portion of our mind being contemplated by another portion of it, as if it has been that of another person. The term individuality is in fact a most misleading word. I do not for a moment wish to imply that the few inquiries published in this volume exhaust the list of those that might be made, for I distinctly hold the contrary, but I refer to them in corroboration of the previous assertion that our relations with the unseen world are different to those we are commonly taught to believe. In our doubt as to the character of our mysterious relations with the unseen ocean of actual and potential life by which we are surrounded, the generally accepted fact of the solidarity of the universe, that is, of the intimate connections between distant parts that bind it together as a whole, justifies us, I think, in looking upon ourselves as members of a vast system which in one of its aspects resembles a cosmic republic. On the one hand, we know that evolution has proceeded during an enormous time on this earth, under, so far as we can gather, a system of rigorous causation, with no economy of time or of instruments, and with no show of speech, ruth for those who may in pure ignorance have violated the conditions of life. On the other hand, while recognizing the awful mystery of conscious existence and the inscrutable background of evolution, We find that as a foremost outcome of many and long birth throes, intelligent and kindly man finds himself in being. He knows how petty he is, but he also perceives that he stands here on this particular earth, at this particular time, as the heir of untold ages and the van of circumstance. He ought, therefore, I think, to be less diffident than he is usually instructed to be, and to rise to the conception that he has a considerable function to perform in the order of events, and that his exertions are needed. It seems to me that he should look upon himself more as a free man, with power of shaping the course of future humanity, and that he should look upon himself less as the subject of a despotic government, in which case it would be his chief merit to depend wholly upon what had been regulated for him, and to render abject obedience. The question then arises as to the way in which man can assist in the order of events. I reply, by furthering the course of evolution. He may use his intelligence to discover and expedite the changes that are necessary to adapt circumstance to race and race to circumstance, and his kindly sympathy will urge him to effect them mercifully. When we begin to inquire, with some misgiving perhaps, as to the evidence that man has presented power to influence the quality of future humanity, we soon discover that his past influence in that direction has been very large indeed. It has been exerted hitherto for other ends than that which is now contemplated, such as for conquest or emigration, also through social conditions whose effects upon race were imperfectly foreseen. There can be no doubt that the hitherto unused means of his influence are also numerous and great. I have not cared to go much into detail concerning these, but restricted myself to a few broad considerations, as by showing how largely the balance of population becomes affected by the earlier marriages of some of its classes, and by pointing out the great influence that endowments have had in checking the marriage of monks and scholars, and therefore the yet larger influence they might be expected to have if they were directed not to thwart but to harmonize with natural inclination, by promoting early marriages in the classes to be favoured. I also showed that a powerful influence might flow from a public recognition in the early life of the true value of the probability of future performance is based on the past performance of the ancestors of the child. It is an element of forecast in addition to that of present personal merit, which has yet to be appraised and recognized. Its recognition would attract assistance in various ways, impossible now to specify, to the young families of those who were most likely to stock the world with healthy, moral, intelligent, and fair-natured citizens. The stream of charity is not unlimited, and it is a requisite for the speedy evolution of a more perfect humanity that it should be distributed as to favour the best adapted races. I have not spoken of the repression of the rest, believing that would ensue indirectly as a matter of course, but I may add that few would deserve better of their country than those who determine to live celibate lives through a reasonable conviction that the issue would probably be less fitted than the generality to play their part as citizens. It would be easy to add to the number of possible agencies by which the evolution of a higher humanity might be furthered, but it is premature to do so until the importance of attending to the improvement of our race shall have been so well established in the popular mind that a discussion of them would be likely to receive serious consideration. It is hardly necessary to insist on the certainty that our present imperfect knowledge of the limitations and conditions of hereditary transmission will be steadily added to, but I would call attention to the serious want of adequate materials of study in the form of life histories. It is fortunately the case that many of the rising medical practitioners of the foremost rank are become strongly impressed with the necessity of possessing them, not only for the better knowledge of the theory of disease, but for the personal advantage of their patients, whom they now have to treat less appropriately than they otherwise would, through ignorance of their hereditary tendencies and of their illnesses in past years, the medical details of which are rarely remembered by the patient, even if he knew them. With the help of so powerful a personal motive for keeping life histories, and of so influential a body as the medical profession to advocate its being done, and to show how to do it, there is considerable hope that the want of materials to which I have alluded will gradually be supplied. To sum up in a few words, the chief result of these inquiries has been to elicit the religious significance of the doctrine of evolution. It suggests an alteration in our mental attitude, and imposes a new moral duty. The new mental attitude is one of a greater sense of moral freedom, responsibility, and opportunity to the new duty, which is supposed to be exercised concurrently with, and not in opposition with, the old ones upon which the social fabric depends. Is an endeavour to further evolution, especially that of the human race.
End of section 10 and end of inquiry into human faculty and its developments by Francis Galton. Recorded by Leon Harvey.